Kumar, and he snatched 4 earlier, didn't he? And yeah, Amir 3 for 13 was brilliant. 2 for 21, Kadir. And you'd see that there were 6 individual wicket takers. And also, there was a run out that finished things off. So exactly 100 for Ma today. Now, look, that does conclude our ECS cricket for the morning. And we actually have a separate stream set up for the ECI this afternoon. So I'll put the link in the chat. Go to European Cricket Network, our YouTube channel, to check that out. And also the FanCode channel, obviously, will have the ECIs as well. Let's have a quick look at the fantasy dashboard. And you can see there, Austria, they won the toss and they have elected to bowl. I don't mind that. So this match is coming up and it starts in exactly 20 minutes time. Make sure you get there a little bit early and we'll preview some of the players to watch. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing Basil George and Bastians. They've been opening the batting for the Crusaders. They will be opening the batting against the Austrian attack. Rico, we cannot wait for the first ever ECI match.
It's going to be exciting and it's coming up right here in about 20 minutes time. Remember, get on the right stream, get ready, because it's international time here at the Malta International.
All right, so that's our ECS done for the day. We'll see you back here in around about 15 minutes to take you into the first ever T10 International outside of Spain. Until then, it's Vinny Sandy here, Mr. Maximo with Rico Full. We'll get ready, plenty of action still to come today in Malta. You're watching the European Cricket Network. Here at ECN, we're always making history, and today is a big day for us. It's the first T10 international cricket that's been played outside of an ECC. Malta and Austria are going to play a best-of-7 series this weekend, and I tell you what, we're going to see some big hits. We are going to see a lot of action. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECI Malta-Austria, and it starts right now. Hello and welcome to the Malta International Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. It is an historic day as we will have T10 international cricket outside of an ECC, which are of course the Euros of cricket. But Malta and Austria, they're going to take on each other in a bilateral series. It's best of 7, 3 matches today, 4 matches tomorrow. And well, whoever wins this series will win the first ever ECI trophy. So we are starting with match 1. The 2 captains there with the tournament referee, Stefan Gooch. Let's see who wins the all-important coin toss for match 1 in this ECI Malta-Austria series.
Austria to call. Heads is called. It is heads. Okay. Good luck, guys. Have a good game. Good.
Thank you very much.
Cheers.
Have a good game, mate.
So it is Razmal Shigowal, familiar face. He wins the toss and he elects to bowl. I think that might have something to do with the fact that they haven't really played a lot of cricket here. They want to see what this pitch does without the pressure of having the bat in their hand. So, I mean, he's one guy. I can't wait to see him bat. He is a class act for the Austrians. He'll probably bat in the number 3 position. We've seen him do some very, very special things at the ECC before. But also with Austria, I think that Javid Zadran, with his pace bowling on this pitch, could get a fair bit out of it. Can't wait to see the Wild thing in action. But yeah, lots of players I'm looking forward to seeing. Of course, Austria, they finished 3rd in their group, in Group A last year at the ECC, and maybe a bit unlucky not to go further in that tournament, but they do have experience making it all the way to the championship week in the ECC back in 2022. Let's talk about Malta though. They probably benefit from having more recent experience, with most of their players having recent matches here in the ECS, so that probably helps them a little bit. Heinrich Gericke hasn't had too much cricket, but he's leading the Maltese team today, and a few players I think be interested to see if they click or not, like Varun Prasad, like the tank Darsha Patanka, and they will have to do the business with the bat first because they have been sent in by Austria. Well, let's go over to the commentary box now, where Rico Full is waiting for our first ever ball in ECI cricket, and I can tell you it will be bowled by Austria because Razmal Shigowal, he's won the toss. They're going to bowl. Let's see what Malta can do with the bat. Over to you. Let's get ready for the first ball.
Hello everybody and welcome back. Yes, let's get ready for international style cricket on the European Cricket Network. Malta taking on Austria, and you saw there the news is that it will be Malta that will be batting first. And, well, they're on their home ground as we have a look at the 2 teams. Basil George will no doubt be opening up the batting. I think he's going to be opening with someone like Fire Mughal, who's been in very good form. We've seen both of these guys playing in the European Cricket Series, and they've been in good form, and the captain, Gericke, has as well. So can they keep the momentum going at international level as well? Maybe something like Dashita Patanka. He's been a little bit off the boil. Maybe he can come good, but look, they've got some very good bowling and firepower from Austria to contend with as well. It's going to be exciting. Certainly looking forward to this. The battle of bat versus ball. The umpires, Suleiman Saeed and Stefan Gooch, are getting ready to lead the teams out. And it's so great to have Austria here. It's been a mammoth journey for them. But, well, the dedication is there. They want to play, and it's great to welcome them to Malta and welcome them to the Malta International Cricket Ground as we get ready for this match. It's a beautiful day. It's been as well. A little bit of cloud cover coming over now, but still nice and warm, 16 degrees. And going to see plenty of action. And batters come out. Basil George, boom, boom, George, as we know him. Going to be hoping to keep up the good form that he's been in so far. And this is a man that we know very well who's going to be opening up the bowling for Austria. Akib Iqbal. You'll know, and those of you that follow the ECC will know that I call him as the man who's got the most perfect hair in cricket. No matter what he does, it never gets out of place. What's his secret? Maybe can have a chat with him at some point to try and find out exactly what his secret is. But he's a very good, young, talented player as well. The last time he was having a few niggles, a few injury problems. I know that he wasn't at his formidable best in the ECC. Let's see if he's going to be here. Van Mughal is at the non-strikers, and he's been in such good form. And you know, when Mars have really been struggling in the European Cricket Series, but Van Mughal has been the only highlight for them, really. And let's see if he can keep the good form going. Remember the Maltese players will know this pitch pretty well. Here we go, first ball, bat versus ball in international level, and this is an absolute beauty, and he's gone. First ball up for boom boom. Basil George is an absolute corker, swinging away, draws Basil George to the shot, gets an edge, and he is gone. What a start for Austria, and look at this, just a little bit of late movement, and George, he gets drawn into it. The perfect delivery to the left-hander, right across it, and taken behind, no issues at all from the wicketkeeper, Asif. And that's the first one, and what a start it is. Well, boom, boom, George, no boom, boom at all. He goes for a first ball at Golden. And, well, it's the first international outside of Spain as well. What a delivery. You know that he's going to be good, the Iqbal, and that's exactly what he does. And it's about getting the ball in the right areas, and maybe that's the difference as well, folks. In the standard of international cricket is about getting the ball in the right area straight away, and that's exactly what Iqbal does. New batter comes out to take guard, and it's going to be Ryan Bastian. So one strong left-hander replaces another, but can Bastians actually get going? Takes his guard. Takes his time as well. Well, Austria, the team, had a nightmare of a journey to get here. I think they've visited 3 airports on the way here, had a 13 hours wait at Istanbul to get here early this morning. They look the part at the moment, the perfect start. Here comes the second delivery. Bastian's on strike. Iqbal the bowler. And very similar in the right areas, right across the left-hander. Dot ball this time. Welcome to everybody who's following the cricket here. Hope you're enjoying the international setup. Iqbal. Once more, this time a little bit closer. Bastian gets a good swing on it. It's chased hard by the fielder, gets down. Gets the throw in, they'll take 1 run. So Bastians gets off the mark. The first runs of international T10 cricket outside of Spain. And it's Bastians that gets them. Well chased hard by the fielder. That was Aramana Radwaha. Gets down, gets the slide in. Sporting a nice pair of trendy shades as well. This field now has to move to the right-hander. 2 men out, 3rd man back and square leg. In the air, chance, could be a second, and it will be, and it's a second. Golden duck, Van Mughal, he'll also go for a golden. Both openers gone without scoring, and both key players for Malta as well. Basil George caught behind without scoring, and now Van Mughal, he'll go as well, skying it up in the air. He didn't want to wait around. He wanted to take on Iqbal, but he's gone. Afi Khan is making his way out into the middle. It's a disastrous start for Malta. And, well, a dream one it is for Austria, especially the bowler. Aqib Iqbal picks up his second. An amazing start. Just swinging wildly. FanCode slices it up in the air. No mistakes from the fielder. Austria looking the part at the moment here. Well, now to Afi. Just losing his run there slightly. Kalish was the man who took the catch second time round. No mistakes. Well, Yorker-led delivery just gets flicked away. Work to be done by the fielder. Comes across. Oh, that's outstanding. Absolutely brilliant. That's what you expect to see. And that's Zadran, Jawid Zadran, chasing it down, getting the dive in, sliding, makes a stop. Brilliant. Good cricket all round. It was a nice shot, nicely timed. But this is the difference. This is the standards. This is international style now. What a great stop that is. Afi gets 2 runs though. One once more. So this time gets it outside the off stump, and a good leave there by Afi. But what an over it was. Only 3 runs from it, but 2 wickets as well. 2 huge wickets. Nazil George is a big name in Malta. He goes first ball, and also he got the other opener as well, FanCode. So the scorecard not looking good. It's looking good though if you're an Austrian supporter. 3 for 2. And a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box Mr. Maximo for some more international action.
Yeah, we didn't have to wait too long to see something happen. Very first ball, boom, boom, Basel is all bust, no boom. And Austria, never mind sleeping in an airport all night, I'm coming straight to the ground. They mean business. 2 wickets in the first over. Yeah, disappointment as well, because Ifanyan gets an opportunity. He goes first ball. So 2 golden ducks for both openers. Welcome to the big show. What can they do here? This looks like Basir Khan, who's going to bowl the next one. And, oh, I didn't know about this one, you know. He rolls around. Does he stay in the field of play?
I think that's why he releases it, Vinny. I think it's clever. I think he realises that his legs are in danger of making contact, so he's quick to push it on.
Yeah, I'm curious about this one because I just want to see if he stays, if he releases it in time. Yeah, I think he touches the rope, but it's just in time. It's a really tough one.
Yeah, we're going to have to see if we can really slow this down. Just at this point, he releases. I think he does well.
Probably benefit of the doubt there for me because he does go over the rope. But yeah, well, they're going to give it 4 in the end. All right. So, I mean, we're not really getting a great look at it. And maybe that knee might be on the line. So that's the umpire's call. They've decided it is 4 runs. As Bastians tries to pick up the pieces.
Good firm shot, and that's 4 runs. That's a beaut. Lovely shot. Lovely off drive, gets to the pitch. Look at the initial movement of the feet, and he's on it quickly and plays a delightful shot. 4 runs from the moment it leaves the bat. So 2 boundaries now. Bastians is trying to put things back together here. Him and Afi Khan out there, 2 very good experienced players. Basir maybe just a little bit too full. Needs to get a bit wider to the left-hander. Slower delivery outside the Lala leg stick. Can't be LBW. So a good call there from Stefan Gooch, being, of course, the tournament referee for the European Cricket Series, but now for his first international is out there in the middle with the Italian stallion Suleiman Saeed.
Yeah, nice opportunity for these umpires. Have a bit of a tune-up as well. Play a key role in the ECL in just over a week's time.
Well bowled, but good running as well. 2 batters. Going to need to do that, and Ryan Bastian's very quick to get to the other end.
Yeah, Bastian's been hitting pretty well. Afi Khan has looked pretty composed. Gets a lot of responsibility here in the number 4 position. It's natural you're on the back foot, but you do have to keep playing your shots. We know that. Look, Austria, they've never battled on this pitch before, so it's a bit of an unknown as well. We know they've got some good players, but we have seen good players sometimes struggling to adjust with some of the extra bounce here.
Slow delivery. Goes aerial, but he manages to put it in the safe part of the ground. And one thing that I remember about Basir back in Skyborn Cricket Club in Austria is his variations. He's very good with getting that slower ball in. Nice to see a lot of spectators and players from around Malta coming and sitting in the stands watching this cricket. Basir, ball the last. Once again slower. This has been well hit, but then the field has been well set for that shot now, and it will be Arman Mandawa gets the field in. That'll take a single. So 11 come off that over from Basir, takes the score up to 15 for 2.
Yeah, so somewhat of a recovery, although you wonder what will be a good score in this ECI. I mean, we've seen average run rate so far on this ground about 9.4, but you can see that now it's a straight best of 7 between these two teams. Unfortunately, Spain, with the logistics of the cancel flights and all that, they won't be joining us. But the first ECI trophy will be won tomorrow night. And it's pretty much a race to 4 wins.
Yeah. Akib. Like he's going to bowl himself. I like this. I think he's picked up a couple of wickets already. I think they'll probably know, right, pick up a few more, and we really have got the upper hand, so they don't want to hold him back.
Yeah, had a really good summer last year as well. Akib Iqbal, class act.
Oh, well, he's running into trouble. If this had hit, it'd be gone. It'd be gone here. He just wanted to clip and run. There was no response at all from Bastian's. Watch this. Yeah, Bastian's just saying, no, get back.
Well, I mean, Bastian's already moonwalking backwards. Yeah, I wonder if this would have been out.
I think he would have. I suspect he would have gone here. Oh, it would have been really close. So gets sent back by Bastians, but he's shaking the head there. I think he needed to put the hand out as well. And a big shot, huge shot of no. Keep once more. Nicely guided, a great stop. This is it. This is the standards. This is the difference. You know, you can see it straight away. And I said to you, Vinny, it's in the field. You can see that. We've already seen 2 brilliant stops that have saved boundaries.
Yeah, you're exactly right. And to be honest, this field, if it comes on the bounce, it takes a lot of pace off the ball. So you should be able to cut off more balls at this level of cricket. I think you're ready. It's an electric start. And in Malta, they need somebody to come good. Who can it be?
Ball to the left-hander, Bastians now. Bastians uses soft hands. They're taking him on, and he will get there. And this time, it's better running from the 2 batters out there in the middle. Who's trying to get Malta up and running now after that disastrous start. Both openers, remember, both going for Golden Ducks, first ballers. And it was this man doing the bowling, Kamal, that's done and created all the trouble so far. Oh, wild swing. A good take behind the stumps from Asif Zazi.
Yeah, Zaza, interesting. They've gone for him as the keeper in the first game. They do have Mihat Shima, who's not in the 11 for Austria, but he's a very accomplished gloveman. Always seems to be the backup, though. We saw him at the ECC, kind of in that backup keeper role. I'm sure he'll get an opportunity at some point, though, over these next 7 matches.
Well, takes him on, takes his right off the stumps, get a single. As the 2 men that are deployed outside the 30-yard circle are in that area.
I want to say hello to a few people in the chat. Now, a few people asking about some people that aren't playing for the Maltese team that have been watching the ECS. But you've got to remember that there's international criteria here. And to qualify to play for your country, you need to have been living in the country for 3 years. Or you need to be a citizen of that country. So that's why some of the players haven't quite filled that in yet. But right now, it's a nice shot by Ryan Bastians. Just goes with the angle. See Akib trying round the wicket, trying something here. But he does well to catch up with that. So 4 runs, and it takes us to the end of the power play. Malta recover from 2 early wickets, 22 for 2 after 3. So I'll take someone like Priyan Pushparajan, who'd be definitely the best 11 players in Malta right now, but he hasn't lived here long enough. So that is why they haven't qualified to play ICC accredited cricket, and that is the case across all affiliated countries. So yeah, people ask about Lala and things like this. You've got to understand that these are played in line. These are ICC sanctioned events, and therefore we do need to fulfill that criteria. Anyway, say hello to us in the chat. ECN European Cricket Network, great to have you back. And yeah, it's just nice to finally have this moment. A lot of planning's gone into this. And now here's my man, the wild thing, Javed Zadran, to bowl over number 4. And it's a thick edge, it's going to fly for 4. Well, no third man. They put all the outfielders in front of the wicket, and so it's a slash that Afi Khan gets away with, and he gets 4 runs.
Yeah, big swing, Afi. I mean, I've got to say, it's one of those where he's still trying to, I think he's still trying to guide it. You can see he does use the angle of the bat to try and get it in that area. So maybe a little bit of control involved in that as well.
He's hoping that happens, but it is kind of hope. You're not really in control of that shot. Could have easily gone to that fielder in the circle as well. Here's the thing about Zadran as well. I mean, he's got a really good slower ball. He's got a really well-disguised slower ball. And he just loves this form of cricket. Suits him. He runs in bowls, thunderbolts, can take the pace off. He'll also be able to whack a few runs in the middle order for Austria. And a player we'll see playing for Vienna CC in the ECL in just a few weeks' time. Dead ball called at square leg, because I think the fielder wasn't quite in position. So that's why he picked up some illegal movement. I don't think there's anything malicious in that, but just calls the play dead. That's why Joey will have another go.
Oh, this is short and fast, and Bastian's, I think he's beaten here by pace. There is a reaction here, but I think it comes after the ball. How high was this? Well, that's fine. It's
Probably
not
okay.
over the head height.
Yeah, I mean, this is something I talked about. I think that probably the pace of the game, even if you have been playing cricket a bit, I think Austria are bringing something that a lot of Maltese guys don't see very often. And so that'll be a bit of an adjustment. Someone like Bastian's coming from ECS cricket. He's very capable of making that adjustment, though. I think we're seeing that at the moment. And we don't really know what a good score is in this series yet.
Yeah, just saw a caption there of Razman Chikwell, the captain of Austria. What a lovely guy he is as well. Lovely guy to talk to, and a very good cricketer as well. Short, but this is ill-directed, and the keeper is not able to take it cleanly as well. So that's going to be a couple of wides, a couple of extras to go on. The score will be gratefully received.
And I'll take what I can get. Yeah, but watch Zadran. I think he's saving it up. He's got it in his back pocket, that slower ball, where it just kind of drops. Because of his arm action, it's still pretty fast.
Sliced up in the air, but he'll get fortunate.
But you can see the way that the ground takes all the pace out of that ball on the bounce when it comes from the air. We talked about a lot in the ECS cricket here that it runs pretty fast if the ball's rolling, but when it comes from the sky, it definitely plugs a bit. That allows Bissia to come around and clean that up.
It's a nice shot. Just fielder though comes across, and once again there you see as Arslan does the fielding. When it hits the deck, it slows down considerably, and that's why he doesn't really get value for the shot there.
You said Arslan, but I think that's actually Arslan's brother Zishan, or if that's out there.
Yeah.
And Arslan would like to be here, I'm sure. And Zishan gets the call up. Anyway, it takes us to the end of the 4th over. It is 32 for 2. This is the partnership. It's rescued things somewhat. Plenty of batting to come, though. Nice to see some new faces there. You like Devasia, Fazil Rahman, Yusuf, all on debut. Fanya Magal, I think, also. But he's already back in the shed. Well, yeah, what a great opportunity for these guys to play some international cricket in this format. And yeah, if you're unaware, the only T10 international cricket in the world is on ECN. The Euros of cricket, we've had 2 editions now, played in September and October. But this is the first time we've had a T10 internationally sanctioned match outside that tournament. Here's Bazir, who's coming back to bowl his second.
that slower ball again. Just holds it back quite cleverly as well. Nice shot played, but man, they're being kept busy at the moment out in the deep. As you quite rightly said, it is Zishan Arif. I remember one blazing innings from him.
Johnny G is back. It's John Gray in the chat. Hello to Marnus as well. Pantera. And yeah, just explaining one more time that to play for your country, you do need to fulfill the ICC qualification criteria. Anyway, this one is up and it's out of here. Maximo Bastians breaks the shackles. It's just what Malta were looking for.
That's what they needed, and it's another clean hit through the ball from the big left-handed Bastian. Nice hit. Boom. Out of the middle. Goes all the way. Shaka Lagia. That's exactly what they need here. So these two starting to put a very important partnership together.
There we go. First ECI Maximo. Comes off the bat of Ryan Bastians, who moves to 23. Ever slower ball, though. It's a change of pace. Now, Bastians has to hustle. These are little things. You can't really afford to coast in international cricket. You have to run from the get-go. Ryan gets hurried up there, but he survives. Afi can't about run a ball pace, but I think, you know, he'll be looking to push it forward. Honestly, I think the team that hits the most sixes will win this tournament, basically.
Slow delivery again. This has been hit well, but there's a fielder there. And fortunately for Afi, well, how about that for a throw? Direct hit from Armand Arandwar. Fortunately, doesn't quite carry. Gets a single. Partnership continues.
Pista is saying, you know, the bowlers maybe dominating the batters so far, but I mean, that's what early wickets will do. I think if you look at the ECS cricket, so domestic cricket, where we've covered in both countries, in Austria, there's just a lot more sixes hit than in Malta. Now, whether that holds on this ground and in these conditions, we'll see in the second innings. But at the moment, Malta just struggling to get this away.
It's up in the air, doesn't quite carry to the fielder, so once again, a bit more luck going the way of the two batters. So both Afi Khan and Ryan Bastians now have hit aerial, and the ball's dropped into space, so bit of fortune. Yeah,
bit of fortune. You've got to have a bit of luck as well. I mean, you've still got to be brave. It's not going to be easy, that's for sure, for anyone out there. And I'm certainly enjoying watching a couple of players we have seen playing for Southern Crusaders out there with the red Malta shirt on. Afi Khan to face the last ball from Basir.
I got him. Oh, he's done him. Boogie, oogie, woogie. Fly ball, knocked down the stumps. And he walked just right round this Afi. He wants to give himself a bit of room. Look, he walks across, but it's darted in. Perfect length. Yorker delivery. Boom. That's another.
Yeah, full straight. And this is the Yorker. Bounces between his feet. Afi plays all around it. And that's probably the pressure of the fact that he hasn't really been able to go more than a run of ball.
Yep.
And that's a big wicket to finish the first half of this first ever game of ECI T10 cricket. Vinny Sounder here, Mr. Maximo, and Rico Full with me. And it's going to be great. Series 7 matches, best of 7, and the first ECI trophy. These trophies, I've seen them. They're a brick. You won't believe how heavy these things are. They're amazing.
I haven't seen him yet.
Isn't it great to see some players we know, again, locking horns in international cricket outside of a major tournament like the ECC?
Yeah, you're right. And this is the thing what I like about this, because I think with both sides here, we're seeing players that we saw, here in Malta 4 years ago, weren't playing international cricket then, and now they're getting into the side. They're developing, they're growing. Not only are they developing and growing, but European cricket is doing the same. Developing, growing all the time, and that's why we're getting this action.
Yeah, and we want to welcome you to the action, international cricket action, and we hope you enjoy it. I mean, it's something that we're going to try and do all through the year. Of course, it's not easy. Well done to everyone in the background, all of the back office staff at European cricket, and all the players, really, who obviously have to move their lives around this. We really do appreciate it. And it's great to be taking another step forward at ECN, and really excited to be a part of it.
Yeah, and it's great. The other thing about this is great for these players to have this opportunity. Look, I played European cricket for a long time, but these sort of opportunities weren't there. They're getting these opportunities and making the most of it. Loving it.
Back to the action. Here's Umer Tariq. Always seems to perform for his national team. This is called a wide. I think it is a wide. I mean, they have been pretty harsh on wides here. But that one, for me, grabs a little bit of the line. Umer's not happy about it, but just needs to bring it back a little bit. But he's a really good player, and he's a bit of a middle over specialist. Just makes it tough for the batters to get after him. Bastian's quarter century wants to build on that.
gets beaten this time, just not using his feet that well. He's eyeing up the same shot again, Bastien. He has got 2 men there waiting, and that's the thing. He's got to be careful. If he doesn't time this right, he's going to be in trouble. So 2 good catches waiting. Basir Khan's out there at the long off boundary. On the other side, you've got the likes of Aman Radwar. Well, there you go. It's the same again. You see, he's just trying to get the acceleration going, but he's not getting his feet to the pitch of the ball. So a lot of swinging, but he's got to get his footwork there as well.
Yeah, that's the thing. You do need to kind of technically tighten your game up a little bit. Even if you can do that, sometimes you fall into bad habits, I think, at the domestic level. But you will get tested. That's what international cricket's all about.
Well, this is high up in the air, but where's this ending up? The chase is on, and it just drops.
Well, Dita had no idea where that was, and he was running to a different location. Oh, look at this. I mean, it was so high that Zazai, the keeper, almost gets there.
Yeah.
I see he lost track of it, and Dita, he ends up just hearing the footsteps and getting out the way.
He just runs out the way.
Yeah, the boogie monster coming after him there.
He takes the wild, but says, I'm getting out of the way of this one. No way. That's Itibasha Dida. Bastians again gets lucky. How did he take one, Vinny? How did he take one?
Yeah, too busy watching the ball, heart in his mouth stuff.
Kana. Can he get going? He's happy just to drop the bat on this. He's had in terms of the European Cricket Series happening here, he's had a mixed one, hasn't he?
Yeah.
He's made some scores, but he's also got out cheaply a few times as well.
When he's looked good, he's looked good. The other thing which we haven't really mentioned is, some of these guys actually probably prefer the bowling being a bit quicker. Batting becomes a bit more instinctive. Kana might be one of those players. He itchy to get his first run.
No, he may not. Oh, he just does. This is fingertips as it goes over the boundary. So 6 runs. A little bit fortunate. Jawad Zadran was in the hunt for it, but he just gets enough off this.
Yeah, it's all very wristy, isn't it, from Neeraj? And that was a fingertip job for Zadran. The wild thing tips it over. Maximal. Neeraj gets his first runs in ECI cricket. What a way to do it. Brings up the 50 as well for Malta. Trying to make something of this. Last ball for Tariq coming up.
Oh, well, this could have been curtains. This is a wild swing. And you can see the look on Tariq's face saying, almost had you, as we see the end of now 6 overs. And, well, Malta, they're trying to get the acceleration in, but at the moment, not quite happening. 50 for 3.
So I'm going to ask all the viewers, what do you think of the ECI so far? Are you enjoying it? I think it's a great concept. Look at Iqbal on really good spell 2 for 10. Put the brakes on early. Pasir with the other wicket. Still haven't used the 5th bowler. And it's a matter of time till we'll see who that is. But yeah, Master International Cricket Ground. Great place to play cricket. Great place for international cricket. I know the Valletta Cup T20s here every year, which is quite a big tournament. This is the 5th bowler I thought they would use. It's Itibasha Dida to bowl over number 7. Bowled really well in conjunction with Javid Zadran back in the ECC, Austria. Well, a couple of decisions, if they'd gone the other way, they could have knocked Spain out, on Group A finals day, but it wasn't to be. Finished 3rd in their group, but you can see these guys, they're pretty at home, even though they wouldn't have had a lot of cricket over the winter. But it's very natural to them, I think, their team to play T10 cricket.
Hey, listen.
Yep.
Where's Austria staying? Are they staying at the same place as us?
I believe so.
Oh, that's good.
Well, you know what? I'm not going to tell them, actually. Probably listen to this.
I'll
tell you in a second, because I've got one more night.
Firmly struck.
Okay. You know what I did last night? We haven't really had a chance to talk yet today, except for all the cricket.
What?
Jacuzzi last night. First time it hit 39.5 degrees. The jacuzzi on the 10th floor.
Is there a jacuzzi?
There's a secret lift that goes there at the hotel, and I had it all to myself after dinner last night. Cold night, jacuzzi. If the players sort that out, I'll never get in there again.
What's a special lift?
Oh,
Gundy,
my word.
that is nasty. Oh, that is I'm so glad he's got the lid on. I mean, it doesn't make contact, but this was nasal territory.
Well, I'm not sure how old Bastians is, but I tell you, his whole life flashed before his eyes at the fraction of a second. He says, "You're going to walk at me?" Well, and Bastians, he's just pretty relieved. This is a proper headhunter, and it's going to be a no ball +4 by as I didn't have too much of a play on that. Wow.
That was a nasty delivery, wasn't it?
That was slippery.
And he was walking into it as well.
Slipperier than the floor when I got out of the jacuzzi at 9:45 last night. Free hit coming up then.
This is a bit high as well, but I think it just dips because it's a slightly slower delivery. But again, he just gets away with it, you know.
Definitely lower than the last one, but still it's pretty high. The fact he's on the walk probably means it's not a no ball, but yeah, Bastian's got a bit of the zombie about him here, a bit of the Walking Dead about his footwork last couple of balls. Not to catch a break.
Tibasha did that. Can he get it right to the right-hander, Niraj Khanna? No, he just loses his footing there. So there's a, which is the lift then? Are you gonna,
I'm not going to say which one. There's only one lift that goes to the 10th floor, which is the rooftop.
Tell me afterwards.
And this jacuzzi, I've been eyeing it off, and through the storms, it was set to 40 degrees, but because of the rain and everything, it's always on. It was like 23 degrees. It was terrible. Finally, some decent weather. It's hotted up.
This is a good shot. It's hotting up in the middle as well. Oh, this is great. You're going to have to keep an eye on his feet. I think he's okay here. What a good stop this is. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Zishan Arif. That's the work. Let's have a look at the footwork.
It's almost a run out as well, because they really hustled through for the extra run. I think we've got a bit of time here while the batter just adjusts himself. But just have a look, because I think he thinks this is going for 4, so he wasn't really quick to go. And then you have a look at the running, and if the keeper takes this clean, this is going to be out. You see, but he just isn't able to gather it on the low throw. Zai, he just spent it before he got it. If he takes that cleanly, I think you're fine. The cutters are gone up.
Once again, standards in the field have been good, and that's what excites me when I'm watching this level of cricket.
So listen, at least Spain's not here, so that's less competition for the jacuzzi, because I know some guys in that team that'd be hogging it.
How big is this jacuzzi?
So it's like a 4-seat,
so it's another
standard.
Take a ticket jobby, is it?
Plenty of room to move in it last night.
This one will be again.
So there you go, players. Austria, it's only Austria now, because Malta are probably staying at home. So I'm not going to talk too much about Mr. Maximo's Saturday night jacuzzi parties, but let's just say they'll be the hottest ticket in town.
You'll spill the beans tomorrow when you're going, will you?
Yeah, because I don't get to stay tomorrow night.
Hey, listen, so me and you tonight then, because...
Oh,
hello. Me and you then, because it is National Drink Wine Day today. Maybe we'll take a bottle of wine up there today, me and you.
Don't tell me that.
It is.
This will be the end of the over now. I'll come back to that in a second. Anyway, it is 61 for 3 after 7. Speaking of ECI cricket, we've got women's ECI cricket coming next week. That's why I'm leaving Malta. I don't really want to leave Malta, but I do really want to be there for the first ever women's ECI match, which is on Monday night. And there's 4 nations there. They'll play each other over 14 matches. There will be a finals night, and that will actually be the last cricket we have before the ECL. So it's huge. We've got finals in Gibraltar coming up tomorrow night. I think that just hits the golden ball as well.
No, can we have an international
right now.
Can an international one?
Yeah,
outside of Spain, another one?
So let me tell you what's coming up. We've got Gibraltar finals night tomorrow night.
Yeah.
Then we've got the women's ECIs, and obviously we've got the ECIs here at the moment. Then next Saturday is Malta finals day, and it's the women's ECI finals day. Then we finally get a day off to travel to Cardiff, and then Monday week we start the ECL. So there's a lot going on.
Work to be done, but not going to get there. 4 runs. What a lovely shot this is. The Niraj Khanna finds a boundary. It's got to do here now. Look, this is now a time where you've got to get going. All right, they've weathered the storm. They lost early wickets, but then they've put it back together. Now they've got wickets in hand. They've got to go now.
As mentioned with Khanna, I think he prefers slightly higher standard of bowling. And you see how fast this outfield is when you hit the ball on the ground. That one really raced away. He hit that pretty quick into the turf and gets 4 for his efforts. Here's Umar.
Get a single this time. I don't mind that, because you got to use this left and right combination to your advantage. So get a boundary, get a single. Hey, listen. So the night internationals, I was going to say the women's international, they're during the night time, right?
At night time. So you'll still get your 5 matches. Looks like from Malta. You'll be covering those. Thanks very much. And then I'll be sitting watching you, putting my feet up all day, probably drinking some non-alcoholic wine, and I'll just do my 2 matches.
Shot, and this one will be 1 bounce, 4 runs. Nicely played. And yeah, there's a nice shot there as well for some of the players from selection of teams in Malta here as well. Watching, of course, they're watching international cricket. To see the Malta Day players there
Nice to see them
well.
all mixing as well.
It's
Some of the
great,
Sweden
yeah.
United players and the Malta Day players watching on, and some for the other domestic clubs as well.
Slower delivery, but he slices up in the air. Can the fielder get there? He won't. They'll take just the single.
Yeah, so it's a pretty good. Now you're onto me now, because I've grifted you here. So you'll
Yeah.
be doing 5 matches. You don't have Corey to help you either. So you'll be doing 5 matches. I'll be sleeping in. We already did the Gibraltar scam though. You've done this already.
The night series, any night series just suits you to a T, doesn't it?
I'm going to sit there all
You
day.
can tank yourself up with carbonara
I'll be in
and
my
a bottle of red wine.
PJs. I'll still be watching, but I'll be in my PJs. Let's do my 2 and rock back to bed.
Firmly struck, and again gets it in the right areas. It's 4 more, so the boundary's starting to flow, and the recovery continues from Malta.
Yeah, and I think Tariq hasn't quite got his length right, and we talked about the length. It isn't quite a Yorker. It just gives the batter something to work with, and Cunner's been impressive here. And look, remember they lost 2 wickets pretty much straight away. The fact they've only lost 1 more, they're not in danger of getting bowled out. They can really throw everything at these last 13 balls.
Yeah, and just Niraj saying, as he sees the fielder moving around, he pulls away and says, I'll just wait till the fielder gets to his final position.
Hello to Gary Wheeler, who's got a question. Hello to Shrug as well. And to Terry, nice to have you with us.
Oh, well, it's a wrong choice here from Kane. He starts moving. If he stayed still,
Yeah.
he would have had a free hit to whack it down the leg side, or at least he would have got a wide.
It's funny for the change in standard. They're pretty much right on the average run rate from this tournament so far at the moment. It's 75 for 3 after 8. Yeah, so Terry O'Connor, formerly of the Czech Republic cricket, he is working for Estonia cricket now, doing some good things up there. I even watched some of the Estonian cricket videos on YouTube, and I even watched a little short called Terry's Tips, where he gives the tips for the Estonian domestic games. Of course, the Talon Stallions, they're going to be on deck in Group A. And Terry, even, I think we could get him in the robot suit if it's there in time. Here's Zatran. Oh, I don't think this is out, because I'll tell you what, it could be nothing, because I don't think this is it hits him outside leg stump.
He doesn't play a shot, though.
Yeah, but
watch.
look.
He doesn't play a shot. Watch this.
Yeah, but
he
look where
doesn't
it
play
hits
a
him.
shot. I don't know. He doesn't play a shot. For me, if you don't play a shot, you can be given here.
No, but the thing is, it's outside leg stump. So if that hits him outside leg,
Oh, Vinny.
I think it's a good decision.
Do you really?
Because I know what you're saying. He doesn't play a shot, but that only applies to if it's outside off stump. So for me, there's doubt. Look at his whole foot. It's outside leg stump, and it may have hit the toe.
Hitting his toe, though, look.
Yeah, I can understand that decision. But
Brave
the thing
call.
is, it went to the boundary. It's not even 4 because he didn't play a shot. So it's actually a dot and a sore foot for Bastians, who just got deer in the headlights by Zadran there. I think maybe he's looking for a slower ball, and then he just got hurried up. That's such a weird one. I had to check that rule because I was like, well, can you be out in that situation? Because it hasn't actually pitched, right? So it hasn't pitched outside leg stump. Yeah, but the rule says that was a wide. The rule says, a bit of the EJ's armoured about that keeping from Zazai, that you can be given out not playing a shot if the ball hits you outside off or in line with the stumps. In that case, let's say it did hit him outside the leg stump on the full, even if you're not playing a shot, can't be out. But that's one even I wasn't sure of. So I wanted to say hello to Gary Wheeler. He says he's been watching for ages. He's only just realised that we bowl all the overs from one end. And yeah, Gary,
Hello, Gary.
It's not a disgrace that you haven't noticed that yet. A lot of people don't notice that. The main reasons are pace of the game, and also the fact that because we've got limited resources with cameras and things like that, allows us to cover one end a lot better than if we had to split our resources. So that's why I think you always appreciate the view from behind the bowler. All happening in the 9th. Let's find out.
Take the single here. Zadran quite not able to stretch his arms to stop that one. So just a couple of singles, a bit of tiki-taka here, just slowing things down slightly. They want to be getting to this as close to this 100 as they can, Malta. But you're right, Vinny, even though it's a step up in the standard, that sort of score, staying at what we're used to seeing here. Oh, he's done. He walks right across this. It's not a good shot. Shot Maria Gunda. Boppers Agia Banda. Ryan Bastian gets cleaned up by Zadran after he makes 34. Well, he's gone to his 27th delivery. Goes right across. Tries to get a little bit funky, but gets done by the fuller one. And Joey Zadran sends him back.
Yeah, and so just trying something. It's probably time to do that. Bastian's certainly had a really important role in getting his team back on track. He is the 4th wicket to fall, though, in the end. Yeah, Zadran strikes. It's 82 for 4.
Yeah, I mean, he's played his part. He played the role well, hasn't he? Yes, he was out there when it was all going badly wrong. But stepped into that number 3 position really well. Put a good partnership together, first with Afi Khan and then now with Niraj Khan. As a new batter comes out, will go on strike. It has to get on with it straight away. And I think that the captain, Heinrich Garuki, can do just this. I've seen the way he's been batting when he's been going out there. He's been batting aggressively, scoring runs quickly. So I think this is an ideal time for him to come in.
Hello to Terry once again in the chat. He's saying he'll buy the robots a beer. Only from halfway through the 4th game, please, Terry. They're the rules.
This hits him pretty high, going down the leg side, not out.
Worth a look.
Yeah, has a think about it. Suleiman Saeed thinks about it and says, nah, shakes the head.
I think he hits him in line with the stumps, but it's just the angles is taking it away from the leg stump, in my opinion. It's pretty close, though. Umpire's right to have a good look at it. But I think benefit of the doubt going to the bat at that time. At a 9, it's 83 for 4. It's the captain, Heinrich Garuki, or the Heinrich manoeuvre, as we like to call him. And he is going to be facing up then. He'll try and drag Malta up into the 90s. If they have a really good over, maybe even touch the 100, but having to fight for their runs. Austria, it's going to be a pass score for this ground based on the domestic cricket. Let's see how they approach it. Let's see how attacking they are. We know they've got a lot of talent on their side. Dida to bowl the last.
Oh, he's running into trouble. Good stop behind the stumps there from Zazai.
Yeah, and that's one thing about keeping on this ground. I think I'd quite like it because you have this artificial turf in front of you and the bounce is a lot truer. It's bad if it hits the edge of the pitch, mind you. But, I mean, some of those second bounces, even that one's a full toss. Normally, that'd be quite an awkward one. You'd have foot marks there on a turf pitch. But it bounces quite nicely for Zazai, who holds it to a dot. 5 to come now.
Ouch, that hits Niraj.
This is where Niraj need to get a bat on it instead of actually grazing his trousers, and it might have deflected for 4. But, yeah, that one actually hits him in the leg just above the pad. So Kana cops it. He's got to take over now, doesn't he? 4 to come. Dida, let's see if we see his slower ball.
Kana on 20 off 11, but yeah, he's got to get going. Dida just over-pitching slightly actually here at the moment. Gets played away. Very good backing up from He gets there, just a single. But once again, just trying to give space. And liking this bowling. See, the batter's trying to give himself some room. And what Didar says is, well, if you're going that way, I'm going to follow you. Very good. Good bit of cricket all round.
In the chat, Cornelius saying, come on, Malta. Keep it up.
Well struck.
Great shot.
Will do the job. They think about 2, but...
And this is the thing about this level where, you know, you take on a 2 there almost all the time, but you feel at this standard fielding that it's just such a gimme that maybe you don't. And you'd rather have a batter there that's at least seen the bowling a bit more. That one they might have gotten away with because it wasn't the best throw for Zazai to handle. 86 now, 2 to come.
Full toss. How high is this?
Has to be high.
Well, they look at each other.
Oh, this is miles over their waist. This is ridiculous if this isn't called.
Let's hit side on because he's in the crease, and yeah, that's got to be high. Yeah, that's going to be called. Yeah, it will get called here. The only see the difference there is, and that's why you can see Suleiman Saeed saying, "Look, go to the third umpire, Yasing," is because it's on his blind side. It's out on the offside.
It's chest high.
Yeah,
so yeah, it's going to be a free hit, and Dida gets a warning. Anyway, here's the free hit. Can Malta cash in?
Slow delivery, cleverly bowled. Well done.
I mean, this was so slow. I reckon he could have still jumped inside it rather than just bunt it down the pitch. As Kana gets 1. So we go to the last 88. Any score will set something in the 90s for the Austrians. Indeed has been good, hasn't he? Apart from that one that got away from him.
Yeah, they haven't been able to get him away, even though he's overpitched a little bit too much. This one he struck well. Fielder comes in, attacks it. They will go for two surely, and he's going to be done. Well, easy.
Doesn't.
Easy.
He's going to be run out here. He's made a boo-boo because he mustn't have realised that was the last ball. Actually sends him back. And so they'll get one and run out. But have a look here. I mean, Heinrich, all I can think is he's miscounted the balls. And he's saying, look, I'm not going well. You face the next one. There is no next one. He puts up the stop sign. He's saying, hey, he count to 6. And Gericke pays for it with his wicket. So he'll be running off the last ball. They all set exactly 90 for Austria. The final score, 89 for 5. Malta, they recover after the worst possible start as Boom Boom Basil went to the crease with Fanya Magal. And Boom Boom would only last one ball. He was gone. Soon to be followed by Fanya Magal, his opening partner. As it wasn't looking good at this stage, but Malta, they dig themselves out of a rut and they have set something competitive on the board here in the first ever ECI match.
Yeah, it was a great start, wasn't it, from Akbi Iqbal, bowled beautifully. But you can see some of the standards in the field were tremendous. Well, this one was a judge before. He just caught a bit of the rope, but again, the standards were high. And that was a lovely shot from Bastiansen. He did really make a vital contribution in this one. If it wasn't for his 34 or 27 deliveries, you don't know where Malta would have been. Afi Khan, well, he put a good contribution in as well. He was blazing some nice shots as well. And that was the first international balle, as it goes all the way over for a big 6. But then that was a delivery that got him. It was a great bit of bowling. And Basir Khan got the Yorker delivery in. And this one was so close, it was almost a catch. Basir almost held on to it, but just a few fingertips there, wasn't able to hold onto the catch, and that was another Maximo. This was another 4. We were eyeing up that mid-wicket area a few times. As we have a look at that, the fingertip one once more. And they just, I mean, one good over is what they were looking for to try and get them to that 100 mark, but when this happened, with Jaweed Zadran taking and knocking down the castle of Bastiansen, it was going to be difficult. And Niraj, he was trying to get onto strike as much as he could. This one, at the end, I think the captain, Gericke, didn't really read the script. And that could have been and should have been and would have been if they had gone one more run. How crucial could not taking that one be? And so we have a look at the scorecard. It wasn't a good one with both openers going for Golden Ducks, but Ryan Bastian and Afi Khan steadied the stick, and when Khan went, it was Niraj Khanna that put a good partnership together with Bastian for a while as well, and then the captain came in. And late on, 89 it will be. That was scored 90 for victory, but do remember, it's the first time that Austria will be batting out there as well, so they're going to be maybe a little bit cautious, but you just get the feeling that they have the upper hand here. I think restricting the Malta side to under 100 is exactly what they plan to do, and they'll be looking to knock this off. But again, it's all about how quickly they get used to this surface, a different surface that they've never played on before. Mid-match summary, Malta, they have a bat, they get 89 on the board. 90 required for victory in this first ever T10 International outside of Spain. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we come back in around about 10 minutes time. Hello, cricket lovers, and welcome back to Malta, where it is international T10 cricket for you folks. We've seen the first innings, and it was Malta, the home side, batted first, and well, they struggled a little bit early on, especially losing both their openers without scoring. But a good knock from Ryan Bastians and getting good support from Niraj Khanna have got them to a score, 89. So 90 required for Austria to register what would be their first victory in this contest. It's a man that's been bowling well, though, and it's Faisal Rahman. He's going to be opening the bowling. The man with the laddus, I call him. And he'll be bowling to Arman Randhawa. And it is Clay Kalish who's out there as the non-striker as we get ready to go. Vinny Sandhu in the box as well. Here's the first one, Vinny.
Yeah, he beats him for pace, and this is one thing about Fazil. He loves to bring the heat. He's got the need for speed. We have seen him playing for Gozo Zalmi in the ECS. Saw him play for Marsa previously on ECN. That'll be a confidence booster. Randhawa, actually, I don't think he's played T10 cricket before. Maybe not even the ECS. I have to check that. But it's certainly not as experienced this format. So maybe good matchup for Malta in this first over.
Pushes his out, no run, well fielded.
And look, Clark Kailash, he is famous for a number of things, I suppose, but the most famous thing I think he's done, he's the only person that's hit our main camera, the big camera up in the tower that looks down on all the action, and yeah, put it out of business in Austria last year. Still think we should have sent him the bill.
This time he wants it, good running. Assertive.
I think, you know, it's tough, even when you're a good bat, if you haven't had a lot of match practice or practice at all, good quality practice, which, you know, the Austrians are coming out of the winter. It's not really like Malta where you can play 12 months a year either. So yeah. I think we probably see a bit of rust, especially early in the series. And that all plays into Malta's hands. They can try and push this rate from 9 that it starts at to 10, 11, 12. Then they'll start to feel like they're in the game. You see already here, the batter's a bit more concerned with preserving their wicket at this stage and having a look at the bowling. So that can pay off or it can backfire. It's hard to say. Of course, you've got Shigawal, who I think will bat 3. Big Mirza at number 4. And Aki Iqbal listed at 5. Zishan Arif at 6. You know, strong middle order, so these guys can afford to take a few risks.
So this is going to go be a chase down here. Will he get there? No, you won't. This will be leg buys. There's always going to be extras of some sort. Could have been wide, or would have been definitely a wide, but keeper had it covered, but couldn't do anything about that.
The pace of Rahman, even though it clonks into the pad and slows it down a bit, still runs away. So 4 off the leg, but doesn't matter how you get them. Just kind of erring in line a bit, wasn't he? You got a floating slip in there at the moment as well. Oh, she had to get off the mark.
Played and miss at this one. A good delivery, nice bit of pace. A good line outside the off. Hello to Lily Panda and Keanu that are on the chat. Keanu is saying that Austria should knock these off. Well, they'd like to. Probably the favourites at the moment, as we see that 8 matches since the golden ball, as the over comes to an end.
5 for no loss after 1. 8 matches since the golden ball, not too long. You know why? We had a golden ball that was absolutely crazy, and actually, I'm not going to mention any names, 1 or 2 of those players are playing in this team from Malta right now. But, I'm not going to name and shame them, but let's just say they've got the red shirt on now, and who knows, will we get another international golden ball? The only international golden ball we've had, can you name it? It was when it was a wet one.
Opened.
It was Belgium versus France, and you tell you why Malta remember that really well.
Yeah,
it is the result that knocked them out of the competition last year. Here's Fanya Magal, who's got really awkward kind of an actions. I think he'll take some adjustment from the batters to kind of handle him. He's had a pretty good series for Marsa. Gets worked away first ball.
Yeah, he's a key player, isn't he? Farmagal, not just for his club Marsa, but I think at this international level as well, the left armour can make things happen. Very good all-rounder. Didn't happen with the bat. Can he do it with the ball? Oh, beaut. Absolute beaut. What a seed that is.
Yeah. getting the seam movement there as well. And he's got this natural kind of right to left curve, which is the opposite way that you'd expect a left arm bowler to bowl. But yeah, it's very so Sohail Tanvir, the Pakistani left armer. He kind of almost bowls off the wrong foot. And that's why he gets that reverse swing from the get-go.
Firmly struck, had a good shot to play in the power play. He knows that the fielders are inside that 30-yard circle, gets to the pitch of it, and just times this over the captain. And it's 4 runs.
Yeah, nice looking shot, takes on the fielder and wins in the power play. That's the beauty of having the mid-off up in the circle for the batter. Just needs to make any sort of decent contact. Doesn't have to even hit it for 6. Just has to make clean contact. And yeah, at this level, the ball spring off the bat for 4. I'll say hello to Keanu, saying Shigawal. He's someone that can take a match away in a few balls. That's true. No doubt about it.
Down the leg side.
And also, I want to say hello to Shalin, who's watching from Sri Lanka. Hello to you. Hello to everyone, no matter where you're watching from around the world. So Lily Panda has popped in as well. Must be pretty late in New Zealand right now. Probably around midnight, maybe 1 o'clock in the morning, something like that. So we'll talk about the innings break. But the innings break, we do try and keep them as short as possible, especially because we're squeezing 5 matches in the day here.
Chance. Oh, just over. Heinrich Urki, who's diving, doing the Statue of Liberty, but he can't get anywhere near this. Just gets enough on it once again. It's a good shot in the power play.
I don't mind this field, though. I mean, I'd rather a guy hit it over mid-off, you know, and you leave that kind of leg side as a bit of an incentive to go the other way. But yeah, now they're going to make the change. Gerecki gets told by Magali he'd like him to stay there. Understandable. Third man comes up. So now you might see looking to cut there because there'll be value for that shot if he gets the length to work with. Kailash back-to-back 4s.
Plays this well. Good bit of fielding. Got to hurry. And, well, they're going to ask a question here. I think maybe he just gets in. It's very good backing up because both batters have a good understanding, go straight away.
Yeah, they do. So it has to be a perfect bit of fielding. Doesn't come in on the full, which also takes a bit of pace. He's off the ball. He's safely home. So not a bad over at all. It's the end of 2, and it's 15 without loss. And this is the first match of 7 between these 2 teams. It's a race to 4 wins. We'll play all 7 anyway, of course. Spain, unfortunately, unable to join us due to some logistical difficulties and the fact that a few travel plans have been thrown into chaos on the continent. But great that we still do have our first ever ECI T10. And good to see a bit of a crowd as well. It's little pockets of spectators all over this Marsa International Cricket Ground.
Yeah, that is nice to see. It's also nice to see this man. He's getting set to bowl. He's first over. He's been around for a while. He's played a lot of good cricket, and he's well, been a key man, Wasim Abbas.
Nice to see Gozo CC represented here by Wasim Abbas. He's playing for them in the current ECS. But right now, I feel like one bad over either way could blow it for either team. Here's over number 3.
It's a beautiful shot. The fielder has half a chance to stop it. I think he knows he probably should have done better. He ends up diving over this. I think that's Fazil Rahman in the covers.
It might be Basil, actually.
Is it Basil?
Yeah, he dives over it in the end, but he'll be a bit frustrated because he'll feel that was within his wingspan. It bounces off the wall, so worst possible start really for Wasim Abbas, who wishes that ball could have been kept in the circle. Confidence booster though for Kailash.
Same areas for this time. Oh, he's going to be done here, surely. Oh, he will be done. Direct hit is what was required because, well, he saves his blushes.
Oh,
well, how about this?
Afi didn't know how much time he's got here because he could have he's rolled over, done a double somersault and still got to the stumps, but he thought he had to rush. So look, he grabs it and he throws it. He just flicks the bottom corner of the stumps. But Afi can't. He's equal parts embarrassed and relieved. And you have a look here. He was out by 10 metres.
Well, I did, the first time I see this, I think it's the direct hit because I think there's no way the wicketkeeper's getting that. He was all over the place. But it was Afi. Afi does the job. Miscommunication from the batters, but Afi can't. I don't know how he does this, Vinny.
Yeah, I mean, it goes, he's wrong-footed by the throw, you see. So he's run towards the stumps and he has to go back the other way. And then he says, oh, I better get onto the stumps. But he probably you know, it's obvious to us how far the batter's out by, but put yourself in Afi's shoes. He's running to the stumps and tracking the ball, so he doesn't really have a sense of where the batter is, so he thinks he has to rush. He gets away with it. That's where I think the fielders around can help by calling time, or you know, you got heaps of time, and that way, you know, maybe you can just catch the ball and take your time getting the bails off. They catch a break there, and now Shigawal comes out, and he could be gone first ball. He is. So Wasim Abbas coming up with the goods, and the Austrian captain goes first ball. Back-to-back wickets as Malta. Oh, they get on top in this contest now. Shigawal goes for a golden, 19 for 2.
This is a massive, massive wicket. And it's not the first golden duck that we've seen today. Of course, Malta, they had 2 themselves right at the top of the order. But that is a huge wicket, because you know the importance of Razman Shigawal. I know a lot of people in the chat were saying that Shigawal could finish this off in a hurry. Well, he was in a hurry, maybe too much of a hurry, as he hits it straight down the throat of Rahman. Shigawal goes first ball.
Well, one force goes, another is walking to the crease. Mirza Hassan. Looks like he might have trimmed down a bit, which disappoints me.
He has, isn't it? Big time.
Mirza's still pretty tall. Well, Takash in the chat asking what the robot update is. The robots have been shipped. That's all I can tell you right now. We are hoping they will arrive before the end of the ECL, hopefully before the start of the ECL. But right now, let's concentrate on what we're seeing out there. I mean, that's such a big moment in this game. Mirza, what's his approach? Coming in at number 4. Doesn't have to worry about anything yet. Hello to Danny Who to check. Nice to see you in the chat, Danny. Hopefully you're well. Saying the dogs are great. And say woof. That's Hockey and Talia. Hello, Danny. And he's saying hello to Terry. Of course, he's a good friend now. Working
Danny.
up in Estonia. Here's Wasim.
Just doesn't carry.
Oh, they don't run. Mirza's flat-footed. He's whacked this, and he said, I've hit this so hard, I actually am not confident that I will get through for the single. He says, Randhawa.
Doesn't know what he's doing here, and now...
Luckily, Randhawa is looking at the batter there, because if he ball watches, I reckon that's a run-out waiting to happen.
Yeah, they have a bit of a chat in the middle there. You can see...
I can kind of see his point. He hit that so quick to Garricky that he could have got run out, even though he went all the way to the boundary. Crazy stuff. I give the shot 10. I give the running 0.
Abbas is bringing in the long on back in, and he's pushing a sweeper out on the offside here. And that's why he wanted him to tempt him to this shot, and the fielder does get there. So I quite understand this from Abbas. He's saying, I want you to go across the line. I'm bringing him in, take me on.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what he gets Mirza Hassan to do.
It was a real teaser, wasn't it, for Fazishan Yusuf as well, who made a good run towards it. Did well not to actually kick it across the line, but it bounced back at him. Interesting game here. ECI cricket, first time at ECI T10 cricket. Right now, this game is right in the balance. Mirza, he's a ball murderer, really. But he's probably a bit short of cricket. Now they put the mid on back, so the 2 outfielders are straight down the ground.
Oh, he's gone for it, and he will go all the way. Balle. And the ex-international multi-star Bilal Khan says, you know what, I'll take this one.
Yeah, where's your red shirt, Bilal? Makes it look easy, doesn't he? That's Mirza saying, you're going to put the fielder back. I don't really care. I'm that powerful. I'm going to take it on anyway. He does. And it takes us to the end of the over. So reasonable power play into the 20s in the end. And yeah, the score at the end.
25 I'll make it, I think, with that one.
Yeah, 25 off 3. Now, just having a look in the chat, Danny's saying he played some indoor cricket this morning. Well, that's good, Danny. That sounds cool. It's not the indoor cricket that I played in Australia. It's a different type they play in Europe. It's still pretty cool. Yeah, Lily's enjoying the fact T10 format's being played internationally. She thinks that's the format to develop these developing countries. I agree. And yeah, nice back and forth at the moment.
Mughal is going to continue to bowl here, so I'm going to bowl himself out. Isn't it interesting? The key with Maltese side, Fine Mughal, Basil Jaw, the ones you want to see them bat, they get for a golden. Shigwell You want to see him back.
Yeah.
He goes for a golden. It's a funny game.
This
isn't
is
it?
why I like the fact that as a batter, it must be nice to have more opportunities. I remember getting out and having to wait 2 more weeks to get a hit, sometimes 4. So, I mean, that's the way it goes. Chigual takes it on, loses his wicket first ball. I'm sure he'll come back strongly. Here's Fanyan Magal.
The corner.
There's nobody there.
Oh, well, what's happened here? Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible. Nobody at the bowler's end, so they will all get a single in the end. But I was just saying there that the calling's been a bit suspect, hasn't it?
Yeah, well, Fanyan Magal, he might turn up in a milk carton because he went missing. Oh, he's backing up the keeper. That's why. So when they just put it back to where they thought he'd be, he's gone. It'll be a single in the end.
Thick edge. Oh, it's half a chance, a spicy one, but it gets through. It goes to the boundary, 4 runs.
Yeah, and that's Wazim Abbas in that position. Gets a little bit of something on it, but not enough. You see, he can't deal with the spin. Okay, it is awkward, but he'll feel he should have done better at this level. And that will be 4 more to the total.
Yeah, I mean, when you look at it again, maybe not a catching opportunity, but certainly one that he would have backed himself to stop. So 4 valuable runs.
Yeah, Magal versus Mirza Hassan. I think it's be a pretty good contest. Right now he's bowling at Randhawa. It's an interesting one, actually.
Ooh.
I tell you why we can't tell, because Mirza's huge head is in the way. Have a look at this replay. So if you want a better look, Mirza's probably the only one that can tell you. I'm going to say that one might be okay, just. It's Magal gets away with it. Talking about some of the giant heads in European cricket. We were talking about Lala, of course, Mehboob Ali, playing in the ECS at the moment. I nominated Gurpratap Singh from Punjab Nine's Nicosia.
Change of angle from Fayan, and he gets it right on the money. Well played out, though. They'll take the single.
Yeah, you can see Terry saying running between the wickets, not great, but the backing up is starting to match it. Yeah, but that's the thing as well. When you're short of match practice, it just takes a while to get in the groove. I think that's what we've seen with the running between the wickets. Also at national level, some of these guys wouldn't have actually batted together very much.
Big swing, wanted to go big, didn't he?
Interesting for me that he's coming around the wicket to Mirza, which is a dangerous plan, I think, because Mirza does like to elevate over the leg side. He's not a one-trick pony. I still want to come in this over. Is there? Well, that might be the end of the over now. And wait and see. What did I have that over? I had 114 dot. And, just so we'll get some clarification about that. But if it is the end of the over, it'll be 34 for 2.
34 for 2 on the board. And see the captain. He's just having a chat with Wazim Abbas. Abbas bowled a very good first over. He had the run out in it and also got the prize wicket of Chigual first ball.
Nose is in front right now, but it's a tiny nose. Malta. Randhawa, 8 off 8, wants to get going. He won't. Maybe a little underneath edge on this, maybe not, but Abbas does him with a change of pace.
Yeah, clever delivery. Held it back and uses it with the very first delivery of his second over. Nicely disguised. Clever.
It was a clever bit of work, wasn't it? Yeah, this is what I meant with keeping here when you've got that nice artificial turf. It's a friendly second bounce that Afi Khan gets there.
Now ends up wearing this one short. But once again, the calling, they're just not on the same wavelength at the moment, these two. And Radman and Mirza Hassan, they've had a few times they've come together in the middle, had a chat. But look, you've got to be calling this and say, yeah, we're going. And I think you're seeing there that Randhawa, he's expecting there to be a run there.
Well, Mirza takes a few steps, then kind of convinces himself not to go. Probably lucky maybe in the end, because that is a direct hit. But you can see that run rate required. It's not out of hand by any means. So, middle overs will determine this result, I think.
Into the deck. They do go on the hit this time. Asking the question. Going to go upstairs and have a look at this. I think it's probably closer than it looks, but the batters are pretty confident.
Yeah, it looks like he is, but they're just checking to be sure. I mean, if you go straight away, we say this all the time, it's going to take a really good bit of fielding to get you. He clonks it into the turf, which takes a bit of pace off the ball. Not a bad throw. Where's Mirza? I think he is home. Just.
I mean, he's not sliding the bat in here. I mean, he's got to, if you're sliding the bat in, it would have been more comfortable. But he elects to just plonk the bat down, and he only just, you know, only just.
The old bat plug back in international cricket. I mean, if you are on the artificial part, you can slide your bat pretty easily. If you're on the actual grass, then yeah, when you go to slide your bat off, and it does get stuck.
Firmly struck, and it's going to be one bounce. 4 runs, nobody's catching that. Shouts to catch it, but he's hit that too well, and 2 straight as well. 4 more.
Yeah, nice shot. I mean, it's no half volley, is it? But he just muscles this. Here's the front leg, and this is magical Mirza time as he gets 4 close to the total. I think he's the guy you want to get quickly because he is experienced in this format. Randhawa, of course. Haven't seen him before in T10s, but Mirza, he feels really comfortable, I think, in this type of the game.
Chance. Oh,
it's
well,
run out.
Drops the catch, but could have had Randhawa run out at the same time. And in the end, it all results in a single.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if this sticks. It would have been a big moment in the game. Full toss. And yeah, it went pretty close to running out Randhawa as well. He just casually says, yeah, okay, let's take one. I'm sure he was a bit nervous for a second there as well. Hello to Sab as well in the chat. Everyone else is saying hello to me. Hope you're enjoying the contest.
Oh, once again, confusion. And
Oh,
they're still,
no.
Oh, well, these two, I tell you what, play a bit of music and they'll dance all night long, they would.
Well, it's good synchronisation. The only problem is you're not meant to be running the same way. Just have a look at this, and then they go, and then they both run into the bowl. And, well, at least they never actually move that far, despite changing their mind 3 or 4 times. It's the end of the 5th over. The score 40 for 2, so they're going to need 50 plus in the second half of this chase. And Austria, well, making it hard for themselves, but well done to Malta for holding it so far. This is what's coming up tonight. So 7 matches in ECN Universe today, and at 6:30 p.m. GMT start. That's 7:30 in Central Europe, midnight in India, 12:30 in Bangladesh. Rugby CC taking on the Pirates. You know who my favourite player is in Gibraltar? Zach Simpson. Yeah. He's my favourite. I think I'd like to face him, but I think he'd probably get me stumped by 12 or 13 metres. Zach loves his cricket.
Bunny. Yeah, the old Duracell bunny.
Yeah.
He's, full of excitement, full of energy.
I'm not the only one, by the way. A lot of people say Zach Simpson. All right, so the other thing is you've got to keep an eye on the clock, don't forget, which I haven't seen for a little while, but we're going to have Zishan Yusuf to bowl now. So I mean, Zishan is the guy we have seen playing for the Southern Crusaders. I believe this is his international debut as well. He's one of 5 debutantes in the Maltese squad for this tournament. So what a great opportunity for him. Again, Austria a little bit behind, but, you know, magical over or something like that. They probably roar into favouritism. So a lot of pressure on Zishan. Let's see if he can make the step up here. Oh, he's so lucky to get away with that, because I really think Mirza should have put this one into the archery range. It was a shin-high full toss.
Yeah, I think a bit of a nervous start there from Yusuf, but he'll be happy to get that out of his system. And as it didn't go to the boundary, he'll be even more relieved. Let's see if he can get this one on the money and pitching. It goes short. It's a slice. It's an opportunity, and it's taken. No mistakes at all. So well done to Yusuf. He does pick up a wicket. A good catch there from Fire Mughal. He goes for the short delivery. It's not the best of shots from Arman Randhawa. He will go, and Mughal takes the catch, and well done. I'm loving that moment there as well. And he doesn't want to let go of him. That's Bastian. He says, no. A little love for Yusuf, who started again the ball, got lucky, and he got even more lucky with next time as he got the wicket off the opener. So Arman Randhawa, he will have to go, and he goes with 9 of 13. 13, yeah. Unlucky again.
Pretty good catch by Fanya Mughal as well. He got the jump on that and made it look easy. But yeah, nice moment for Zishan Yusuf, his first international wicket. And Randhawa just never really hit his straps, did he? He has to go 9 off 13 in the end. Well, this is where you're into the engine room now of Austria. These are players which are very capable at going at this required rate, which currently sits at 10.5 and over. I think this is the key partnership for me. Akib had a really good summer. He's probably known before as a bit of a bowler who bats, but I think he's a genuine batter now. He's a genuine all-rounder.
Yeah.
He's coming in at 5.
Yeah, it's not a... I mean, he's not a huge hit of the ball, but he's intelligent. He'll play it around. But I'm just having a look at what else they've still got to come. I mean, they've got some big hitters there still to come out here. Oh, wow. He goes back on this one and almost plays it back onto his own stumps.
Yeah, so I don't care who you are. If you come out there, first match situation in a while, I think this is where some of the Maltese guys have a bit of a leg up, that they have been playing some competitive cricket, albeit not quite at international level. I want to say hello to Johnny Gray in the chat, as well as Charlie Hunt, who's been lurking, and Louis Bruce from Gibraltar is watching as well. Louis, hopefully I'll see you next week when I'm in your part of the world.
Gets off the mark, Iqbal, and that's important. It's always a nice feeling, yeah. Hello to everyone. Hello, Charlie. Lee Tuck is on there as well. Plenty of chat, liking it. Jolly G, thank you for joining us, and hope you're enjoying our international edition.
I know on paper Malta are well on top in this game, but I've got this as a genuine toss-up. Honestly, just my instinct is this could go either way. Mirrors is super important.
And how much of he's got, gets it enough to get it over the tall man. And it's, of course, Dashid Patanka.
You need to have a bit of luck, don't you? And so you think about Shigarwal, he was fresh out of luck. He hit one uppishly and he was gone. Mirza gets away with this.
Yeah.
That could have quite easily gone to hand. So yeah, Iqbal's taking a couple of balls just to have a look. You know, he can launch at any time. Also batting in the middle order now in international cricket. In international T20 cricket.
Soft hands. They take him on, and will they go upstairs to have a look at this?
I don't think Afi Khan's got the ball.
Going upstairs.
No, he said, Afi's already said, look, I didn't have the ball. Now that's pretty sporting. We'll see what happens on the replay.
Well, he does have the ball, you know. That's
or maybe he's just saying, I don't think it's out. Don't waste your time.
Yeah, the bat is down again. But again, opting to plonk the bat rather than slide it in. Always dangerous, you know. I like to see, go back to the, well, I would say the proper way, the way you're taught to do it. Run in, slide the bat, reach, slide it in.
Yeah, that's the thing. I mean, Stefan moved him off the pitch, saying go over there. But I think it is difficult to run off the pitch. And also, yeah, I think I'll be trying to run just on the edge of the artificial surface. Anyway, end of the over. It's 44 for 3 off 6. Strap yourselves in, anyone, because I think this is a doozy. First match of this ECI series best of 7 between Malta, the hosts, and Austria, the tourists.
Hey, listen, do you think Austria missed a trick here? You know, we know all about the hitting abilities of the likes of Zishan and Rif, Jawid Zadran as well. They got genuine big hitters out there. I mean, this rate is now, what, about 11.5? What they're still doing in the shed.
Yeah, but I mean, Mirza, it's got to get his skates on here. I mean, Mirza's a genuine, they don't get much bigger than Mirza. I mean, Akib at 5, you can debate that, whether you wanted to play more of a, I'd say you're pinch hitting if you're batting those guys above Akib Iqbal. Yeah. But let's see, like, I don't think they're panicking at all here. I think they're just trying to be a bit selective as Basil George comes on to bowl.
And he knocks him over. It's the big wicket that they wanted. So Miza Shan will go, and Basil George, well, he was another one that didn't have any delight when he was batting, but all the delight comes with the ball. They needed this wicket. This is the man that can hurt you. Plays right around this. And that's right on middle and leg. And you can see he's absolutely pumped. Basil George gets a key wicket.
Basil's been waiting for something to go his way. And Mirzat just gets this completely wrong. He tries to play across the line. Crashes into middle and leg. And you can see Malta, they've got their tails up at the moment. And that really firms it for me. It's probably tilted their way unquestionably now as Mirza goes for 16. The score, 45 for 4.
Yeah, Lindy Pounder saying this is great. Well, it is. It's not great if you're an Austrian supporter, but look, this is what I was talking about. They have got genuine master blasters in this side. No, they haven't played too much cricket. Maybe that's the issue. But this guy, with Zadran, you also got Zishan Arif that can smash the ball about, and Itibasha Didar. So I just think that they're keeping them too close together. They could split them up, have one of them higher up the order.
I suppose you look at the Austrian order, it is so deep They play this kind of, we call it Belgian ball sometimes, but they've got the same philosophy. If you look at Donnerstadt, who won the ECS there last year, they bat all the way down. They're going to play their shots all the way through and hope someone comes off. Here's the wild thing. Wow, is this out?
Oh, well. What's happened here? I mean, I think, were they asking for a catch?
Is this a catch or a bump ball? You see, because he catches it.
Let's have a look. First of all, we don't have to. I thought maybe he hits it into the deck. Let's have a look.
We can't tell there. I think this is out, you know.
No, I think he's in the deck.
I'm going to say...
And then the throw. Well, he doesn't want to get the throw in because he's got nobody to throw it. Everybody's saying, throw it, throw it, throw it. You can see there that that was the Sit Patanga. He's saying, throw it in. He doesn't think it's a catch. Let's see. I thought he hits his in. The way he's got the bat here, I thought it goes into the deck.
I think this is out. That's out for me. It's bounced and he's hit it on the way up. I think this is gone. And I think that actually, you look at the body language of Zadran, he knew this is out. He knows this isn't a bump ball. It looks like it might be a bump ball, but he's gone. And there's the decision. So it is a wicket and the Wild Thing's going to have to walk. Great camera work as well. Great stuff by Arthurs and everyone at the Spring Production team. You could clearly see that it bounces, hits the bat, comes up, and Basil burgles another one. And now, look at Austria. Where are they at here? It's 45 for 5.
45 for 5. And hat-trick ball for Basil George. Well, there was no boom-boom with the bat. Well, he's doing the boom-boom with the ball. And, well, Zadran didn't want to hang about. He came out to it. Basil didn't get flustered. What a good catch.
I think he knows that he chips that straight to the fielder, but everyone else was fooled thinking it was a bump ball. And everyone had a weird kind of question, hey, is that out? We saw it was. And so how about that? Zishan Arif, well, he is quite an interesting character himself.
Yep.
And he has played some very good innings on ECN. Have to play a good one now. Zadran's gone, and now we're into the bottom half. They're only halfway to the target. Running out of time, running out of batters as well.
Just trace it down the leg side. And
that was a hat-trick opportunity. And yeah, there's a bit of a noise there, but I think that Zishan hits his own pad, and that's where the noise came from. This is a great effort from Malta.
Need to find a boundary or two in this over. Get themselves back on track. This one is taking this going right across the line here.
Lucky he hits that. He gets an inside edge, and so he'll get off the mark. But he's certainly giving the bowler a really good look. And I think he's actually challenging the bowler, saying, look, try and hit me in the pads. And I think I'm good enough to whip you across the line and manufacture a boundary. But it's very dangerous to do, especially when you're new to the crease.
No, it's a call. Once again, they seem to be on the charge early, don't they, the Austrian batters, and they're getting themselves in a position where they're then unable to play the shot.
We always wondered how they'd adapt to this pitch as well. Don't forget, they haven't played on this pitch before. Artificial pitches around Europe, they behave differently. Basil really bowled well this over.
Going down the leg side. Again, no run, so it's another dot.
One out.
What a good over.
We're in a code red situation now because they're running out of chances, and Basil really does a good job there in over number 7. And don't forget, he's still got another over to go. So it's going to be a tough one from here, to say the least. And let's see who bowls over number 8. Don't forget that we have 7 matches in this series. 3 of them are today. The ECI Malta will continue with match number 2, news from the toss. Austria winning the toss and electing to bat first. So let's see if they can get a bit more of a better start. Just looking at that lineup, it's fairly similar for Austria, for Malta. Well, I think there as well, they're unchanged if I was to have a look at those 2 teams. But let's see how that goes, as that game will start in a tick under half an hour.
Zishan Yusuf bowled a very, very good first over. His first international wicket as well. In he comes for his second. And this has been lashed, and it will go all the way. Bolle. That's what we're talking about. That's what you need. And this one gets smashed away. Big hit. Good shot. Zishan Arif. This is what you know he can do. He's a big hitter. We've seen him smash boundary after boundary in Austria. Can he do the same here again? First one is out of here. One good over.
Yeah.
And they're back in this. And they're back on top.
Is not over by any means. If you know the way that Austria approached their T10 cricket, it's all out attack. That was a good shot.
And this time he gets a little lucky. Gets an inside edge. So he passes the strike back to Akib Iqbal, who hasn't really, I mean, only faced 6 balls to 3, but hasn't really played a shot in anger yet. But he must realise it's time to do so now.
Yeah, definitely. Zishan Yusuf.
Got to run hard, and they do. And they'll get there. As once again, more acrobatics from Afi, but he doesn't get the stumps this time.
I actually think that if he hits the stumps here, because look, his bat never makes the line. Oh, okay, maybe it plugs in. So he did make the line.
He leaves it there just in case you want to check.
Yeah, I want to have a little measure.
Okay, here we go.
Yeah, so he's really challenging the bowler to bolt stumps.
Wide ball. Oh, no. This one is a calamity. This is a international minimum, as that is going to be 5.
I think this hits the edge of the pitch. You know, I was talking about this. I said the pitch is really good for keepers because it gives you a nice even bounce, except if he hits the edge of the pitch, and that's exactly what happens there. So 5 bonus runs,
yeah,
5 from the sky.
He's left the bridge. Look, he's got to get he's got to get something there, though, isn't he? It looks like he's laid an egg and he's gone all the way to the boundary. Oh, that's a massive bonus. And this one, it's the over they want, though, isn't it? It's the over they want.
Yeah, I mean, it's not over yet either. Yeah, it's been interesting there. He decides, you know what, if you're going to sneak across, I'm going to sneak across. And in the end, it backfires. I'd be pretty tempted to go at the stumps and try and fire in a Yorker and get him out. If you get him out, I think it's probably your best case scenario.
Another wild swing.
It's one thing for batters to do this when they're already on 40, 50, 60, but when you come out and you haven't faced yet, I mean, you're always a chance of missing a straight one, aren't you? Anyway, really good game on the cards. Dare I say, a minor tingle going on. An international level tingle.
International tingle? Well, hey, you never know. Full toss in the air. Doesn't carry. Gets lucky. No power in the shot.
Yeah, and so Garrick, got his brain full of all these scenarios, I'm sure. As the captain, he's going to make the decision who's going to do what as we get to the end of the 8th over, and it is 63 for 5. That means they need 27 off the last 2 overs. What a great game to start our ECI season.
27 required. All happens in the 9th. Who's it going to happen for? Malta or Austria?
You got a guy who's red hot, Basil George. His first over, what did he take? First over, he took 2 for 3. Here we go in the 9th.
This has been smashed in the air. Chance fielder comes in. It just drops.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that's Devasia, who's on debut, finds himself at 45.
Oh, no. Big moment.
Yeah, it's tough. And actually, we've got the camera on Fazil, but it wasn't him.
It wasn't him.
Dropped it. You see, this is a big moment potentially in the game. Sky, and he thinks he's a gun. He's looking for the ball. And Devasia.
Nobody knows who the ball is. Well, there we go. This was the chance. And down it. Well, he didn't even get hands onto it. Back to the live action. Gonna take the one.
One's a fine right now for Malta. Yeah, I think I called 5-2 to Austria in this series. But what I would say as well is that Malta's best shot, I think, is in this first game. And this might give them a lot of confidence as well if they're going to do this.
Firmly struck, but the field is set right. I mean, you can see the way that Arif stands. The ball is only going to be hit in one direction. It's very. Yeah. He cannot, the way he is now, he cannot play shots on the offside. So I'm quite surprised that they haven't gone for that. But I suppose Basil's bowling pretty full.
Yeah, he is. Challenging him.
It's again firmly struck, but not enough to get a boundary. Tiki-taka at the moment. They need boundaries.
My 5-2 was just based on, okay, probably if you look at form, if you look at previous T10 experience of these guys and how they've gone the ECC, but definitely not putting it past Malta. They really need a boundary here, Austria.
And they're not going to get one. It should be a wicket. It's going to be taken easily. Yes, it will. So another one goes. The tank makes no mistake. And Basil George, well, I always say this, even when they're playing at club, if he doesn't perform with the bat or vice versa, he'll find a way to get his name in the book, and he does. He picks up his third 3 for 6. Outstanding from George. And, well, another hard hitter has to go.
It's such a super effort, really, from Malta and from Basil George in particular. He was so disappointed, I'm sure, that he went off the first ball of the match, but he's come up with 3 huge wickets when it's counted, and Austria, it's looking a long way off now. Can someone be a hero? I mean, this is international cricket. You've still got guys down here that are very, very capable with the bat, so I wouldn't put it past Austria yet, but they are teetering with 7 balls to go at 67 for 6.
Yeah, I mean, what a huge delivery this becomes in this contest. I mean, you can see how much required. 23 required here. And got to try and get something of this one, otherwise you just can't see it happening. Basil George, hasn't he bowled well? The line he's bowled has been beautiful.
He's attacked, I like that. And life doesn't always give you second chances, but Zishan does give a second one in the over. Here we go, last ball of the night.
Hit down the ground, but it will just be the single. No mistakes there from Fine Mughal.
Pasir Khan, the new batter, he'll retain the strike, so they need a magical finish. Hey, Basil George, I mean, there's every chance that he could go from golden ball duck to player of the match here. I think he's played so well. He's really put the screws on, and now they're going to need 22 off the last. Hard to see that happening, but this is ECI cricket, and I think anything can happen in ECI cricket. 68 for 6 after 9.
Yeah, Malta on home soil, looking to show the other teams, international teams watching that at home, they're a different kettle of fish, and certainly the fight has been great here. You didn't think that 89 was going to be enough. We always thought that Austria, they were going to have to learn from the first match because they haven't played on this surface before, that it wasn't going to be easy, but Malta, credit to them, they've made it really difficult. They bowled a good line. Any chances that have come their way, they've taken them.
So here we go with Fazil Rahman to bowl the last over. He bowled the first, bowled a really good one. He only went for 5. 4 of those were leg byes. I didn't even go against his analysis. So let's see if we can hold his nerve. He's on international debut as well. And so, yeah, Basir's out there. Akib Iqbal, again, like a lot of his Austrian teammates, have found it hard to find any rhythm through their innings. 22 off 6. I think you need 3 boundaries, maybe 4 out of 6. So you need to get on a run. Yeah, you don't want to be late on Rahman. He's going to bowl heat. He's going to try and beat you for pace. You just have to kind of maybe get deep in your crease, find something you can pick up. Maybe you could look to ramp if he gives you some length. Anyway, you got to try something. Here we go. 22 off the 10th over required.
It's going to go to the boundary. It will be 4. It's down the leg side. It's an ill-directed delivery from Fazil Rahman. So that's 4. Take 4 off.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't know about the field. I mean, I suppose you can't have them everywhere, but I would have thought that's one area that might be a potential boundary for a fairly new batter. Doesn't get a lot of bat on it, but gets enough, and the pace of Rahman takes it to the boundary. Well, there's one of the boundaries we talked about. 18 off 5 now. 3 sixes out of 5 balls. I mean, I haven't had too many of them in this game so far. Rahman with the comeback ball.
That'll do nicely. Just bangs it straight back into the deck. And listen to the chair. Not just, look at the supporters here. The support for Malta, as you'd expect, is pretty strong. A lot of people watching there in the stands applauding that dot. Dot ball is gold dust. Yeah. They're loving it.
Of course they are. Another familiar face from the ECS cheering on their country. 4 balls left.
Oh, this is big. This will go all the way. Balle. The perfect reply. Well, he says, all right, the last one was a dot. Faisal Rahman goes for the big Yorker length delivery, gets it wrong, and he gets driven over the top for 6. He's got to go back short of a length. Game back on.
That's what I'm talking about. I mean, you've got Pasir coming out at number 8. This is the difference between international cricket and domestic cricket. I mean, these guys down the bottom, they're really capable. 12 off 3. 2 more like that and it's game over.
Wow.
Rahman, he's got to be feeling the heat right now. 3 to come.
And he does go short again. It's the one that worked for him last time. They get just a single.
Well, now, as long as you keep bowling straight, if you can keep the ball in the field of play, then you've pretty much home and hosed if you're Malta. They need 11 off 2, so like a 6 and a 4 would be a golden ball. 2 sixes would win it. But it's Iqbal who just hasn't looked likely so far. Boundary or bust for Austria.
Goes short again, and does he sneak this in? He does, and that one will win it for him. And I think they just check it. Hang on, he's on the walkie-talkie. He may not have seen this because the bowler might be in the way. What do you do?
That's a wide. It is straight over the line.
I think this catches.
Oh,
no.
That.
When they looked at it again and they don't give it, I can't believe this.
Well, that's killed the action. Well, depending what happens here. And it's to be top edge. I don't think it'll be a boundary anyway, so it's probably all academic, even though Devasi is having a bit of a shocker here at fine leg. But well done. But Malta, they're going to do it. So congratulations. They go 1-0 up in the series. And
yeah, brilliantly done. As this one, it's Devasi who just hasn't been able to get her hands on the ball today. I don't know if he's touched the ball out in the field. It doesn't matter because Malta, they are victorious. It didn't look like 89 was going to be enough, but looked like the bowling was good, the fielding pretty tight as well. And Basil George, well, the big man who didn't perform with the bat, came together when he needed to with the ball. What a lovely scene that was. The Maltese guys getting together, giving each other hugs. And also, look, Zishan there, Zishan Yusuf, getting a big pat on the back as well. He was very key with that performance as well on his debut. And remember, these two teams, they do it again. Malta and Austria. The first one goes down to Malta. The second one, well, will it be one apiece? Well, there's only one way to find out. That's to stay tuned. Let's have a look at these highlights, though. And it is Malta that get victory in the first T10 International on the European Cricket Network.
89 to 80, so not too much between them yet. This next match is coming up in 15 minutes' time. Yeah, well done to the players. You know, they don't have too long to pick it up. But, you know, I think some of those Austrian batters, they'll get the chance to go out there and bat first. And I think, you know, you can understand them being a bit rusty, but they'll be very keen to get out there and show what they can do.
Lovely scenes out of the two teams acknowledging each other, smiles on their faces. They know this means a lot to them. It's a great opportunity for both teams and players to shine as we have a look at these highlights. Started pretty well, didn't it, with a couple of boundaries. They were just starting to get the partnership going. Something had to give. Well, I mean, that was a beautiful shot. A bit of a misfield there, but where was the wicket going to come from? Well, it was, of course, Yusuf who came on. And there's the run out. That was outstanding from Afi. Really well done. And then Shigwell came out. Him getting out first ball to the catch from Faisal Rahman. That really was going to change the direction of this match. But when you know you got the likes of the hard-hitting Mirza Hashan out there, anything can happen. He got a few out of the middle of his bat. But got a bit of luck as well. But they just needed to find a way to break the partnership. This one was a close one. But it was Abbas once again. And there, another opportunity for a run. It all was happening. Could have changed anyway. But in the end, it was Basil George who came in, made the difference. But not before this one. This was Fine McGrath taking the catch and earning a wicket. The first one for Zishan Yusuf.
Yeah, and look, what I really like is there's some of these guys that weren't that experienced in international cricket. They weren't too phased. I think you look at the way Yusuf bowled. I think Rahman as well, you know, had the pressure of the 10th over. Yeah, but it was boom, boom, Basil, and he picked up Zadran accidentally. You see, actually the fielder claims the catch there. This is a really good bit of camera work. You see, he actually just chips it straight to mid-wicket. And, well, even though that almost caused a bit of damage to the undercarriage of Afi Khan, and that was a bonus 5, but Devasia just found himself into the sun dealing with a few issues, but it didn't matter as really just really methodically Malta defended this, and they were just forcing the chances. They were taking most of them, and even though it looked like Basia might swing the back into contention, with that Maximo, it was Rahman that iced the game. And, well, Devasia would have loved this to stick, but didn't really matter in the end. 9 runs the margin of victory. I think we're getting a glimpse of how entertaining this ECI cricket is going to be. The first ever T10 international outside of an ECC, outside of Spain. And it's been really great to bring it to you. And still 2 more matches today. Looking at this, Mirza, 16 for him, but no one else really able to do too much. Kailash 13 early, Pera 12's down the bottom. Some of the running between the wickets probably wasn't that great. They weren't on the same page. Disappointment for Shigawal with Golden Duck for him, and Jawid similarly with the Golden Duck. But I mean, plenty of players, let's not forget their circumstances. I mean, the preparation wasn't ideal. No, I think we could see a very different Austria in the next match, which is getting underway in around about 10 minutes time. Credit to Malta though, I think they had a marginal score on the board. They defended it really well, 3 for 8. George, he's my player of the match.
Yeah,
also wickets for Wasim Abbas and Zishan Yusuf. But I think Malta, well, that'll give them a lot of confidence that they can compete, and they'll be hoping to go 2-0 up in the next game.
Absolutely. When you look at those bowling figures, look, the most expensive was those 20 runs. But yeah, Basil George, rightly so, named player of the match. I think he was outstanding. Didn't, and that for me tells you something, folks, and especially to the young viewers watching, no matter how bad you think the day is, if you got a chance, it can always get better. And Basil George was out first ball, but look at him, with his head down now, came out and put a match-winning bowling figures together. 3 for 8, well bowled.
Here, well said. And let's give a shout out to Bastian Niraj Kanavu, who also rescued that Malta innings. We'll take a very quick break, back in a few minutes with match 2, as these two teams will lock horns again. Will it be revenge for Austria, or can Malta double down? Join us shortly to find out. This is Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandu with Rico 4. You're watching the FanCode ECI, Malta-Austria.
Hello and welcome back to the Malta International Cricket Ground. Well, it is the International Cricket Ground. It is international cricket this afternoon on ECN as this ECI is underway now. We are into match 2. It's the second of 3 matches in this series today, but of course 4 more tomorrow, so it is a best of 7. I'm sure there's one team that is keen to square the ledger after that exciting first match. Let's go over to Stefan Guth. He's got the 2 captains for the coin toss. Let's see who wins it.
Malta call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. Tails.
One to bat first.
Good luck, guys. Have a good game.
Oh, sorry.
Well, the Austrians, they weren't very lucky with flight scheduling, but they have been pretty lucky with the tosses so far. Razmal Shigawal, the Austrian captain, has won the 2nd consecutive toss. This time he wants to bat. Interesting that for me. I think now they've seen a bit of the pitch, they've seen a bit of the opposition. They feel like probably their A game is to go out there and put a big score on the board. And I'm sure Shigawal himself, he'll be keen to score some runs in this one. For Heinrich Gericke, probably not the worst thing. They'll know exactly what they need to do. Malta had a terrible start with the bat last time, but I mean, boom, boom, Basil, he's got to be hungry for some runs, and we'll probably see him in the second half of this game. So a few little changes. Rico will have more about that because these teams, of course, have more than just the 11 available for these matches. So let's see who gets an opportunity and in which positions as we get ready for the start of match 2. The Austrians, this time they won the toss. They want to have a bat. Let's go over to Rico as we get ready for the first ball.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximum, looking very dashing, wearing the colours of Austria and Malta there. It's a nice wardrobe selection from him as you get ready for match number 2, international style here on the European Cricket Network. Yes, folks, you're watching T10 International Cricket here coming from the Malta International Sports Cricket Ground. And this time around, Austria, you can see their captain winning the toss, saying we'll have a bat first. And Razmal Shigawal will hope that not just for him, but for his team, that works out better this time as they look to level this series 1 apiece. Malta, of course, winning the first one, and maybe the likes of the big batters we know of, Basil George, can get off to a better start this time around. Remember, it was a disastrous start for him and Fire Mughal, both of those guys getting a golden duck, but so did Razmal Shigawal as well. Will this one go the same way? Well, we'll have to wait and see. But Austria are going to be batting first. And let's see how they fare this time round. It's going to be Faisal Rahman will open the bowl again. He bowled very well. I have to say, in fact, all the bowlers were very tidy. Just that one expensive over, really, I think, which was the one from Zishan Yusuf, which had, of course, those 5 wides in it, that's why that one boundary. But other than that, they were tidy, and they were pretty good in the field as well. So here we are, ready to start match 2. The umpires are ready. It's Nilkesh Patel and Yash Singh. And, no change in the openers, so it will be Randhawa and Kailash. So we wait for the clock to tick. Nilkesh Patel, of course, umpires based in Spain, Barcelona, says, let's go, boys. First one is short, is in the air, and it will go all the way. Balle, balle, balle. And that's the start and response that Austria want in this one. To put the pressure on straight away, just a little bit too short. And Randhawa rocks back and hits this over the top. And with the field the way it's set, with mid-on and mid-off inside the 30-yard circle. That'll work well for him this time. It goes along the deck, half stopped. The man in the infielder, nicely done by Ryan Bastiance. Gets a hand to it and takes the pace off it, and the captain, Gericke, tidies it up. 2 batters have a chat in the middle. There's Click. Kailash now gets ready to face his first. Rahman, just get the feeling that when he pitches up, the batters seem to like it. It's the shorter one outside the off that they have trouble putting away. So he's probably learning very quickly not to pitch the ball up too much. But, saying that, he pitches this one up, and that works okay for him. Slightly quicker, getting a bit of movement coming in as well. And the up, oh, desperate effort from the fielder. Jumping upwards, but not able to get to it. There's the Shusha. Nice to see him. Also in the squad, that's Vidusha Rumishka. He's the 12th man. Just gets enough on this, doesn't he? And, well, he says, here you go. Well, maybe the 12th man, but I can do a bit of fielding. He was pretty quick getting to that. Hello to everybody on the chat. Chris Smith is there. Michael Dub. Hello, Michael. Shrug as well. A lot of chat, a lot of chit-chat on the live chat. It's great to have you all with us. And, of course, namaste, salam alaikum, sastikal. I will want to everybody watching via FanCode. Loving your company and interaction as well. Slices away, fielder has to get down. Oh no, it's another error. And it's Milton Devasia. Milton Devasia is having a bit of a mare at the moment. He saw a couple of skies that he wasn't able to catch hold of in the last one, and he's not able to catch hold of this one. It goes right through his legs. I don't think the only time he's touched the ball is when he's had to fetch it from the boundary. So it doesn't seem to be his spot there. He's wearing the shades. Maybe he has to ditch the shades. Short. Well bowled. That's the length that seems to work for Rahman when he's bowling that, rather than pitching up. Seems to get a bit more zip. There, that one played away. Take a single though still. And this is what the Bat versus Ball Wall is saying. 102 to 101, so close one in this match number 2 against these two sides as that first over comes to an end. 16 from it, so expensive, courtesy of some nice shots being played, and also, unfortunately, a misfield from Devasia. So Fine Mughal comes into the attack. And, oh, well. Have a look at this from Afi Khan. Afi Khan, he's got all the tricks. He takes the catch and then wants to have a shot at the stumps, and this one, well, it's his slower delivery. Comes out all wrong. Afi is an entertainer, and another man who's an entertainer is joining me back in the commentary box for match 2, international style, Mr. Maximo.
Well, can you do fake fielding against yourself? Which is what Afi does there. Wow, this is pure, absolute beauty. Yeah, and you won't get better than this any day of the week. Maximo time, and I think it's a matter of time until Austria wake up with their bats. They kind of had the look of a team that slept in an airport last night. Right now, it's a pretty strong start to match 2.
Yeah, well, you said about time they wake up. They haven't gone to sleep yet. I think they're just gonna. I think the caffeine is about to kick in. That's a lovely shot, wasn't it? Lovely, sweet hit through the ball.
Comeback ball from Mughal. Well, tell you who should be nervous is Valentine's up in the camera tower, because Claire Kailash is the only person that's ever hit the main camera and he broke it. That was in the ECS Austria in 2021, and that was a huge hit. It was absolutely massive. So this guy hits a long ball. You kind of see that. Looks like Afi Khan wants to come up now.
Yeah.
And he just doesn't want Kailash getting on the front foot. And yeah, you can see Afi is going to try and force him back in his crease.
It's going to be. Oh, what do you think on that? I mean, I know you've done a
like
lot
it.
of keeping.
But
I just don't think Afi's taken it clean enough to do it.
Sometimes it's a mindset. You're forcing the batter into, having to change his game. But yeah, you're going to have to deal with it. One thing I would say about Mughal, he doesn't lose a lot of balls down leg side, so you should get a good look at it. Let's see how it works out for him. Wow, that's brilliant.
He wants him. He wants him. He reckons he's got his man. Well, this will be unbelievable from Afi. This is a great take. Well, there's me thinking, what do you think of it? Vinny said he likes it.
Yeah.
But I tell you what, if this is out, he's going to love it. This is quick work.
Lightning work from Afi. Let's just have a look at it here. We'll get a good look on the replay. Well, this is going to be really tough to see. I mean, the heel's in the air, but is there anything behind the line?
I think there's enough foot on there. If it was just the toe, you see, he gets the bit of the foot down. I think just about here, he's okay. He's okay.
Yeah.
He's okay.
I think...
Only just, but he's okay.
I think you've got to go not out. But, yeah, Afi is probably the best, in the best position to see. Well, he's given him out. Wow, how about that? And Well, all I can think about is the umpire at square leg might have had a soft signal of out and there was nothing conclusive to overturn that. So, you know, that's the thing. The umpire's got a different look that we don't have. And so, because the foot's kind of stationary, it's just a matter of what's behind the line and what's not. I think the umpire at square leg has a look. He thinks it's out. And even with the technology, you couldn't tell one way or the other. So Afikan gets the big stumping there, and talk about immediate gratification. Magal gets a wicket stumped, and it's 23 for 1.
That's quite amazing. What a bit of play that was. I mean, straight away he says, I want the lid, I want to stand up. There's me thinking, I don't know. He's not been too clean beyond the stumps, and I thought he was going to get peppered. But look, the helmet is off now. It was specifically just for the batting of Kalesh. They got their man, and now he'll go back again. Well, what a big moment that is, and what a call that could be. Yeah,
and so now Shigawal is coming off a golden duck. Wow, it's gone. It's another golden for Shigawal. He's on a pair. It's a Yorker, and it hits him on the ankles right in front. And can you believe it, Malta, what a start to their ECI journey as Magal doubles down. And really, that's hit him on the foot. That's gone.
Yeah.
No doubt about it. And that's 2 in 2.
Yeah, absolutely plumb. It's a Yorker length delivery. It's going to go on and hit leg stick for me, and he's hitting him on the back foot. There's no way around it. You can see the despair on the face of the captain when the appeal goes up and the finger goes up from the umpire, but there's nothing there really. I think that could have saved him. It's, well, what can you say, Shigwa? We know he's a masterclass player, but at the moment, he's had 2 first ballers. Oh, Shigwa, he's going to be hurting. And Mughal, well, he's on a hat-trick.
Yeah.
He's on a hat-trick as batter comes in and takes guard. Shigwell, well, makes a pair.
Well, could we have our first hat-trick of the season in an international match? Mirza on strike, and he gets a knee-high full toss. He turns around the corner.
What a stop.
And the tank's been moved in that position now. The tank makes the stop.
Yeah, well, I was going to say that everything's turning out good here. Even Milton Devasier is stopping it. Well, he's been moved from there. And that is a great, well, he might be big. He's a unit, the tank, but he's nimble as well. That's a great stop.
Milton might have been told to go check the mail or something and say, just take your time getting back to your position. Anyway, tank makes the stop. Magal, last ball of a memorable over. Gets worked away for 1. And this will take us to the end of 2, and it's 25 for 2. Yeah, so just talking about that decision to go up to the stumps, there's a few things in your favour as a keeper there. One thing is he's moving the ball away from the bat, which often is just a little bit easier to see because the ball often misses the outside edge. You don't get too many going in between bat and pad and tying you up. The other thing, like I said, artificial pitches, the bounce is a bit more consistent, so I think the conditions are there to do it if you can. And yeah, strategically, it was a masterstroke from Afikan. So Malta won the first one by 9 runs, so they're 1-0 up in the series. It's a race to 4 wins here in this ECI. Yeah, but brilliant things. So going up to the stumps does a couple of things. Okay, if a guy's batting out of his crease, it probably brings him back. It probably makes him think twice about making a confident step forward to the ball, like Kailash likes to do. But the other thing is it also brings in things like LBWs because the batter is kind of caught on the crease. If they do get hit in the pads, there's less distance between the pad and the wickets and probably less doubt for the umpire. Wazim Abbas gets the 3rd over. And Austria finding it a bit tough going with the bat so far. Having said that, the run rate's good, and we know they have a long batting lineup. Randawa, he's slightly better already as well. And Big Mirza, well, we know that if he gets in for any length of time, he can do damage real quick.
Yeah, it's about rebuilding here. I think there's no panic stations as yet. Of course, losing Chigwell again first ball will hurt them, but you still got plenty of batting. They've got to believe.
Wow, it fouls this onto his foot. Well, Shrug's got a long memory. He said Austria don't have the best luck with some of the umpiring decisions on ECN. Well, I know that Shigwal got a bit of a rough one against Spain in the ECC last year. Look, I don't think there's anything rough about the LB that time. The stumping, well, I think that's actually called on the field. Yeah. You know, I actually think that's called on the field, and when it goes to the TV official, because it's inconclusive, it doesn't overturn.
Oh, Gundy.
That is proper Gundy. I don't know if it'll go for 4 or not. Probably will plug. Well, it will. Now, is that 4 or 6? Couldn't quite tell.
6.
But it will be Maximo, and that is a huge no ball as well.
Yeah, I mean, only the likes of Mirza would be able to hit this for 6. I mean, he's not shying away from it. He's a tall man, so you can see how high it was.
So that's 7 from heaven, and Abbas just releases the pressure with that. It's been a few real big beamers in this afternoon's play. Now he has to deal with a free hit. And Mirza, he loves hitting. Big bit of fresh air that time from Hassan.
You can see there from Afi behind the stumps. He said, come on, look what happens when you put the ball in the right areas. This is where you got to be. And he's absolutely right. And something like Wasim Abbas should know as well. He's an experienced campaigner.
Poor Raz. Sleeps in an airport. Cops 2 Goldens. Well, he's bowled him. And Abbas comes up with the goods. He gets Hassan to chop on. He's all smiles, and Malta, well, they are having a dream start to this series. He gets Mirza reaching. The foot doesn't go near the ball. It's an inside edge. And Austria in disarray. That's 3 quick wickets. Malta strike once again. And Abbas, well, he does the job. It's 33 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to have to look at the shot selection. He's going for the same shots all the time. And the problem with that is once the bowler cottons onto that and gets the ball outside the off stump, there's every chance of that happening, and that's exactly what does happen. So you could see that the keeper was screaming at Abbas and saying, hey, outside the off, I want it full, straight outside the off. And that's exactly what Abbas does, and he gets the breakthrough, gets the wicket. So really now here, we're sort of in a similar sort of situation as the first match. Of course, then it was Austria that were chasing, trying to get to 90. But are they able to rebuild and try and get to a sort of 100 sort of score themselves? Good delivery, up in the air, but it's safe as Zishan comes in.
There's Azai's been given the opportunity to come about at 5 now. It's a bit of a change here. This is where they batted Iqbal last time, couldn't really get going. There's Azai. He didn't get a hit in the last game. Let's see if he can do something here. Randawa has watched the carnage from the other end. Last ball, the power play coming up. Oh, and this could have easily been LBW, but not if you hit it. And in the end, it's going to get away from the fielder and go for 4.
Yeah, it's a dangerous shot. We saw him do this in the first match. He goes right across and then just whips it away. Yeah, he was in a lot of danger. Well, so was the fielder there who takes a tumble as it gets past him. That is Rashid Batanka. He won't like that. He knows he should have done better. So a couple of boundaries. Keep it interesting. Look, the score, at the rate they're going at, they won't be disappointed with that 38, but it's those 3 wickets that they've lost.
Yeah, that's the worry, isn't it?
Mughal will continue. So this is all about keep the pressure on, try and pick up another wicket or 2. So they're not wanting to release any of this pressure at the moment. Mughal just wants to make a change in the field.
This is the thing, when you haven't faced a lot of a bowl that has a slightly unusual action, it can throw you for a bit of a loop, and Mughal's certainly one of those bowlers.
Changing the angle here, Mughal.
Let's angle it in and move it away. This is in the air, it's just away, maybe a fingertip job in the circle. He'll come back for 2, Garrick, he fires it in. But yeah, everything looking like a chance at the moment. That one was just out of the grasp of Bastians.
Yeah, I wonder what the thinking here is coming around the wicket. So, I mean, he hasn't bowled much. No, he hasn't bowled at all to Zazai, but he wants to come round to him.
Hoping for that dream delivery. Up in the air, hanging, falling safely again. She'll get a couple more. And you're going to see things like the throwing arms and things like this. You know, it's a level up. It means that it should be harder to get 2s, but then the batters also, they're running harder, so they're more able to get them. So yeah, everything kind of evens out a little bit, but a really good standard so far. I think Austria will be disappointed that the bats haven't clicked in the top order, but I suppose it's understandable. It won't make it much easier. They don't want to go 2-0 down in this best of 7. Goes to the 3rd man in the circle. And Randawa, he's only faced 5 balls, and he's been there the whole time. He's had hardly any of the strike. He has looked good when he's been on, but it must be hard to get any momentum into your innings when you're spending most of the time at the non-striker's end, like he is right now.
Bastian has gone right on the edge of the 30-yard circle now, hoping for another one of those miscues. Oh,
Well, gets this completely wrong.
this is a miscue from the bowler, not from the batter. It's the slower delivery, which I know Fine Mughal uses very well sometimes. This comes out all wrong.
Yeah, it is. And see, it drops, but it's a no ball for off the pitch. And so, just trying the variation. I don't know if I would have made this change to go around the wicket.
I think it might be checking on the no ball here. I mean, I think height-wise on the side, it probably did dip a fair bit.
Yeah, see, the thing is for me, this is actually a no ball because it bounced off the pitch before the stumps.
So
it bounces between.
Have they called it a no ball or wide now?
I think they called it a wide. I don't know if that's correct. Won't matter now. It would have been a free hit. Well, it's actually going to go for 4. Well, you got absolutely none of that, Zazai. But somehow it's been muscled down the ground for 4. Yeah, I was going to say the ball before is that if it bounces off the pitch and it's before the line of the stumps, it should be called a no ball. That bounced after the crease but before the stumps. So I actually think the original call was the correct one. But anyway, doesn't matter. And I suppose the only thing would have been a free hit, but they got the boundary anyway. So all's well that ends well.
Yeah, it was Zazai. He's come up the order, doing a good job so far.
This is going to be a single. A question in the chat from, where was it? It was Rahim asking what's the timer over the projected score that you see at the moment. And that is basically a timer to make sure the players get through their overs quick enough. And you have to make sure that you finish the 9th over before that timer runs out. So it's pretty simple. It'll keep ticking. It'll have some little adjustments. This is ramped away and it's out and over the tank, who I think pulls this back just in time. And they're going to hustle back for 2, but it could be trouble. Could be big trouble.
Out. This is out, I think. This is out. I mean, they'll have a look at this fielding first and attack. I think he does perfectly well, pulls his back. And I think, well, he's having I like it is Hafi's having a chat with the batter saying, hey, you want to get funky? Well, I tell you what, it's not working in your favour. This plugs, keep an eye on this now. Is there any indication that the tank, he's got hold of it?
I think he's
here.
all right.
Look at the
he misses it the first time. It's this touch, which, is it all right?
and
Did you get rid of
release.
it? Yep, I think that's fine.
That's a release. Now we go to the runner. And I think, looking at this live, I think he's gone. I reckon he's gone. That is fine, I reckon. He's flicked that back. Now let's have a look at this. Here we go. Oh, we'll have to go back a little bit
have to
here.
see the missing frames here.
He's not happy about something, though, and then he's starting to talk to the batter about something here. So I don't know if we're missing anything here. Let's have a look. Still discussion.
Well, I think there might be a bit of a technical issue here. So
I think based on, I mean, if we haven't got anything more than
it'll
that,
be the umpire's call. And it did say you called it from here. You felt it was out.
I thought it was out from here, but I think the reaction from Afi there, the way he let the ball go, is almost like maybe he didn't have full control of it or something, but the batters seem pretty confident.
Yeah, it's an interesting one. I mean, they might even go back and have a look at the live footage again to see what it looks like. But I mean, we might have one.
Yeah, I mean,
One more
first
look
of
at the
all,
fielding,
great
yeah.
bit of fielding, wasn't it? I mean, from the
I
tank.
don't know if he doesn't get it that cleanly onto the stumps. When I have another look at the live footage, he kind of, yeah, this is.
It was a good shot, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Right shot to play because of field. Again, unlucky because of the soft ground. It doesn't really
Yeah.
get value for money.
I think he's going to get away with it. My feeling, well, it'll be the umpire's call on the field, but my instinct is that Afi doesn't really knock the stumps over that quickly. It's very, very close, but
Yeah. I mean, you can see from his body language, he's more concerned about the field, get it like he's doing here now, because I think he doesn't expect this to be given out. I think he knows. A wicketkeeper will always know, and I think he's feeling in the back of his mind that he thinks the batters are okay. I think based on what we've got so far, I can't see them giving this out really unless the on-field umpire was absolutely sure that it was out and just wanted clarification. If that's the case, they'll go with the on-field decision. The umpires for this one, Nilkesh Patel and Yas Singh. And, looks like you can see Nilkesh Patel there still in
the rare
conversation.
occasion this happens, you know.
Oh, they're giving it out.
Yeah,
He's been given out.
Well, it must have been given out in the field. I mean, you gave it out from here,
Yeah.
so you can understand the square leg umpire. He gave it out live, and so the absence of any technological evidence to refute that means it's going to be one and a run out. So Patanka will eventually gets the decision, And so Randawa, promising innings, nipped in the bud. I mean, he was just doing the right thing, trying to hustle back. It would have brought up the 50. Instead, it brings up the 4th wicket, and it's 49 for 4.
Yeah, you just get the feeling, don't you, that not quite getting the rub of the green. The Austrian boys have had a horrendous journey to get here. Now, when they've got here, little things like that just not going their way. I mean, again, I thought it was a really good shot. Good shot to play away. The field was set. It didn't get really value for money with the shot because the ball just slowed up and allowed Patanka to pull it back. But he does marvellously well. And then, once again, really good work from Mavi Khan.
There you go. It must be one of those high-speed tanks. Anyway, still run rate's good, isn't it? 49 for 4 after 4. And this looks like it'll be a boundary to start the 5th over. So Austria bring up the 50. Belatedly so, but Zazai, he's still there. He's been joined now by Basir Khan, who batted well late in the innings for Austria. So look, still plenty of time for Austria to build a very healthy total here in match 2.
Yeah, that was a nice shot. Wasn't the best of deliveries though from T10 Yusuf. He knows he can be better than that, so it's a bit of a gift from Zazir. He's making the most of his elevation up the order anyway.
But now,
well, talk about elevation.
Yeah, that one is elevated well over the leg side and out of the ground says Carreras. And like I say, these Austrians, they only know one way, all through the middle and lower order. So he gets really deep in his crease. Look at that back foot. He's almost stepping on his stumps. He lifts that one up and out of the ground.
Yeah,
Good
that's
batting.
a lovely shot because look at the way he gets back, gets right under it, waits for it, and then it says, Ale, pura Maria, shaka lagya. Good hit.
This next one through, though. So good comeback from Zishan Yusuf. See, Zai just tries to help that one down to 3rd man, try and beat that man in the circle. Now it sets himself, goes leg side, drags it out to Fazil Rahman.
It's been a good inning so far. I mean, 21 of just 9 deliveries is exactly what Austria need. And you just get the feeling that he gets another 20-odd quick runs on the board, that they'll end up with a decent score here, a competitive score.
Leans on this one, just gets one. Yes, they have a look at that pace. I mean, even though Malta have had plenty of highlights here through the first half of this innings, the fact that Austria's still on 120's pace, that'll take some catching, especially on the chase. And we saw Malta defending a score of 90. I think Austria would fancy their ability to do the same, but I mean, some players didn't fire for Malta in that first game, including Boom Boom Basil. Well, it's very lucky to survive this. Zazai charges, and this just misses the leg stump. It's the end of the first half of the innings, 61 for 4. Welcoming you into the commentary box. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Rico Phil on a very historic day, I suppose, for European cricket. The first T10 international outside of Spain. And these two teams, well, they've provided us with some tremendous entertainment so far.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic. What a great day. What a great moment for European cricket as well. Yeah, T10 international cricket being played here. Malta and Austria out there. Austria trying to catch up with Malta. Malta winning the first.
Yeah.
A good start so far. I mean, lost a few wickets, but they're scoring runs at a brisk rate.
Yeah, so here comes Basil. Speak of the devil. And he might have a wicket straight away. Leading edge is hanging in the air, and Bastians does the rest. So the Southern Crusaders openers combine as Basil just everything turning to gold when he grabs the ball this afternoon. And doesn't have to wait any time at all. Basir, he has to go for just one. And Austria lose a 5th wicket now, 61 for 5.
Well, Basil George picks up his 4th wicket in this little mini international series already. Took 3 in the first, 3 for 8, and now the very first ball. In the second match, he takes another. He just gets the ball up there. He's a teasing length. I mean, sometimes he over-pitches, he gets it wrong, and he gets a bit of punishment. But what we've seen so far from him, he's been bang on the money, causing all sorts of problems. And well, Zishan Arif comes out with a smile on his face. Let's hope if he can give a good support to Zai out there at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Bastians, I'm glad there was no one around because he was catching that ball no matter what. If there were any other bodies in the way, they were going to be collateral damage. But yeah, Zishan likes to sneak across, likes to open up that leg side. So George, wow, elicits an outside edge, is going to run away to the boundary. Not convincing, but effective for Austria.
Yeah, how does that go there? I mean, you can see he's looking to charge, turns it into a full toss. It's homing into off stick. And somehow it manages to go down to third man, and that's always the risk of having the third man up. I think at the pace that George bowls, you don't mind it so much. But, well, okay, the change has been made, so third man will now go back. So the sweeper out on the offside comes into the circle. So it doesn't want to give any unnecessary boundaries away in that area. George, oh, he gets funky. He lies down to play this shot and gets it all wrong. Well, he tries. That's Siv's eye. But he ends up looking a bit silly as he lies down flat on his back. Give him a pillow, why not? That one goes wrong. The shot is definitely on. Oh, Gundy, full toss. This will be called a no ball, surely. Surely that's a no ball. Well, I want to see this again. I know there's not much pace on it, and you can see the batter saying, hey, how about that one?
It's called a wide.
And it must have dipped big time if this isn't a no ball. He's way back in his crease. Oh, that has to be called for me.
It was kind of away from his body. Called a wide instead. It might cost him a wicket. Garricky's under this, and it's going to be dropped.
Oh.
Well, Heinrich has dropped an absolute sitter. He's one of the better fielders in this Maltese team. That's why he's there. But, wow, he just makes a mess of this one. And George could have had a second wicket.
Yeah, and it's Zai, the man who's on 25. You want to take him, and Garricky, well, normally safe hands. How he misses out on that one. This will get played away, and the tank will do well. He just keeps it to the single. Yeah, the other thing about that one, I mean, if the catch was taken, you could see the argument from the Austrian boys saying, hey, really, that should have been a free hit.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's hard. Sometimes when they're side on, if it's away from the body, it's not the greatest look. But anyway, it is the end of the over. And so, yeah, Austria just being pegged back a little bit. Got to hand it to Malta, 69 for 5 after 6. That over from Basil George going for 8, and they had one wicket, very close to having a second.
Yeah, he's been on song. Looks like they will continue. Milton Devesia now going to have
Yeah,
a
so
go.
I mean, Milton's been picked as the spinner in this squad, so didn't see him bowling in the first game. Now tending to spin, and let's see what the Austrians think about that.
Yeah, he's had the best of time in the field, but he can make amends with the ball. Here comes Milton. Starts well, but once again came right across to clip it away. And this time it's Zishanarif. And steps right across, whips it away. They're the ones you don't want to let those hit your pads. Okay, Zai, he's been good. He's made a brisk, promising start. Can he keep it going? Down the ground. It'll just be a single to the captain of Malta, Henrik Kirky, who put him down earlier. Off for Basil's over on 25. Keep an eye on that. That could be a key moment.
Steps across, takes on the fielder, and he's not going to win. It's an easy catch down there. And Niraj Khanna holds it as a riff. He's got to be a bit careful that he doesn't become a one-trick pony. I think, he's very, very predictable. I suppose he's challenging the bowler, saying, look, this is what I'm going to try to do to you, regardless of where you bowl it. But he doesn't beat the deep mid-wicket. And so he's the 6th wicket to fall. Austria running out of batters and quick in the 7th over. It's 71 for 6.
Yeah, congratulations to Milton Devesia picking up a wicket on international debut. That's a nice moment for him as well. And certainly that will be a better highlight than some of the issues he's had in the field. But he comes on to do what he's in the side to. Slow it down and pick up the wickets.
Yeah, Milton, I guess technically it's his second match, but it's the first time we've seen him bowling. He's a pretty good player. Going to come out at this stage. There's Umed Tariq, who's going to bowl. So yeah, these guys are really do bat all the way to 11, really. Dida, who's listed 11, and yeah, he's no slouch. He likes to hit sixes as well. That's Malta just working their way back into this contest. They conceded 61 in the first half, so you're kind of looking at 120's pace then, but really pegged things back. Now, Tariq will get off the mark with a single over to Zazai, who was promoted in this match, and so far he's responded with 27. That's what we're going to see, though, even though there's not huge squads. Typically squads are 13, 14 of these teams, but we will see, I think, changes in batting order. The management want to see guys in different positions.
How's that missed? I mean, that's really gone close to the off stump. And Milton, he delivers through his country, doesn't he? In his first international over, 72 for 6 after 7. Well, if you're loving this high-quality T10 action, good news for you. It's going to keep on coming. The European Cricket League is the Champions League of European Cricket. 30 domestic champions and the European champions, Paco Care, Badalona of Spain, will be converging on Khartoum Oval on Monday week. And I'll be there, you'll be there.
I'll be there.
Corey, well, God willing, Corey will be there as well for the 3rd ever ECL. Before that, there's plenty more coming as well with women's ECIs and also Gibraltar. Oh, that's gone. Forget it. And a finger was going up even before that ball had hit the ground again. So Umair just gets across and gets it completely wrong. Plays around his front pad, and guess what? Boom, boom, Basil does it again. And that is one of the easier LBW decisions you'll ever see.
Yeah, I mean, look, we say it all the time, no matter what level of cricket, when you're bowling full and straight, get the ball pitched up, it makes all the difference. And that's all that Basil George is doing here. He's just gentle run in, getting the ball right up there, creating problems. The batters are playing all around it, and they're not picking his pace at all. And Basil, it's just keeping the pace on, keeping it off, getting the ball in the right areas, and picks up another. That's 5 wickets now for him. And, well, maybe he can finish with another 3 for got plenty of balls to go here. And
You've got to fancy your chances of bowling out, the Austrians now, but
yeah.
I mean, that's not going to be easy to do because, like I say, they bat all the way down. But the question is, how attacking will they be? Do they keep kind of gambling that they can go at this kind of rate or better, or do they kind of just swallow it and just try and be a bit more conservative? Even, you know, run a ball from here would get them to around about that 90 mark. I think knowing the Austrians are going to keep attacking, especially when I looked at who's just come to the crease, Javed Zadran, who chipped his first ball to mid-wicket earlier. He's going to be coming out, and he likes to play his shots.
yeah, it's not going to. Once again, though, you see with the line that George is bowling, it's not going to be easy. He's bowling at the stump, so batters want to give themselves a bit of room. They want to take him on. So
I just think Zadran is one of the crazier batters. I just think he won't care what. That could be 9 out. He's still going to try and hit boundaries. Here he is. And here's Basil on fire. Well, case in point, this is all that energy wound up. He runs almost off the pitch and still slashes at it. So there's your answer, Rico.
yeah, interesting first ball, isn't it? Getting your first ball, he's walking down leg stick, showing the bowler all his stumps.
It's going to go the other way now, I reckon.
Basil will pitch it right up, I think. Goes for it.
Yeah, of course he does. And it's going to be a one-hopper out to Fanyan Magal. This series is going to be great, isn't it? I mean, obviously feeling quite sad for the Spanish guys. I know how much they were looking forward to being here. But I think what we're seeing is we've got 2 teams that any given match they could beat each other.
Yeah.
So right now, Basil, 5 wickets this afternoon. There's still a match to go after this. No full toss. Magal should handle it. In fact, he leaves it for Kana. Just a single.
Yeah, well done. Good understanding between the 2 fielders, and also good bowling here from Basil. You can see that Zazai, he's well in here, but Basil just full straight. He's not able to get under it. It's only a single. Don't mind that. Zadran, can he get one out of the park?
Well, he whacks it, and it goes straight to Bastians. They go with a hit, and now they'll probably get an overthrow. Again, that's experience, isn't it? They don't run through the crease.
They might get 3.
Well, there's a fumble on the back up. It'll be pretty close. Great dive. Really good dive. What I like about this is they don't run further than they need to at any point. They get a 3, and this is, again, the inexperience, the experience of the Austrians. You see, he's waiting, he's looking for that.
Yeah.
And to be honest, the 3rd one's a bit dicey, but it's a really good dive from Zazai.
Brilliant.
Yeah, that's the quality that we're going to see in ECI cricket. Really good work. Every run counts. Basil won't be thrilled about the 2 overthrows, and he won't be thrilled about this either. That's tapped over for 6. Maximo. Well, you see that he hustled back to get on strike, Zazai, and then he cashes in. So his little things can make all the difference. This never really leaves the ground too far, but the fielder couldn't pull it back in. End of the over. It's 83 for 7 after 8.
Yeah, that's a big over, isn't it? It just gives them the slight acceleration that they wanted, trying to get to this 100 score. And Faisal Rahman there, he's in the air trying to push the ball back in play. Can't do so. Very valuable. I think he's just going to have to take note here. I mean, Zazai is flying, 34 of 18. Javed Zadran, we know what he can do.
Yeah.
The thing is, though, he's just got to be thinking and saying, right, while you're on song, My role is to give you the strike.
Yeah, but that's not going to happen. He's going to think there's only one thing going on in his mind, and that's how he can hit every ball to the boundary. They still got 3 wickets to play with. I know what you're saying. What you're saying, technically you're right, but
let's see.
He ain't playing by your rules. Here we go. And he tries to smash it, and he will get it out of the ground. Maximo, he says, Rico full, here's your single, and I'm going to add 5 to it as he takes Devasia out of the ground.
Yeah, I mean, this is a big hit. I reckon that's exactly what Zazai was saying to him as well. Of course, he's not listening to me or Zazai. He says, don't worry about it. I'm still going to smash it away, and he does.
He's saying, your lips are moving, but I ain't listening.
He's taking the lid off now. He's mean business. He means business now. Jawad Zadran.
Yeah, he goes after this, not quite there. Bastians goes back, takes the catch over his head. Great catch by Ryan. So 6 and out for Zadran. And the wild thing lives up to his name, but he is the 8th wicket to fall. 10 balls remaining now, 89 for 8, and a 2nd wicket for Milton Devasia.
Yeah, well done to Devasia. After being pitting for a big 6, he comes back and gets his man. Good catch taken by Bastians. He's pretty, for a big guy,
yeah.
He's pretty nimble, you know.
Yeah, I think I heard the noise actually, beep, 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 as Bastians backed back, but yeah, he took it really well, 2 hands. And good technique as well from Ryan Bastians.
8 down now, 8 down. This is why I'm thinking that just got to be a little bit smart. I mean, you got to think about the man at the other end that's scoring all the runs.
I agree with you in theory again. It's slightly more likely now. But again, he's going to go for it. And guess who? He does it again. And would you believe it? Milton's on a hat-trick. I suppose so's Bastians. As Akib Iqbal, again, didn't read the script. He goes for a golden. Tell you what, the Golden Duck Club for Austria is growing by the match. And right now, they're down to their last pair. It's 89 for 9.
Well, Devasia, 3 wickets on his first bowl. So first international bowl. Well, that's what it's all about. He was playing, look, just the other day he was playing club cricket, and he looked the business then, and now here he is, international cricket, and he takes, well, he's got 3 for 9 so far, supported well by Ryan Bastian, and he's on a hat.
Here's Dieter at 11, and now I think the first semblance of a sensible thought might be considered by the batter, but I don't know if they'll listen to it. Yeah, you see, at 11, they kind of got to go. Well, now you
might
can
go
2
again if they were alert.
Yeah, I would consider it. I mean, he's no bunny, Dieter, but I think he says, all right, let's get you back on strike. But then it's also about how Zazai approaches this, whether he goes for everything or whether he's happy just to tick this score along. I mean, they're at 90.
Yeah,
I mean, if they could even just get run a ball from here, I think all these runs are important.
Yeah, he just checked how many balls to come.
See, because I guess the theory would say you go, try and whack a boundary, then go for a 1. But also, you know, with these two, let's say they just get singles. You know, it's not a bad score they've got already. It was a score that was defended in the first game. Wow, he gets something a bit short, and he cashes in. Maximo! Zazai has been brilliant for Austria here. He moves to 40, and it takes us to the end of the 9th. And Devasia bowled well, but he'd love this one back. Was just a little bit too short. Just a fraction at this level. That disappears. 96 for 9 with an over to go.
Hasn't he batted well? And you got to say he came in with all sorts of things not going well for him, but he's taken control and he's making it count. Now, very important last over here. I mean, this could be the difference of a score, staying around about what it is, or trying to get up to the 1-5, 110 mark. So the play here, Didar has to try and get off the strike. Yeah. Get the single and really then say to Zai, here you go. Come on, get us to that 110 score.
Zai plays his cricket for Pakistan Cricket Club in Austria. I've seen him a little bit on ECN. Abbas comes back and he'll finish this innings. Devasia 3 for 16. Really good effort on debut. I mean, he'd be disappointed that he went for 6, but he does have Austria on the ropes, and now they're 1 wicket away. Also means you can't really push the run in between the wickets. Dieter to face up.
Does well.
But you can see him for Dieter. I mean, for a number 11, he knows how to handle the bat. And this is probably the difference as well. International cricket, you know, the guys that are down the bottom are a lot more capable. That's why I think Zazai doesn't have to go crazy here, trying to hit everything to the boundary and getting out and leaving balls on the table. I think he's definitely looking to hit a boundary, but if not, you know, just scoring, I think, get him over the 100.
Yeah, I think he'd be pleased that at least Didar is showing that he knows what to do here. If it's there, he'll take it on.
Well, it was there. He took it on. He missed.
Yeah. Good areas, though, from Abbas. They've got the third man back. That's good. Got a sweeper on the offside. Wonder if he'll try to give himself a bit of room outside the off, maybe a little shuffle across to try and get himself in a better position. What's him, Abbas? He may try the slower delivery as well. He bowls that very well.
Deep in his crease, and he hits this, but not going to carry. Again, yeah, you don't have to be crazy. Like I say, with Dita still there, yeah, he's very capable. Yeah, it's interesting now what your strategy is. I still think if you're Dita, you're not limiting yourself to just getting a 1. I mean, he can hit boundaries as well.
Yeah.
If he gets something he thinks he can hit, he should go after it. He gets a good Yorker. And again, this is the thing about the last wicket. You can't really go for those suicidal singles, trying to get the set better back on strikes. Well bowled by Abbas. Had some problems in the ECC, sometimes closing out innings at this stage, but that was a very good piece of bowling.
Yeah, nice, full, straight.
He does go for it, but it could be all over. Garricky gets another opportunity, and he drops it again. And yeah, they're going to take on the extra run. Yeah, I don't mind this. Garricky, though, he's depending on it to be in his head right now. They bring up the 100 for Austria, but really, remember that, because this innings really should have finished on 98.
Well, yeah, and don't forget, he's also the guilty man that dropped Zazai on 25. So, yeah, 2 drops, costly ones.
Ball coming up, and he goes for it, and he gets it out of the ground. Maximo! Well, that's why you take the extra run, because Dita is no bunny, and the number 11 sends it out of the ground. Austria kicking the tail, and they're going to make 106 off their 10 overs. They'll be feeling good. They'll feel like there's some momentum going to the second half. Malta, well, they'll feel that they're very capable of the chase, but they'll feel that really they cost themselves a few runs at the end. It should have been 98 in the end. Austria 106, and I think another really exciting innings coming up after the break, because this one could go either way, Rico.
Yeah, exciting innings indeed, and an exciting little series here developing, because one thing that we're seeing is that, well, like for like, these two teams are very similar. And if the first one was going to be interesting, this one will be as well. They get past 100 mark, 106. It started pretty well, didn't it? They played some nice shots, and we thought they got off to a good start, 16 of the first. But then it was the second over where it all went wrong when Mughal came in to strike. We're talking about all going wrong. Well, Minton Devicia, he still couldn't get hold of the ball in the field, but when he got a hold of it to bowl with, he did pretty well. That to come later, though, because after these nice shots, they said, right, let's go to find Mughal. But this was an amazing piece of wicket-keeping. And this is what really changed it all round.
Yeah, and I think, you know, that saves you so many runs down the stretch, and this is why, for me, it's such an important position. And Mughal got it past the edge, and, well, when it came down to it, you know, Austrians just kept losing wickets, and yeah, Shigawal went for a second consecutive golden. This was a big beamer that disappeared, one of the bright spots for Austria. But yeah, Mirza Asan chopped on. Abbas, he performed as well. At the moment, Malta looking really good at home.
Yeah, they are looking good. They're getting things to go right. This was just brilliant. I mean, you thought boundary, but the tank, he pulls it back, and not only that, he gets the throw in, and that also results in a run out. But one man who that's kept on going, that's it, Zazai. I think he batted really well. It was the important innings he had to play, but look, there was good catching from Bastians as well. Didn't he take some great catches? I think 3 catches he ends up with. But, well, the captain, Heinrich Guruki, he wasn't taking good catches. That one was a let-off, because if he was to hold on to that, this innings may not have gone the distance at all. That was absolutely plumb. Basil George, well, what a series he's having. On the money once more. He takes 2 for 19. That dive was needed. The only way they're going to get in. They got 3 there. But this one was close, but Rahman couldn't get the ball back into play. Also, look, you see Devesia bowling here, and that partnership between him and Ryan Bastian was a good one. This one went out of the park, but second time round it wasn't so lucky. This one gets sliced up in the air, and Ryan Bastian takes not just 1, but 2 good catches, because Aqib Iqbal went the same way. He was out on a golden duck. Well, it's golden ducks galore at the moment, but there was a few Maximos as well. And right at the end, it's another one that gets dropped. And, well, Guruki, I think he's going to be doing a little bit of catching practice before the start of the next match. And then an important hit. How important were those runs there towards the end? 10 runs coming off the last over, including that big 6 from the number 11 Didar. Have a look at the scorecard. So it was a good steady start from Wan Hawa and Kalkush before they lost those wickets. Razmal Shigwan, another first ball golden up from him, beautifully bowled by Mughal. But Asif Zazai just held it all together with that 41 of 22 deliveries and just little mini partnership there when needed. First point, that one with Zadran, but then right at the end there with Didara. So the bowling figures, once again, you can't say that anybody was really that expensive. They kept it nice and tidy. Basil George, well bowled, another 2 for him. But then Milton Devesia, first time he's bowling in an international, picks up 3 for 16. Well bowled, that man. Mid-match summary in this one. Austria batting first, 106 for 9. They'll be happy with that. They didn't quite double the halfway point score when they were on a 120 sort of score, but they picked it up when they needed to, when they were in a bit of bother. Malta needed 107 to take a 2-0 lead in the series. Otherwise, it will be evenly split with 2 matches played and 1 more to play. Which way is it going to go? We'll stay tuned to find out. The second innings of match number 2 coming up in around about 10 minutes time, and it will be Malta, the home side, needing 107 for victory. Volvemos in 10 minutes. Hello and welcome back. Match number 2 of Austria against Malta. The home side, Malta, taking the field now with the bat after seeing Austria put 106 on the board. So 107 required to keep Iqbal. He's hoping to make amends after he got a first ball up. But they do get themselves to a score. I just get the feeling you're going to see an epic battle here. Malta will be keen to go 2-0 up in the series. Raj Khanna was talking to him earlier and he said if they can get a good start here and maybe go into tomorrow's with sort of the upper hand, they'll be in confident mood. Basil George, got a first baller in the first one, looking to make amends in this one. And this is doing too much. Gets this to come back in, does Iqbal. Survives the first ball. Basil has been outstanding with the ball. And he's joined by Fayam Magal. So no change for Malta. Sticking with the same 2 openers who, well, neither one of them was able to get off the mark in the first match. Iqbal once more. Oh, again, really getting this ball to come in viciously. Just get the feeling, I mean, if this is sort of movement he's getting, if he gets one to the same sort of length, pitching it on just outside the off stump, he's going to come in viciously. And it's going to take some digging out. I can tell you that for sure. It's a different approach from Iqbal this time. He was going across, right across the left-handers in the first match with his bowling. This time round he's more aggressive. He's attacking the stumps more. And, this is a wild swing. Oh, this one. Is it going to get stopped? Only, no, it won't. It's a bit of a feeble effort in the end for the fielder. And this one, it's going to go down as it's a minimo. It's been called a wide. That's going to be 5. It's another international minimo. So he goes too wide and goes through the wicketkeeper, and then the fielder looking to get the knockback gets it completely wrong. So first runs on the board, courtesy of 5 wides. Oh, good comeback though. Another bit of a wild swing. Basil, they've got the trap set as well. Square leg on the boundary, waiting. Interesting that they've got, yeah, change. Doesn't surprise me. I was just about to say, interesting that they've got long off on the boundary, but that quickly changes. Long off comes inside, a long on drop back. It's going to be another wide, and takes it on the roll, the wicketkeeper, liking the style from Asif Zazai. He had a good day with the bat in that last match. Now doing a little bit of rocking and rolling behind the stumps. Iqbal, no runs at the bat so far. 6 on the board, all courtesy of wides. That's where he wants to get it. That's where the ball is coming in from. A very wild throw. Plenty of bodies backing it up. So first runs off the bat. Though, as we said, a little bit of the inside edge from Basil George. So he gets his first runs of this series. Fayam Magal will hope that he can do the same. Now to Fayam Magal, you've got to have mid-wicket back. They don't. Square leg is back, and trying to spot the other player. I don't see him. And this will be a boundary. And that's 4 runs, not a good delivery. And Iqbal just getting his line a little bit wrong here. A little bit too short, down the leg side. You can see that captain there, Asman Chigwal, having a chat with the bowler, just trying to keep him G'd up and motivated. It's again square leg back. Don't see anybody else, which is a bit strange. Just keeping the one man back. better delivery on the money. Gets blocked out, end of the over, but 11 come off it. Courtesy of those wides and not one boundary. So 11 without loss. Matches since we've had a golden ball stay at 9, and a fine time to welcome back into the commentary box. It's Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu.
Very nice to be back. And what do we think about this chase? A couple of gifts there from Iqbal. He's a good player. Kind of tell that Austria, some of their players not quite playing as well as we see them in September, for example, or October, when they've had a lot more cricket and they're in the groove. And Iqbal just making a couple of rookie errors, which you wouldn't expect from a player of his quality. But now they get the 11 that they need. Malta off the first over. And now, as we head into the second, looks like we're going to get Basir bowling the second like he did before. So, yeah, Basil George is looking a bit jumpy at the moment. Made a golden duck in the first game, the very first ball of this series. Tell you what, he's not the only one. That golden duck club is growing pretty quickly. Players on both sides.
Isn't it just? We saw Fine Mughal and also Basil George. They both got golden ducks in the last one, which is quite crazy. And then, of course, Shigwal. He's got 2 on the spin.
Yeah, poor Shigwal. Bowled him, and it's bounced off the pads, and Basil gets only 1 more than 0 this time. Has boom, boom. Right, he's been going boom with the ball, but with the bat, he hasn't produced here in the first 2 matches. Basir slides one into the body, just glances off that front pad, down in the middle and off, and so Malta lose their opener 11 for 1.
Yeah, that's what Austria need after that first over where Iqbal couldn't quite get it right and conceded 11. See, Basir is not trying to put too much onto this, just concentrating on getting the ball out there. In fairness, it looked like this was drifting down the leg, but the problem is with Basil, who does a lot of excessive movement, he's walking out to the ball, and as a result of that, he almost yorks himself, hits his pad, goes onto the stumps, and the wicket goes down. So one left-hander goes, another comes, and it's Ryan Bastians, who batted well in the first one. He made a very fine contribution. I mean, he's a 34-27, was key in them getting to the score they did.
Was good, wasn't it? Yeah, it's a funny one. Might be a bit unlucky that bounced on the stumps. Could have gone anywhere. But basically cramped for room. That's how that happened. Now, interestingly, he's going to go over the wicket, even though it's still left-hander. Bastians faces up. He drives, doesn't quite time it, gets 1. So, yeah, Austria trying to square things at 1 game apiece. Remember, it is essentially a best-of-7 series. So, the first ECI silverware up for grabs. There's some great trophies, thanks to Local Lifestyle, who provide all of our trophies and medals. But I'm telling you, this trophy, I might find it maybe for the last game of the day. It's a weapon. Yeah. It's something that if a burglar came into your house and you had this thing, he's running. Anyway, almost carries there. Not sure if it actually does to Dida. I'll get a single. Yeah, this thing, how can I describe it? It's not kind of that metallic. It probably is a type of metal, but it's heavy metal, not the music.
Heavy metal, eh?
And it is kind of rectangular, and it basically looks like a brick, like a good-looking brick.
From all of the things you just said, I'm none the better for knowing what it looks like.
I'm going to go find it for the last game of the day. And there's also a great MVP trophy as well for the MVP of the series. Oh, Basir with a slow ball. Bastians gets a bit lucky. This edge could have gone anywhere, but falls safely, just a single.
Yeah, it gets very lucky, actually. Could quite easily just gone back to the keeper.
I actually think
safe.
If you didn't have a cricket bat, I reckon you could probably bat with it. It's probably not long enough. It's probably only about, I don't know, like a shoebox long. Yeah. But I reckon you could probably hit a Maximo with it. It's that solid. Last ball of the over. Just gets work for 1. So what a good over from Basir, as this game is up for grabs after 2. It's 15 for 1.
Yeah, 15 for 1. So a slow start. I mean, like for like so far. We know that Austria were 25, but they had lost 2 wickets by this stage. You can see the first point on the board for Malta.
Just look at the wins column. That's all you have to worry about there. 1-0 at the moment for Malta. And yeah, it's pretty simple when it's just a 2-team series, bilateral series in this FanCode ECI Malta-Austria. Akib is going to get a second over. I think they're saying, look, let's give you a spell, see if you can get some consistency. This one's a slightly slower ball, and that's a really good piece of batting. It was only a subtle slower ball, but it definitely was kind of a slightly rolling cutter. Let's just watch the hand here of Iqbal. Yeah, you see, he picks it, and he knows that it's not going to come on as quickly as you might think, and really good shot by Fanyan Magal. He's been good at the top of the order for Marsa in the ECS so far this year.
Yeah, well, let's face it, the way Marsa going, he's been the only highlight, really. But that one sounded so good out in the middle of the bat as well. Lovely sweet hit.
Short, gets this slightly wrong, but doesn't matter because falls safely. Great bit of fielding out there from Basir. And he fires in the throw. But they will get to it. It's also good running. Fanyan hustles back. Yeah, only on ECN can you go from your team losing to 7-man opposition in a golden ball to then opening your batting in international cricket and actually doing a pretty good job of it, Fanyan Magal.
Yeah, Magal. I think they'll learn pretty soon that Fanyan Magal will play majority of his shots on the onside. So it's like,
I think I just might have been just double checking that he's made that stop cleanly, but I think there was no doubt about that. So Akib, what's he go to now? Gets a bit straight, and this one's disappearing out of the ground. Maximo! Minor error from Akib as he gets into the body, but this is fast hands from Magal. He takes that off his kneecap, and he almost sweeps that one over fine leg for 6.
yeah, just what I was saying. You do not bowl to find Magal on the leg stump. He is so good and so powerful in that area. You've seen it when he's playing for Marsa in the European Cricket Series that's still currently running here. You've got to get him outside the off. You've got to basically try and get him cutting the ball or trying to drive straight down the ground.
Make him do something different, right? Akib. A bit expensive so far. There's that cutter, and it's going to disappear. Abracadabra, that one is huge. Maximo! Back-to-back for Magal. And Malta, well, they've come to life in this third over.
Zabardasti batting, fine Magal to Ginna Bada Shaka Maria. Well, that is boom blasting. That's what that is. Boom blasting.
Akib, he's got that perfect hairstyle, but he might be tearing it out soon. He went back to the cutter. It was brave bowling to try it, but Magal picks it. It was right into his wheelhouse. It's better bowling. Called a wide. It's a harsh one, though. We know that they are harsh on wides. I suppose the question here for the umpire, is any of this ball touching the line? Probably just a little bit of it.
Yeah, good call. Just keeps going, keeps swinging. So, again, nothing's going his way. He's certainly under a bit of pressure. When you think how well he bowled in the first match, remember, picked up those 2 vital wickets, but now, Fanyan Magal is lashing out the punishment.
It's a dirty 30 after 10 balls, and this time it's going to be touch and go. It's dropped for 6. Well, a statue of liberty play was attempted. I think he probably could have got 2 hands to that fielder, didn't get set. Maximo Magal gets another 6 runs.
Yeah, I think, in fairness, he's probably already over the rope here. Just keep an eye on. I think he's already, he's well over the rope already.
Yeah, you're right, to be fair. I thought maybe had stayed inside, but he wasn't able to kind of stay inside and maybe jump over to try and keep it back in.
Magical.
36 off Iqbal. Unbelievable, really. Does he get some bat on this? Maybe.
Must have done.
Might have saved him. And so it'll be 1 run to Magal at the end of the over. He moves to 31. And that over from Iqbal. Well, give me a count on that, Rico. That one went for 26 runs.
Yeah.
41 for 1 after 3. As we say hello to some of our viewers who are now live chat ECN European Cricket Network. I noticed that Andrew Hogan is there saying, hey dudes, how good is ECN cricket? Pretty good, I think, Andrew. Also, please give my regards to Mrs. Hogan, as per usual. Hello to Andrew Smith as well. And you can see here, at 26, by far the best over of the game. And Akib Iqbal, he's having a bit of a rough start to the series. This is a 7-match series, though. I think some of these players will be a bit relieved that they'll get more than just 1 or 2 matches. Here's the wild thing, Javid Zadran. Let's see if he can pull things back, but Magal's on a heater, and he's facing up here at the start of the 4th over. And I think Fanyan Magal, he's one of those players, I talked about him earlier, they probably prefer the bowling being a bit better. I mean, it's hard to imagine that, but I think their batting becomes a bit more instinctive. I think sometimes Fanyan at the domestic level has a bit too much time, and he starts filling his head with all sorts of thoughts. He went through his weird phase of trying to bat left-handed yesterday, about 3 or 4 balls in a row, but yeah, he's batting on instinct, and he's batting really well. And now the left-hander, Bastians, gets an opportunity. And I think he reads the room and he says, okay, Fanyan, you're going so well. I'm happy just to take the one here and keep it ticking.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, when you know your partner's on a heater, that's exactly what you do. And fine regard. Yeah, I think you're right, Vinny. I mean, look, when you've got the pace coming on the ball and you're seeing it well, you're playing your shots, you're playing through it, yeah, it feels better. When you're having to wait a lot and sometimes the inconsistency from a bowler, you know, sometimes it's wide, sometimes it's down the leg side. You can't get into a rhythm. Well, he's in the rhythm. He's in the groove at the moment.
Well bowled by Javid Zadran, who's one of my favourite players to watch.
Yeah,
well, a little bit like teenagers. If they have too much time, they tend to get themselves into trouble, and that's what I think some of the batters like Fanya Magal are like. They have too many thoughts going through their head. Right now, he seems quite clear-minded. This is hit pretty well, almost too well.
Yeah.
Down to Umed Tariq, just a single.
But better, you see the line is better. Look at where Zadran is bowling. He's bowling outside the off, and you can see the difference. Magal is not able to get hold of them. You just don't bowl it to his legs. That's the difference. And Bastians is very much the same.
That's really well bowled by Zadran. This is why he's so dangerous in this form of the game, or any form of the game, really. I mean, he's got that slippery Yorker, and that ain't slow. I mean, that is a decent pace delivery. But then he's also got this slower ball that's very hard to pick up. And he's befuddled a lot of batters with that in ECN cricket. Maybe he hasn't bowled the slow ball too much yet. Obviously, hasn't had too much cricket. He's only gone for 4. So just the follow-up that Austria wanted. Let's have a look at the pace required. I mean, they want to be about 44 after 4. They're 45 at the moment with the ball to go. Another really tense contest here in match 2. Oh, it's a bit of a dirty hack to finish the over. That's the pressure built up by Zadran, but Magal survives, and after 4 overs, it's 45 for 1.
Yeah, good over that, very good over, especially after the last one went magical from one of the top bowlers in the Austrian side. So really good comeback, but once again, it's all about areas, isn't it? It's about looking what a batter's doing. You've seen enough of Fine Magal to know where you don't want to be bowling to him now, and that was spot on, outside the off, got it right. A lot of effort, concentration being put on getting the ball right up there. So good comeback.
And yeah, you know, it's one thing to have a plan, but it's another thing to execute that plan. So I think that Akib Iqbal probably, you know, he wasn't quite locating it where he was trying to bowl it. So yeah, they're the two things you need to put together to be successful in a cricket match. Here's Hidibashar Dida, who's going to bowl over number 5. And yet Zadran and Dida bowled really well in tandem for Austria in the ECT, and they really shut down teams in the middle overs. They'll be hoping to do that here and push that required run rate up. Bastians faces up. And he elevates, but it'll fall in a pocket of space. And you see that Tariq just had to check himself because this ground is very soft underneath, and so when it bounces, it can surprise the fielders how it just basically stops moving. You see a lot of fielders overrunning the ball. Bam Badida starting around the wicket to the left-hander. He's coming over now to Magal. Let's see if he can keep up this pace. 33 off just 14. Full toss. You see Magal, this is quite a correct stroke. This is what I'm talking about. His technique's actually a lot better than it probably looks sometimes in ECS cricket, where he has time to hack everything to the leg side, but that's a pretty confident looking drive.
Sticking to very much an orthodox field to both these batters. 3 on the leg side, then a long off and a sweep around on the off.
Bastians is going to go for it here. Just got a feeling he wants to clear that leg side. He won't get to do it to that. And also, just have a look at Dida. Runs right down the middle of the pitch there. Something that the umpires are going to have to talk about. You see that.
Yeah, look at the wrist action here, Vinny. It looked really, really awkward the way this ball was then.
Yeah.
Watch how it comes out the wrist.
Yeah, it's an attempted in-swing or away swinger from the left-hander, but yeah, just gets it wrong, and then the umpire is having a word with Dida, as he should.
Well,
number 1, you're in the middle of the pitch. Number 2, it's going down the leg side. Number 3, the umpire wasn't sticking around to hear what you had to say. So,
this
top ball though.
Now, Bastian is made of strong stuff, because that could have been painful. Looked painful.
Yeah, well, you're right. I feel like Bastian's, he's not going to play second fiddle for too long. I think he knows the tide's turning. Magal's just cooled down a bit. He has to play some shots of his own. Good start from Dieter. Now this is miles in the air. Keeper's called this one, but it's a real steeple, and he won't even get there in the end. Was Zazai had the proper cricket zombie stats, as this was miles into the sky, and he could just never locate it. A high single to Ryan Bastians, who gets lucky.
Yeah, he never really looked like he was going to get there, did he? I mean, he's...
Yeah, I like the little look at the end. At the very end, Zazai, look at his eyes. He looks to the bowler or anywhere to see if anyone can help him. About there. And guess what? He was all alone in the middle of the Master International Cricket Ground. Meanwhile, Magal holds out, and this is going to be caught. Really good fielding from Umer Tariq, and he's in a key position for a reason. So that's a case of pressure building. We hadn't had a boundary there for 11 balls, and Magal, again, he reaches, and just have a look at how they get him out. They get it wide of the off stump, and he drags it down to Umer Tariq. That good innings comes to an end. Magal goes for 34. The score, 49 for 2.
Yeah, what a good catch. The technique really good. He gets there, and then I like the way the landing here softens the blow watch, takes a catch and a little roll to make sure that ball is not coming out. Nicely taken, very good catch. They needed that wicket.
He's a good cricketer. He's a really good cricketer, actually, Umer Tariq. And yeah, we'll see him with the ball, I'm sure, a little bit later on as well. But yeah, that's the quality of catching, which I think we can get used to at this level of cricket. Well done by Umer. But Heinrich Gericke, well, hopefully he bats better than he catches in this match, because he did drop a couple of catches. But yeah, Heinrich, the captain, you want to take responsibility, get them on the right track, keep them on the right track in this chase. They've just dropped a little bit behind the rate now. They want to be 55 or so after 5. Not far behind, though.
Looking to finish well. Ball to go in this. The 4th over, approaching the halfway point.
Here we go. With the last ball of the 5th. Gericke, his ball's on the stumps, whips it away, and Tariq will do the fielding. 5 overs down. The 50's up now for Malta. Anybody's game. It's 50 for 2 after 5. Yeah, Tariq plays the cricket for Austrian Cricket Tigers. So does Mirza Hassan in this team. We saw them at the ECL last year. Rugby CC versus Pirates coming up tonight. There'll be a little bit of a break, probably around about 2 hours or so before things get underway in Gibraltar. I haven't heard anything yet about the complex being closed, so hopefully they open the doors and let Rugby and Pirates go head-to-head in matches 59 and 60, the final group matches of that 4-way series. Robo Gastani standing by. Well done to all of our crew in Gibraltar as well, and including the production crew. Yeah, great job to have 2 high-quality productions going at the same time on ECN right now. Here's Prasir Khan, who's going to come back to bowl his second. Gericke still trying to get set. We get 1 here. Yeah, so yeah, Austrian Cricket Tigers, we saw them in the ECL last year. This year, Vienna Cricket Club, Vienna CC, will represent Austria, and our very own Quinton Norris will be leading them. Big D, who is the player manager of this Austria squad, although he hasn't played yet. Daniel Eckstein, he'll be in the squad. Javid Sandran will be playing for them. I think Zishan Arif likely to play for them as well, just name a few. And always great to see some familiar faces when we get to Khartoum. Umer Tariq actually had a really good ECL last year when he was playing for the Tigers, and so did Aki Iqbal. So, yeah, I think, again, with that tournament coming up, it's a great tune-up for some of those players that will be playing in the ECL Champions League of European cricket.
Good delivery there from Basir to the left-hander. He's a bit difficult one to pick, isn't he? Because you think he's going to come through a little bit quicker than he actually does.
Yeah, he's got a weird release. Yeah, it's a good Yorker, digs it out. Bastians takes it on, well, hits the edge of the pitch. Well, I'm just glad the bowler wasn't behind this, because there's no way you can deal with a bounce like this.
I was waiting for the umpire. Watch this, the umpire's getting in line with it, and watch this.
Well, he's in perfect position to see the bowler get knocked out. I suppose you could say that.
Good bowling, though. Just not trying to do too much. Just taking a leaf out of Basil George's book, really. Just getting the ball right up there.
Yeah, it's quite a simple but effective strategy, isn't it? I mean, at the highest levels of cricket, if you continue to bowl full and straight, the batters are really good at ramping you.
Yeah.
At this level, you don't see too many that are comfortable doing that. That's what forces bowlers at the highest level to try something else. Whereas here, I just think if you could bowl 6 Yorkers in a row, even if you said to the batter, hey, I'm going to bowl 6 Yorkers in a row, you're not really going to get punished if you execute those deliveries. Chris Smith saying the winds are half the speed they were yesterday at the Rock in Gibraltar. So should get some cricket on there. And then tomorrow night will be the final. And so I know the Entertainers are definitely going to be in that final. I think Rugby, CC and Pirates, I think it might depend on tonight. Have a little peek at the table maybe. And so, yeah, potentially playing for a shot at the title tomorrow night, those two teams. Well, it's a slower ball. Yeah. I think you can tell by where it hits him below the waist.
He's got one thing I will say. I'm not saying he hasn't bowled very well, but he hasn't bowled well to the left-handed. He's got away with a lot. I mean, you saw the ball before this was wide. This is a gentle full toss on the leg side. Most left-handers would have pelted it to the boundary. He gets away with it. Yeah,
but it's the lack of pace fools the batter. Bastians is in a weird place at the moment. He's 8 off 11 and really doesn't look like he's going to go to a ball to get him over the line in this innings anyway. End of 6, it's 55 for 2. And right now, Austria, they've got to be favourites. And it's a little bit in common with the first game between these two teams. Just they've swapped roles, haven't they? This time, it's Austria in the role of defenders, and they're looking good at this stage with 4 overs to go.
Yeah, I mean, you got to make it, call out here because you got, look, the Ship Patanka still to come in. He can smash the ball pretty well. Niraj Khanna as well. So I think it's a case of both the batters now have to say, hey, look, one of us has to get going because otherwise, look, this rate is at 13. You don't want to get in any higher than that. So I think this one, for me, this is a big over. I got the feeling here, Ryan Bastians has decided already with that, the ball being bowled, he's going after this big time.
Just looking at the Gibraltar table, and we'll come back to that after we see the first ball from Tariq. Here in the 7th, Bastians tries to go over the top, and he does. Maximo! Well, Sydney or the bush really for Ryan, who decided enough was enough. He took on the fielder and he wins 6 valuable runs as Malta try and get back on the pace.
Yeah, boom, shakalug, yeah. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Even before the ball's bowled, he's decided, I've got to go, otherwise I've got to step aside for somebody else.
Yeah, so Gibraltar, just checking the table, the latest table, Rugby CC are 2 points behind the Pirates. So if Rugby CC win both games tonight, they're through to the final. If the series is split, if the Pirates win both, then the Pirates will be in the final. Oh, lucky one this time. That'll probably run away for 4 as well. So 6 and 4. And Bastians trying to burst out here. Gets a bit of luck, but he'll take it. 4 runs.
Yeah, well, that's the way you got to be. I mean, he has no idea. He's not got this under control at all, but swing hard and fortune sometimes favours the brave.
Yeah, so Rugby CC, they've got to be perfect tonight. Otherwise, they will be in the 3rd versus 4th playoff against the Sloggers. The Pirates just need to win at least 1 game, and they'll be through to the final against Entertainers tomorrow night. Well, he's reached for this, and surely the keeper can't drop this, as I won't. As Ryan, he reaches for a wide one. It was off the end of the bat this time. I don't think Zazai needed to look around for help because this one nestles safely in his gloves. And so I suppose they get something out of Bastians in the end, don't they? Yeah. He was struggling for a while, but he ends up going for 18 and the score 65 for 3.
Yeah, I mean, he played some good shots. He got the boundaries he wanted, and maybe then he could have just thought, you know, I've done my bit here. I can take a single. I don't have to give my wicket away. But he's probably also cautious of the fact that you got the likes of this man still to bat. Afi Khan has been really good. He's kept really well today, I have to say. He can score runs quickly. You still got the likes of the tank to come in. Niraj Khanna as well. So there's batting there. So he's probably just decided, okay, I'm going to go. No matter what, every ball I'm going for.
I think strategically it's the right thing to do because you can't sit in your hands and die wondering when you've got so many batters to come. At least they get 10 bonus runs out of him there from where he really hits the go button, I think. So Afi Khan comes in with plenty still to do. They need exactly 2 a ball here. 42 off 21 at the moment. Bastians, latest man to fall. Tariq with the wicket. Here's Affy facing up for the first time. Oh, he gets a pretty good ball. Remember, he played all across the straight one last time and got castled. He will get off the mark, but just one. And right now, Austria, they're very, very happy if it's just a single that they concede off every ball.
Yeah, nicely bowled. Affy Khan seems to be doing a lot of stretching, maybe after all the keeping and the diving around, he's got a little niggle. Tariq, once more. Up in the air, should be taken. Will be taken is another. And the captain, Garuki, he will go. Swinging the bat wildly. And he'll go for 3 of just 4 deliveries. So Umar Tariq, no, he's gone for a few boundaries, a couple of boundaries in the over, of course. But now he comes back and takes another. So Tariq Garuki, the captain, it's not got any better for him. He's going to have to take a slow walk back. And you can see there, Austria, they're in a huddle. They're getting together, they're feeling there's no, I'm sure their captain, Razman Shugbel, will be saying, come on, boys, keep it going. Let's level it, one apiece, and then we go into the last one and for the decider of today.
I think Heinrich might have just played the one match or something in the ECS. It kind of shows that he's a bit rusty. We know he's a good player, but yeah, just kind of lost his shape there, taking it on, and sky ball easily pouched by Claire Kailash. Now here's Niraj Khanna, who's dropped a couple of slots in the batting order, but he actually looked pretty good before. Now I think right now Austria are pretty comfortable where they are in the game, but as we saw in the first game between these two teams, things can change very quickly. Khanna on strike. He goes for it straight away. He's going to get 4, so he throws caution to the wind and he nicks it into the bushes. 7 overs down now, Malta 70 for 4. Well, you don't have to be a mathematician to know that that's 10 and over pace. That'll get them 100. They need 107. Yeah. So this is still right up for grabs. Last 3 overs coming up. Another tight finish on the cards.
Yeah, well, like for like, 72 for 6 compared to 70 for 4. So very little in it, you know. And I don't know, but anybody got a tingle? Bit of tingling going on?
Well, who knows? I mean, this is match 3, which is coming up, and it's starting 3:55 local. In about 25 minutes, we'll start the final match of the day. Yeah, interesting that not as much experimentation than I might have thought. Still no Mehachima for Austria. And so Zazai retains his place. Obviously batted really well, probably a bat higher than that. Shigawal coming off 2 golden ducks. Vidusha Ramishka, Shusha, he comes in for Malta for his international debut. So looking forward to that. And don't forget Devasia. He came up with a 3-for in the last game. So yeah, coming up very, very shortly right here on ECN.
Will be Itibashar Tidar to continue. Very tidy first over. Just 5 came from it. Oh, that's such a good delivery. Asking the question. And I suspect that there was a bit of bat in this where there had to be, otherwise he's in a lot of trouble. But what a good delivery. I mean, he shuffles right across, just gets bat onto it. And if he had concentrated on getting to the ball, it could have been interesting. You can see Khanna wants to get back on strike. Khanna, one thing about him is he's a guy that does have all the shots. He's very good at whipping the ball away. This one is well bowled. It'll be a dot ball. Khanna coming in, wants to be aggressive, needs to be aggressive, wants to really get a move on. But he will put, one thing about Khanna is he will put the bad balls away. You can't bowl badly to him. But at the moment, he's chasing this. And I think if you're Didar, all you're thinking about is, right, okay, I'm just going to get the ball full and straight and let the batter make the mistake. That's what you'd be thinking about.
Wow, gets this wrong. And everyone could matter here. I think we just see in the context of one ball can essentially change the direction of the game, and you feel like right now it's going to go one way or the other sooner rather than later. This is what you get in national cricket. You get a lot more depth in the teams, and very entertaining stuff. Well, that's the no ball called on the field. +1. So there's been a few that have gotten away today. I suppose in Austria you can excuse them for being a little bit short of cricket. Nothing intentional, I'm sure, about that. As Khanna gets out of the way, and it'll be Affy Khan that will face the free hit.
Yeah, I mean, he's just undone good work he's done so far in his first over. Itibar Shardidar wide, the no ball. Free hit now to Khan.
Can he cash in? Slow ball, so well bowled. He completely gets him like a deer in the headlights. One bounces on the crease. And Afi, I think the footwork here is what makes this hard to reach. You can see, look at his feet. He gets across here maybe. I suppose that front foot's kind of opened up. That's why it is hard to reach, but he'll be frustrated with that. And now he's bowled. Has this knocked the bail off? Yeah, it has. So he's bowled him. I thought for a second it might have just skimmed the stumps, but Afi gets done. And you can see how quickly these momentum shifts are coming now. Gets across. I didn't see the stumps from my angle. You see that just flicks the off stump. And the keeper, well, he is celebrating. He's appealing for something. That there's no need. That one just disturbs the furniture. So Afi goes and can't move the needle here in match 2. As he departs at 74 for 5.
Yeah, very good bit of bowling. Look, I said he let himself down, didn't he, with the wide and then the no ball, but he was pretty quick to get back focused, get his head back down and finish or get back to what he was doing before, which is keeping it simple, letting the ball do the work, getting it pitched up. That's a good wicket to take, just catching the edge of the off stump. Very good take there from Asif Zazai, but didn't need to, but it's a nice bit of action. Didar, well done to him. He picks up his second. 2 for 9 so far. A couple of balls in his spell. And Kana is there and he gets joined now by, well, looking at the size of this man, this got to be the tag, isn't it?
Yeah, well, the tag hasn't really been hitting him well.
No.
I'll be the first to admit that. Playing for Gozo CC in the current ECS, which is ongoing. Funnily enough, we'll get to see Gozo CC tomorrow. They'll make up one game. There's 4 more international games, but after the 2 morning games, get 1 ECS game snuck in before we go back to the internationals. I doubt the tank will be playing for Gozo in that because he's quite busy here, international duties. But, I mean, again, he's probably a guy that probably would prefer the ball coming on a bit more, has less time to think and more time to just do.
There was a little signal there from Didar to the man at long on. I get the feeling he may be trying something different here, maybe a slow delivery or something.
Bowls into the pitch. They have a pop at the stumps or miss. Will they take on a 2? That was pretty good backing up from Aki Iqbal. I mean, this is one thing that we don't really see a lot at the domestic level. The boundary rider really running in and attacking the ball on the backup to prevent the overthrow. They might have gone because he did fumble it, but he did make the stop. As it is, it's the end of the 8th over, 76 for 5. Malta falling away in this chase. Right now they need 31 off the last 2 overs.
Yeah, very good finish to the over there from Didar. Lost his way a little bit, but fine smell of bowling from him. He picks up 2 wickets. You can see it's just 10 runs, but I'm liking the fielding. I mean, because it's the way he attacked it. The other thing was, though he didn't take it cleanly, he's still pushing it in front of him. So doesn't take it cleanly, but he can see the ball clearly, and if they did go for the second, I think I would have had his man.
Not an easy bowler to get after. Zadran knocks over the stumps of Niraj Khanna. And, well, the wild thing, I have to tell you something that's a bit of a secret. He's not actually that wild anymore. He's super accurate. He's still got that pace. I still think he's wild. And he's wild about the result as Khanna goes down swinging. Malta, they're falling away now, 76 for 6.
Yeah, Khanna, you can see, he sort of came out when they were under pressure. He needed to be swinging hard to try and start with this rate. That rate is now over 15, so you can see why he's looking to try and get the 3 boundaries or so and over that they need. He misses out on it, and well, the wild thing, he's on the money, knocks it over. Well bowled. Been impressed with this from us. I mean, bear in mind, I mean, let's just focus on the journey they had to get here. I mean, it's remarkable that they're out there. Nevertheless, the way they're performing at the moment.
Bit of around the world in 80 hours, really, for Austria. And guess what? 2 in a row for Zadran. Well, this is a man, he took not 1, he took 2 hat-tricks last season on ECN. He took 1 for Vienna CC, took 1 for the Austrian national team. The next victim is Fazil Rahman, who gets pretty much the same ball that Khanna missed. And, well, those stumps, they're nervous at the moment as Malta lose a 7th wicket now, 76 for 7. And are you willing to call it? Do you think this will be the first hat-trick of the season?
We're going to have one. Yeah, I'm calling it. And I'm liking this to chuck their fatte celebration as well. Turns around, chuck their fatte, liking it. So, the wild thing, Jawad Zadran.
Zishan Yusuf in the hot seat. Gets to face his first ball, and it's a hat-trick ball here for Zadran. Misses the stumps. I thought he wasn't going to hit the off stump. All he had to do...
What do you mean he misses the stump?
was
You're
just
very
saying-
harsh.
Well, I'm just
misses
saying-
the stumps.
Zadran was trying to bowl the same ball again, but he missed. He didn't really give himself a shot. Okay, maybe for a caught behind or something like that, but he'll be upset. I can get in his head. He wanted to knock over the timber 3 times in a row. Like this.
Like
there
that.
you go. That one doesn't miss, and the tank has to go. Misfires, and Zadran gets 3 and 4. Well, adios, pelota. It hasn't come off the bat. It's come off the stump. So, yeah, Javid goes bang, and really, he's killed this match in the space of 4 deliveries.
Well, we say it all happens on the 9th, and it does. Well, a tank, well, it's him who's been blown away. That is a spicy delivery from Zadran. It was quick, it was fast, and hitting the top of the stumps just where you have to be. Loving it. 3 wickets in the over. Superb stuff
Yeah.
from Joey Zadran.
He might say, well, hold on a second. I can still get a hat-trick this over because there's 2 to come. There's 2 batters to come. The bottom 2 batters. And who's that? Is that Milton that's coming out?
Yeah.
Hello, Milton. Are you ready to face the music? And well, Milton certainly bowled very well. And he's a decent batter at club level, but I think it's going to be different gravy, as Corey would say. Mind your stumps. Oh, it's pretty well played, to be fair. He'll get his first run in international cricket. 2 of the debutants at the crease for Malta at the moment. But yeah, Zadran delivering. He's got that good slow ball. But, I mean, even when he's just bowling an out-and-out stock delivery, it's tough to deal with.
But you see what I mean
Yeah.
about when we look at both these sides.
Yeah.
It's so difficult to call. So difficult to call. I think on paper, they're like for like. When they're out the middle, it's whoever performs well.
That's
all the
exactly
day.
what we want
That's
in
what we
a
want.
bilateral
It
series.
really is going to be a very, very good competition this is. It's going to be every time they're out, there's going to be a battle, and every time it can go either way. A moment of magic changes the way the match goes, and the moment of magic this time has come from this man.
3 for 6 with the ball to go. Won't carry all the way to the fielder, but 3 for 7, that's not too bad at all. Gets all 3 by hitting the timber in that over. And this game is all over. It's 79 for 8. Next game starting about 15 minutes time, so it won't be too long for these teams to recover. It will be Austria that are batting first. Razmal Shigawal, he's won more tosses than balls he's faced today. He's won 3 tosses, and he's faced 2 balls. And so,
Are they,
no,
what
it's not
are
over
they doing?
yet.
What
Come
are
back.
they doing?
Sorry, Arthurs. I mean, I said it's all over. It's not all over yet. We've still got to play out the
I
last
quite like
over.
it though. 1 apiece going into the last match as a decider of the day. I like it.
Here comes Umair to bowl the last over. And this is right off the end of the bat. It's going to carry down to Randawa. Now they're going to go for 2 as he misfields a stationary ball.
Hey, listen, would you? I mean, I've got nothing against Umir Tariq.
Yeah.
I'm just thinking that you've got an opportunity maybe to use somebody else here.
Yeah, maybe.
You could just use somebody going into the last, but
Well, you say that, but then a couple of balls disappear and suddenly it's squeaky time. It's a bowl. Tariq gets that just inside the tram line. Yes, I wonder who all the viewers are picking last game of the day. We'll throw some random questions in as well, of course. But yeah, this is a really interesting dynamic. We haven't had this too often where we see a whole extended series play out between just 2 teams. I don't think we'll see it again for a while either. Edged and gone, and so it's a regulation catch for Zazai. And Malta go down to their last pair as Yusuf just plays across this one slightly. See, Tariq gets a little bit of natural away movement. He's pretty open here, the batter. Healthy edge straight through to Asif Zazai, who's had a pretty good afternoon as well. As Malta lose a 9th wicket, it's 81 for 9.
yeah, good catch taken by Zazai. And, certainly got his name up there as maybe player of the match, hasn't he? Batted extremely well. He had to, didn't he? He kept things together for his side. Made a fine knock of 41. And now behind the stumps has been really good.
Kind of between Zazai and Zadran, I think. Zadran did contribute a Maximo in his wild 10. Anyway, it could be all over here. If Shigawal can hold this, he'll send us into the break. And so Malta, they fall just short. And they make a similar score to what Austria made chasing. They make 81. Austria made 80 chasing. So, yeah, teams batting first, having the point so far. It levels this 7-match series at 1-1. And it's number 1, Razmal Shigawal. Well, he's one guy to watch because I think he is due
to fire with the bat. Then congratulations to Austria. They square things up, and I think it does set up, as you say, a really entertaining finish to the day.
Yeah, I mean, when you think about it, at the end of the power play, it was 41 for 1. Remember that terrible magical over that went for 26 from Iqbal. So then after that, just 40 runs scored in 7 overs. This is how it started, and Fire Mughal was in good mood as well. And Basil, just nothing gained his way. He only added just one more to what he did first time around as he gets bowled when he's left in no man's land. But Fire Mughal, we know what he's capable of doing. Played some really nice shots on his way to 34 of 16, and he tore into Aqib Iqbal. But like I say, after that expensive over, the way Austria came back into this showed a lot of character.
Yeah, a bit of ebbs and flows about this. I mean, Iqbal, he was really taken to the cleaners, wasn't he, in this game? And expect him to bounce back as well. I think Mughal, he was looking good, but I mean, at any level, especially international level, if you get in, then you want to stay in. I think he was kept quiet, and you're right, I like the way they worked their way back into the game.
Yeah.
It's always difficult when you appeal for LBW and the umpire's already gone walking about. He's not interested. And, well, you see there, he was looking for help, but there was no lifeboats for Zazar on that occasion. Really, I think that 100-plus Austria with their bowling, they should be defending it. That was well taken by Umer Tariq. Bastian's tried to hit his way out of trouble, and it worked for a while. That was a 6, and he nicked a 4, but he wouldn't last a lot longer. Big Ryan just could not get going. He skied one this time, because I didn't need any help. But yeah, with Mughal gone, Bastian's gone, the hitters were departing pretty quick. And a bit like the Austrian innings, wickets fell in clumps. Afi went playing across one. He was bowled for the second time today. And 106 stands up for Austria, levelling it at one game apiece.
Yeah, and this is that over, wasn't it, when Jawad Zadran, he was just on the money, bowled really well. And I think that the one he knocked the top of the stumps over was this one. This was such a spicy delivery. Yeah. Really well bowled, and yeah,
I still think he's annoyed.
Killed it off.
He's annoyed that he missed his hat trick. He just didn't get it on target. He didn't ask the right questions. This is Tariq, who chipped in with a couple of wickets in the last over to finish things off. And Malta, they leave 2 balls on the table. They go down by 25 runs. And so, having a look at the scorecard, Mughal with 34. Bastian's with 18, but no one else able to crack double digits for the home team. And Austria really, I think, we saw a lot of improvement there from one game to the next. And I think that whether the fatigue factor comes in, I'm not sure. But right now, just have a look at that. 4, 3, 2 and 1. Wickets all round there, except for Iqbal, who had an absolute shocker, but he'll come back strong, I'm sure. Tariq with 4 in the end. And how about Zadra with those 3? All bowled in that 9th over. 106 to 81 the final here in match 2. Don't go anywhere. In just a few minutes, we'll be back with the final match of the day. And, well, right now, it couldn't be any closer between these two teams. Mr. Maximo here, Vinny Sandhu, Rico Full as well. We'll be back for our last game from Malta. Before we take the show to the rock, after this break, you're watching ECN. This, the FanCode, ECI, Malta-Austria.
Hello and welcome back to Malta. What a huge day of cricket. We had 5 matches today. This is the 5th coming up, actually. We had the 2 ECS matches that we caught up on in the morning, and now we're into our 3rd international match. And what entertainment we've seen this afternoon. Malta versus Austria. Match 3 is on the way. Razmal Shugarwal, he's been really lucky with the tosses. He's won both so far. Let's see if he can win another one as we get ready for the coin toss with Stefan Gooch and the 2 captains.
Austria to call.
Head.
Heads is called. It is heads.
On the back first.
Good luck, guys. Have a good day. Thank you. All the best.
So it is Razmal Shugarwal that wins a 3rd consecutive toss, and he decides that he wants to bat. And look, it was an interesting innings, wasn't it, that Austria came up with last time around, where they did lose wickets, but we know that they bat deep and they can kind of shuffle their order a little bit as well. I think the captain, Razmal Shugarwal, with 2 golden ducks, he'll be really keen to get amongst the runs before he puts his head on the pillow tonight. But I've got to say that Basil George, he's been a real big influence for Malta, and just everything he touches turns into gold, especially when he puts the ball in his hand at the moment. So let's see which country of these 2 will go to day 2 with a bit of momentum as we get ready for the start of match 3 in this ECI. And I can tell you once again, Austria, they've won the toss. They've won all of them so far. They're going to have a hit over to Rico Full as we get ready for the start of this match.
Thank you very much to Mr. Maximo, Vinny Sandu, and welcome to everyone on what has been a superb day. Not only do we have 2 European Cricket Series matches first thing this morning, where Sweden United were too strong for Malta today. Then we changed over to the international theme, where Malta have been taken on Austria. Let's have a look at the 2 teams here. And change in the keeping department for Malta. That's injury hearing is coming through Rafi Khan. So Rafi Khan won't be behind the stumps. We believe that Nimraj Khanna will be taking over that role. He did look like he was in a bit of trouble when he was out there. Looking forward to seeing Vidusha Ramishka. He's known as a shusha. And if you want to know why, well, if he does take a wicket, you'll know he shushes everybody. Austria, they'll be hoping that their captain, well, he's 3 out of 3 with the toss. Is it going to be 3 out of 3 in terms of golden ducks? He just hasn't been able to get going here today. Expected score, well, they're expecting it to be close once more, 102 to 104. So Malta expected to come back and be victorious in this one. This is the decider of the day, if you like, with both 2 teams winning 1 apiece. It's going to be an interesting one. The umpires make their way out into the middle. Looks like it's going to be Suleiman Saeed. He's out there. Suleiman, umpire from Italia. Call him the Italian stallion, and he's got Nilkesh Patel with him from Barcelona. 2 umpires are out there, and also 2 men that have been working as part of the European Cricket Network crew for the European Cricket Series here as well, so showing how multi-talented that they are. Austria batting first, and they'll be hoping that they'll put another good score on the board. I personally think, seeing that the way that the first match went and how they got to that score of 106, I think they believe that 120 is on here. I mean, they started well, could have been around that sort of score, but they fell away towards the second part of the innings. And if their batters, all their batters can click, including, of course, their captain, there's no reason why they can't get there. It's going to be Rahman once again to start off with the ball. He's bowled very well. And he's asking the question. He goes up. There's a shake of the head from the umpire. Says not out. But good areas from him straight away. It's a big swing, but nothing from it. Same 2 openers for Austria. So Ranhawa plays and misses at once. So this is going to be a wide. Just drags this one down, doesn't he? So can they get a good start here, the 2 openers? Ranhawa and Glash. Oh, that's well struck, but straight to the fielder. A really good catch. And, well, it's been absolutely walloped. And I think that's George. It's gone so quick, we'll have to check again. This has been absolutely smashed. And he's thinking, yep, I'll have it. That's my first runs. And there's a catch. And, yeah, Basil George taking the catch, and Arman Radhawa, you can't believe it. Now they're just checking here, you know, that he's held on to this long enough. I'm pretty sure you got to give this. Question is, does he have it under control? That will be the question. And I'm sure he does. Yeah, gone. Well, what's going on here? Well, he's still but he's still there. I'm bamboozled. He smacked this. Catch taken. He's celebrating. But, well, no ball has been called. It's been called a no ball. What the no ball is for, I can't tell you. Has to be, surely. Had to have been a fielding complaint. Well, delight turns to misery for Malta. They thought they had Radwa. He gets an alive, so no ball was called. It had to be a fielding complaint. Still. Well, only run so far is courtesy of the extras. Yeah, no ball called, and that's thrown everywhere. Everyone's looking around saying, hey, what's happened here? I'm looking at a lot of the supporters around the ground. They don't understand it. This is down the leg side. He's rolling away. Chase is on. The heat is on, but not going to get there. Milton Devesia chasing hard. Oh, man, who took 3 wickets in his first international ball and just lets himself down. Here's this strays down the leg side. Catches the pad. He goes for 4-leg buys. Oh, yeah, take 2. No, they won't. Just keep it to 1. Yeah, just word coming through with no ball. Worse because it's a suspected field infringement. The man that was down the fine leg was outside the circle, so that was picked up straight away. That could really hurt. Remember, Randhawa could and should already been back. It was a fantastic catch from George for all for nothing. Oh, inside edge, and this one is racing away as well. 2 fielders are after it. Should stop the boundary. And it is wanting the 2. The throw goes to the keeper's end. So that will be the end of, well, quite an exciting first over. It all happened in there. It will be 7 without loss. And well, he does survive. Remember, you can get in touch with myself at Rico Full on Facebook or Instagram. And of course, Mr. Maximo as well. Thank you all so much for all of your comments and all your support, not just for us, but for the European Cricket Network. And we'd like to take this opportunity, as always, to thank you for supporting. And unfortunately, though, we can't always reply back to you. We will get there eventually. Just so many, but we do appreciate your support. And well, speaking of support, a man who's been brilliant here in the box today, and it's always great to call the matches with him. Mr. Maximo Vinny Sandhu is back.
Wow, I had a great view of that first ball from side on as I was wandering back. What a catch by Basil George. Oh. And then he hurls it into the air. Then there's confusion. Yeah, the signal was that from the square leg umpire pointed at the fine leg and said you weren't in the circle when the ball was bowled. And now this one is going to be over the circle. It's going to go into the cheap seats. Oh, a bit of crowd fielding happening there. 4 runs, cuatro carreras. Yes, I mean, it cost you the wicket of Randhawa. And yeah, I mean, really, I saw the number 3 batter. He was about halfway to the boundary. He thought that was all done, and there was all sorts of confusion, almost a run out. They didn't even run in the end. So a bit of a life. See if Randhawa can cash in.
Well, he is. He's just hit a boundary. Now he uses his soft hands to take the single. Yeah, I mean, just for that brief second, I thought maybe the umpires are thinking about whether Basil had it under control, and there was no doubt he did. I mean, it was a great catch.
10 out of 10 for this celebration. It was actually an amazing catch because it was a slicing back kind of right to left as he would see it. He took it and then just launched it into the sky. And then, yeah, there was some talk of a run out. And then
gets away with this one, I think, for him.
Well, let's see. Just got a natural movement. Yeah, oh, that's a big
that's
wide.
A big time wide.
That's a huge wide. Fun yarn. Well, tell you what, Nilkesh might have to be on his Christmas card list after that one.
Third man, it's very wide and needs to be. Do the stop. There was him Abbas.
Got to say, now I was a big proponent. I didn't get over the line, but I wanted to see these guys playing a best-of-9 series because even though it's a big workload, but I think you can see at the level they're at, you know, they can do it, these guys. They're working smart as well. Anyway, best-of-7, pretty good anyway. We'll have a bit of extra cricket this weekend to make up the difference. This is in the air, and Garricky can't quite rein this one in. Oh, it's a really good piece of fielding.
Brilliant.
And they're probably going to get one here. That's really lazy running as well. They thought it was going for 4 for all money, but this plugs, and Hyrick never gave up the chase.
This is superb. I mean, it just gets over him, but look, the captain showing and leading by example. What a stop this is. This is superb. Absolute world class.
Brilliant.
Well, you can see that over and over again. That is world class. That is commitment for you from the captain.
Yeah, sensational work.
Very good running. You can just see here, I mean, I was saying that early on, especially in that first match, the Austrian batters, they didn't seem to be on the same wavelength. There was a lot of uncertain calling, but they seemed to have put it together, end of the over, and 15 without loss.
Yeah, my thoughts exactly. And that's just a touch and go. Again, hesitation is what kills. As we get to the last match of the day, let's have a look at where we're at in the series. 1-1 now. And you can see Austria, because of the weight of their victory, they go above Malta. But that's really only if we would have a washout or something like that.
Yeah.
I mean, basically, whoever can achieve 4 wins in this series, they will get that first ever ECI trophy. I said I'd go looking for it. I haven't actually.
Yeah, what happened?
Yeah,
I thought that's
I
maybe
actually
that's where you
forgot.
were.
But let me go get the brick at some point. Yeah, they asked the question here.
Well,
I
it's
think this is a bump ball, but let's find out.
Yeah, for me, definite bump. We'll see.
But I mean, we had one of these before that not everyone realised.
Let's see. I'm sure he hits this one straight into the ground.
Yeah, there you go. But I mean, sometimes you get ones that fool you. This isn't one of those times.
Nicely played. Soft hands again. So Nabas once again into play.
Yeah, so your team's batting first, winning both of the first 2 games. Often, you know, the higher the level of cricket, batters seem more confident chasing and more confident in their abilities, but I still think a lot can go wrong in chases. As a batter, you only get one chance, right? One mistake, you're one mistake away from curtains. And we've seen both second innings kind of falling apart in the middle overs, and it's just been a bridge too far to get to the targets. Both achievable targets, I think, so far. But, yeah, no team has one batting second. It's Rahman.
Ouch. Oh, that's hurt. It's
Wow.
a double whammy because, first of all, you've got a makeshift keeper in Niraj Khanna. He can keep, but he's there because Afi's injured. Now he's injured, and then the double whammy is the ball goes to the boundary, 4 byes.
Yeah, and this is a thumb buster, I think. Yeah, ouch. Straight away that glove comes off. Now he's already in because a late change, Afi Khan, with an injury, and so Khanna is thrust into that role. And we have seen him keeping a fair bit for Masa, but yeah, if he goes down, probably the Tank's next in line. He puts the gloves back on, and
Does well,
probably
doesn't
going
he?
for the same finger.
He does well because that one was not an easy take. It goes through the batter. Again, going down that leg side, but he takes it well.
What'll annoy him, maybe even more than the busted thumb, is the fact that ricochets for 4 byes. Not ideal.
Good
Barnes
areas.
he's bringing the heat, isn't he, at the moment?
Yeah. Good areas. I call him the man with the laddus when I've seen him bowling for Gozo Zalmi. He's been very good. And yeah, he's putting his laddus to good use here. Really getting that ball to zip through. Finishes the over well. And the power play is completed. He's scored 21 without loss.
Pretty entertaining start. Controversial start, maybe, as the umpires spotted a third outfielder. This is kind of wolf in sheep's clothing. He was posing as infielder, but he wasn't quite in the circle. And so that cost him a wicket. But Randhawa hasn't really hit his straps. He's hit a few nice shots, but he's hit some of them to fielders. He's got real fast hands, Randhawa. Again, I don't know how much T10 cricket he's played. And there is a bit of an adjustment And now we're going to get Fanyan Magal. He's going to bowl his second overs. They're bowling him out with a fairly new ball. Rahman's bowled out as well, so bowling out both openers before we turn to the middle overs. Ow.
Oh no, this is why you don't feel the ball with your foot. That looks nasty.
Well,
that looks nasty. And I don't see him recovering from this pretty quickly.
It depends what part of the bone it got. We've seen foot fielding. Coming new to ECN in ECI cricket is shin fielding.
This is right on the bone.
Shin fielding by Fanyan Magal.
Right on the bone.
And the thing is, probably he doesn't even save a run, right? He goes with the foot. And yeah, that hurts. That'll be a big bruise tonight. It's very hard to actually break that bone because it's a big bone, right?
Magic spray is there.
But it's a big bone to bust. But it will be a bruise and probably it'll be a lump. And he's probably going to keep going. This gives us a chance to welcome you into the box. Pretty sound to hear, Mr. Maximo. And look, kids at home, use your hands, okay? Use your hands. Because that was a proper shin buster for Fanyal. But he'll shake it off. Now, these cricketers, they're tough. It's not like football players.
Yeah.
He'd be on the ground for another 20 minutes. Don't they have
rolling
magic spray?
around? They would have stretched him off and
Throw
he would
the
have
ball
the ball back on.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway, he's back. He's ready to go.
Send some of that magic spray to some of those football matches. Because, look, he's fine. Anyway, he's not fine now because this is going to be 4 edged away. And, well, he's going to have to limp back and do it all again. It's a boundary to Austria.
Yeah, Kailash says thank you very much. And interesting, I don't think Malta can make up their mind where they want Wasim Abbas. He's been on the boundary a couple of times, especially to Ranhawa, and he's made some important stops there. But they bring him up, and what happens? The ball goes to the boundary. You've got to stick with the plan. If you want him back, keep him back. And they bring him back up again, so you just get the feeling that we're looking to dab this down into that area.
Good looking drive. See, Gereke's dragged himself from the boundary now after shelling a couple of catches. So he's in the circle, and they've moved Ryan Bastians down to long off. I want to say hello to Kitty Hundley in the chat. Hello, Kitty. How are you? I noticed that you're back as Kitty now on the chat. Tell me the story with that account situation. Hello, Johnny G as well, and Shrug. It's a good slow ball, isn't it, that Magal's got. It's a change-up. Won't bowl it that much because he's bowling so early in the innings, and his stop ball has been so dangerous. But yeah, smart bowling. He's had a really good day. I think of the players that aren't really that experienced in national colours he's produced.
Once more to Kailash, who goes aerial, and Ryan Bastian, he is not going to drop this. He is such a good catcher. We've seen him take catches all the time. Oh, the captain, he makes the right call. He says, well, I can't catch a thing. Hey, Ryan, right, you are on the heat at the moment. You can go there. And Ryan Bastian takes the catch.
This is a proper ice cream cone job. Look at that.
He sucks it in.
Have a look at this ball. This ball almost pops out of his hands.
Listen, you know when you eat ice creams and you bite the cone bit and you get the ice cream? That's what he does here. Look, this is like the 99, and he goes, oh, it's about to melt. So,
oh, and if that one gets dropped, like who's next? That's the zone that no one can seem to take catch from Malta. There's Heinrich saying, yeah, that's smart captaincy. And Heinrich himself is a pretty good fielder, as you saw from that boundary stop earlier. But it is the wicket that Malta were looking for. And Kailash doesn't really fire today. He goes for 8 off 11. He's the first man to fall. It's 28 for 1.
Yeah, and Mughal, well, he's been in the wars himself. He's going to have a massive bump on his leg. And he's going to have a bruise, but he's got something to show for it, at least.
He's going to be so sore when he wakes up tomorrow morning.
Hey, who's in? Is it the captain? It is.
No.
Here we go. He's had, is it a captain? No, he's not. They've gone for Hassan.
Doesn't look like it. They've gone for Hassan at 3.
I think
that's interesting for me.
Shigwell has decided 3 is not his lucky number. He don't want to come in at 3.
I am curious about that because you would have thought he'd be itching to get out there.
Would you after 2 goals?
Yes. Yeah, I mean, we can't go worse. Anyway,
you can.
So it's 29 for 1 after 4. Yeah, I mean, I'm curious about that. It's not like Mirza hasn't had enough batting. But it's also not like he's demanded a promotion either.
I think somebody probably said to Razma Shigwell, hey, number 3 is not your spot. Go for. Give somebody else.
But the thing is,
just move away from the number 3 spot.
Yeah, you don't reinvent the wheel just because 2 deliveries. I think Shigwell's their number 3. In fact, I actually would think that he could be an opening option.
Yeah.
Because really the openers haven't fired from the get-go, and maybe that power play would help him a little bit. Abbas has bowled pretty well today. He bowls to Mirza, and he gets a single. Austria 29 off 4. Yeah, what a real interesting series between these two teams. I know it's not really what we planned, because I feel bad for the Spanish guys.
Yeah.
I'm sure they're watching a lot of them, and they really should be here, but unfortunately circumstances dictated they couldn't make the journey. Still really entertaining international T10 cricket on ECN. Now it's a funky one from Randhawa. He misses out.
Yeah, Randhawa, we saw him play or attempt to play this in the last one. In fact, it was this shot he played that he then got himself run out, wasn't it? He didn't get himself run out, but it was brilliant work by the tank to get him run out. It was a close one. So he does like to play this shot. Just gets this one wrong though, doesn't he? You can see why he's trying to play it with the third man so wide. That's a lovely shot. Good work. Good bit of ground fielding by Basil. And a bit of a mix-up.
Well, Abbas has got too many options here. He's looking and everyone's kind of out, and he's working which end should I throw? Because it kind of rolls in. I mean, there was the little steps out there from Basil George, who almost made a meal of this. And then have a look. They're both running, they're both not. And then Abbas is like a parent that catches the kids sneaking out the window. Like, who am I going after? They're all running everywhere. Coming home in the middle of a party. Well bowled. I want to say hello to Peter Savage, who's in the chat. I was just a few moments ago asked, where are you from, Peter? Nice to see you in the chat. And yeah, Pantera in the chat as well, asking, can Razmal avoid the duck hat-trick record? Well, I'll tell you who's got 3 golden ducks in a row. It's David Marks here in Malta.
Yes.
With a half bat, full bat. You probably give him a double-sized bat. He still managed. This will be a wide. Abbas won't like it, but it's a good call from Sully. Have you ever made a run of golden ducks?
Nah. Not,
I was the first person in my school at first level to get 2 in a row that they could remember. And they read it out at assembly in front of everybody as well. So thanks very much.
Yeah. Okay, this is a chance. And Bastien comes in and he totally misses out on this one. And the batters, they're taking him on for the second, and they will get there.
Good running. I mean, Randhawa, unselfish, they're not his runs, but he spots that Bastians has overrun it. And this is the danger zone, isn't it? I mean, he does get there in the end, but he uses up all his pennies getting to the drop zone, and he can't hold on. So Abbas looks nonplussed. And to rub it in, they get 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's better when it's coming at him or over him. Running towards it, didn't look comfortable. Slower delivery. Good contact made, will just be a single.
A bit of an in-swinger from Abbas. This will take us to the end of the 5th over. The score is 35 for 1. Last game of the day here at the moment. We're heading to Gibraltar tonight. Well, pretty exciting situation at the moment. Weather permitting, we'll be in Gibraltar for the last 2 group matches. So Rugby CC, they're 2 points behind Pirates. They could catch them with a win, and they could surpass them with 2 wins. And I think that's exactly what they'll have to do, Rugby CC. If they do that, they'll make the final. Otherwise, Pirates will take on Entertainers in the Gibraltar final, which is tomorrow night in match 62. Joe Wegasani standing by. And good to have some cricket back on the rock, especially after extreme wins. Shut down the Europa Point Sports Complex last night.
Talking of rocks, the man who's been a rock has been Basil George with the ball, and he comes. Basil just keeps it simple, doesn't he? Keeps it simple, gets it up there, and lets the batters make the mistake.
At the international level, though, it's almost like the ball has a different sound off the bat, doesn't it? I think it's coming in a bit quicker most of the time. The guys, some of the wrist work, they're really powerful at smacking the ball.
This is an up and over shot. He sees that the mid-wicket is inside the circle. Plays it nicely, gets it over him, gets a boundary, 4 runs. One hand comes off the bat as well.
Yeah, only one. It's the top hand that remains on the bat, but you can see how powerful this guy is. And it was yeah, a bit of an unusual one. I think, yeah, probably loses.
Cleaning his gloves there, so maybe he's got sweaty palms.
Yeah, maybe he fell off the bat, but the contact point was pretty good for Randhawa. Battling on.
Shouts to catch it. Man, it's in the gap. It's going to be 4 more. And they're going to have a look at this. I mean, in terms of the field, they've got a fielder out there, so they haven't got it right. They've got one man inside the circle that's hovering, one on the boundary.
I don't know. I mean, I think they've got 2 there, and there's not even that far between them, but it was just perfectly placed by luck or design by Randhawa.
Interesting field, though, isn't it? Interesting field. They're very close to each other.
Yeah, they've made like a wall of 3. Whoa.
They're asking a question here.
Yeah, that umpire just indicated it came off the body. It's an audacious stroke, really. I suppose if he hits it, he probably gets a boundary, but let's see what this hits. Yeah, that's off the, I was going to say the thigh pad, but I think that's his other thigh. So I guess it comes off the thigh. Ouch.
Yeah, it's a cheeky one. It's off the cheek. Nicely taken. This one is up in the air, and it will go all the way. Vale, vale. Manos arriba, Hidro, porque eso es una grande. Eso es una 6 carreras.
Well, I'm no coach like Corey is, but I might say stick to right-handed for Randhawa, who looks a lot better. It doesn't matter how many fielders you got blocking that area if you hit it over the top of them.
And this one's another one. Adios, pelota. Eso es 6 más. Shaka time here at the Malta International Ground. And, well, Basil George, he's going the distance this time, isn't he? This is good hitting from a man. Well, Randhawa, he's probably thanking that man at fine leg for giving him a second chance.
Yeah, and look, just misses his spot, Basil George. He's been pretty good at getting up in the block hole today. But you can see why Randhawa's at the top of the order. He goes bang, bang to finish the 6. It's 56 for 1. 6 over check-in time. Well, now they're tracking just below 10. I think from here they're looking at 11 and over gets them to 100. I think they probably want more than that. They've got 9 wickets in hand. Still the captain, Shigawa, to come. He could break it out at any moment. And one thing about these Austrians, we know that they bat deep. Should be an exciting 4 overs.
Yeah, that over from George goes magical. Wasim Abbas comes back. In the air, just wide of the infielder.
So here's my theory with Basil.
Yeah.
He's batted terribly first 2 games and bowled really well. He's got pumped in this game, so he'll make runs.
Yep, that's Basil
It's
for
like
you.
it's the yin and yang, isn't it?
And also, just same as like Razmal Shigwal, also too good a batter to have 3 failures on the trot. Towards that long off Juan Bastien. Safety first as he gets down to stop it.
Bastians has retained his position at long off. He's got a few options, I suppose, in that position. Yeah, Garricky being used in infielder. Sometimes it's nice just to change your location if you're playing a few back-to-back games. I think a lot of these guys are comfortable fielding in a number of positions. So, yeah, it just gives you a slightly different look. Kind of keeps you a bit alert as well. You don't let that concentration wander.
Chance. Bastians, will he get there? Well, he throws himself at it. He doesn't get there. The ball stops before the rope. The batters will take 2. So that's a couple of half chances the Bastians had there. I mean, fair play to him.
Yeah, at this level, you got to catch those more often than you don't. I mean, he gets there, he gets 2 hands to it. Yeah, applaud the effort. Makes a bit of a divot as well, Ryan. But gets away, and they do get 2. I wonder if Garricky might consider swapping back.
Pressure. Zishan Yusuf comes in. He hasn't found a cap that fits him yet. Every time he runs in, his cap flies off his head.
Well, that's the thing. He's looking pretty good in his Maltese red floppy. Yeah, Zishan Yusuf was a late replacement for Afi Khan, who suffered an injury in the last game and wasn't able to take his place. That meant Niraj Khanna took the gloves. He's already copped one on the thumb. Imagine saying Malta need Ejaz for keeping. Well, I'm not sure what Ejaz from Goze's Army's residency status is, if he's qualified. That'd be entertaining.
Out. Surely there's a noise here. Certainly hear something. Unless this is bat hitting the pad or something, there's a big noise.
Well, I know sometimes these can fool you and it's an optical illusion, but my instinct was it came straight off the bat.
It's certainly a noise. I mean,
and is there a chance it comes off the body? Oh, I think this is going to look like it's out. Oh, look, there's doubt there, is what I'll say. Then the bat's there, the pad is there. That's where the doubt comes from. The umpire gives the batter the benefit of that doubt. But yeah, you know, sometimes you just have that instinct, don't you? But, you know, I'm fair enough with that decision because, you know, the kneecap's there as well. Umpire thought he might be fooled. So it's the end of 7 overs. The score is 62 for 1. And yeah, you can have an instinct that it's bat, but even the replay is a bit inconclusive. So what's coming up tomorrow, we'll finish this 7-match series. And look at that. We've got wedged in the middle, a catch-up game to give these players a break. We'll catch up a game in the ECS. So match 82, Gozo CC take on Marsa. Marsa will have an interesting time, haven't they? And we're starting again early in the morning at 7:15 GMT, 8:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 PM in India. It's 1:15 PM in Bangladesh. Should be a huge day of cricket. It's my last day here in Malta tomorrow, Rico.
Yeah, then you go to Jim. Hey, the big question there would be, in that Marsa lineup for that match, the likes of Niraj Khanna, Fayam Mughal.
Yeah.
Okay, are these guys?
You know what? I had a look at the squads. I've noticed a few of the Knights look like they will be playing for Marsa. The Knights are a very famous team. You're big rivals with Marsa, but they're not in the current ECS. So keep an eye on that tomorrow.
Ouch.
Now, this is the toughest thing when you're keeping.
I think that was the ball, not the bat.
Yeah, because you basically feel like a sitting duck. You might as well put a blindfold on when you're keeping and you see this. And yeah, cops on the end of the fingers. Ouch. Niraj can't wait to give those gloves back. And this one isn't coming back because it's pumped out of the ground. Maximo Randhawa having a golden time. Once again, I'll say it. Stick to right-handed because right now when he does it, he's looking good. And Devasia on with his off-spin, he disappears.
Un golpe grande y muy dulce también. Más dulce de tarta de chocolate. 6 more. This time doesn't quite get it right. So
I like this though. I mean, he comes down the wicket and he doesn't back out of the shot. You know, he still goes for it. He knows he's not quite to the pitch, but he doesn't get chickened out. Doesn't chicken out and go for one. In the end, he gets one, but we're still trying to hit a boundary there.
Sean's got to get going now. It's now or never for him. Hits it up in the air, and well, it was now or never. I think one way or another, he had to get going, and there's a smile on the face from Heinrich Gerke because the captain finally holds on to one. But, you know, I'm just going to say this. The way he was going, you probably think this could be an error because if Shigwell comes out now, he can really tear him apart.
Yeah, but I also think that guy can hurt you as well, Hassan, who actually chases a wide and spoils a wide. And Gerke, oh, change of location, changes as good as a holiday for the Maltese skipper. As he holds that one. As here comes Shigwell, he's gone golden duck, golden duck. But yeah, this guy, I'm sure we'll see him play some good innings in this series, and he's just wonderful to watch. Leads his side well, he's a very humble guy as well. And he's coming out. You see, he's
Big
looking a bit sheepish.
Hey, what about Milton Devasia? Another wicket for him?
Yeah, Milton mirrors it into that shot.
Here we go. Finally, runs on the board.
This is where you had a big crowd. They'd all clap.
Hey.
I think he gets a bit of a clap from his teammates there, but he's off the mark. Another middle-of-the-road target, I think, on the way for Malta. Will we have a successful chase this afternoon?
Side, a bit of a groan from Randhawa.
Yeah, I mean, Shigwell will feel a million times better on 1 than 0. And he'll have to watch the start of the next over because he'll be the non-strikers. Then Randhawa retains the strike. He moves to 41. 8 overs down. It's 71 for 2.
So what do you reckon here? 90-something? Or can they get a push on here?
Oh, they can. Yeah, they could get 100 still.
No, just that 1 over.
Yeah.
That 1 over. That was from George, of all people, that went for 21. Other than that, they've contained really well.
Now it's a big moment. Vidusha Rashmika is going to bowl. We call him the shusher because when he's playing for Southern Crusaders, when he gets people out, he gives a little finger to the lips shush.
Are we going to see an international shush?
I think we're going to see an international
shush.
Maybe not this game, but maybe. Let's have a look. Good to see him get an opportunity. And he bowls the 9th. Everyone, saddle up. Here we go.
Dusha goes down the leg side. It's going to be a wide to start off with.
So, yeah, Majid in the chat saying he's putting his hand up for off-spin duties for Malta. Makes sense, Majid. I think you've had a pretty good series for Gozo's Army. Keep plying your trade. Opportunities will come, and there's so many more opportunities in international cricket these days as well.
Firmly hit. Work to be done by the fielder, but it's too well hit. And Mr. Maxima doesn't want to go across the muddy path to stop that one. So that's going to be 4 runs.
Not these shoes, geez, that was powerful, wasn't it? That was a bludgeon.
Yeah.
And the long off Bastian's was a little bit wide. We saw this probably at Kartama quite a lot, where captains would put their long on and long off pretty straight and try and make it impossible to hit in between them, trying to force the batter to go around, but that was well struck by Randhawa. Boundary to start the over.
And this is going to be another, it's going to be a Maximo Bolle Kinnasona. And what a way for Randhawa to bring up his half century. Lovely hit. And uses his feet well, gets to the pitch of it, and gets smashed over cow corner. 6 runs, well batted.
Now, life doesn't always give you second chances, but it does for Randhawa here in match number 3, as he gets 50 off 29 balls. That's his 4th Maximo, also 4 fours in there. Good innings. Let's see what he can do in the last 10 balls.
He goes for another one, and this is going to be another Shaka Lugge. He says, I'm not done yet.
Yeah.
And, well, it's not the welcome to international cricket that Rashmishka was wanting.
That's brilliant hands. Really good hands from Randhawa. That's a really good shot of it from side on, where he just snaps those wrists through the ball. And he's not trying to keep this down, obviously. He knows there's a fielder there. He knows if he doesn't get it right out the middle, he's probably going to be gone.
Yeah.
Probably straight down the throat of Bastian's on the boundary, but he gets all of it. And he's really resurrecting this innings. You talked about 90. Well, they'll get there well before the end of the 9th over, I think. I think they're looking 100 plus now.
Full toss, and this one may get called. It's up in the air. First of all, the catch is taken. And
They'll look at this
they'll
for
have
sure.
a look at each other.
Because it's not the kind of ball that's dipping, so it's awkward times right now.
Here we go. Well, he comes a long way down. So
He does.
That's what makes it harder for the umpires. But, I mean, the question is, where would it have finished? I still think...
I think it's really high, but, I mean, if you charge, you kind of lose your benefit a little bit with this. I have a feeling they'll give this out. My instinct is also it's probably waist high. It could go either way, and it's been called a no ball.
Yeah.
Yeah, look. Yeah, we often
I'd
say
agree with that.
the benefit should go to the batter. He does charge, but it's not like a ball that's dropping a lot, and it's quite significantly above his waist, I think, when he hits it. So
Free hit.
free hit coming up.
Oh, well, this one definitely will be called, and it's a sensational catch.
How easy is catching when you know it's when you know it doesn't count?
Well, listen, that's the second. He can't bowl another. It'd be off.
Yeah,
Then he'll be shushed.
tries the slower ball.
The shusher being shushed here. Oh, well, it wasn't a ballerina type
Also,
of
that's
catch.
not how you want to take your first wicket in international cricket with a ball like that. Anyway, he's on a fake hat trick because we've had 2 catches that haven't counted. And it's going to be a free
He's not
hit.
even waiting for the umpire to
Easy,
get back.
Vidusha. Take a deep breath,
He
my
says
man.
the batter's not looking at the
Take
ball
a deep
now.
breath. Here we go.
And there's a grunty slower delivery.
That's better. Just got to settle here. And it's a pretty...
He's gone magical in his first
Yeah,
international.
it's a pretty...
It's a magical start. It's a magical start,
Tough
but
time to come on.
not that sort of magical. Anyway, he could still get a wicket. Still got deliveries here.
Uh-oh.
And
I'm worried because that was high-ish as well. This is not quite as high, maybe. Oh, it definitely wasn't as high as the last one. But, yeah, let's have a look.
I think he held it back enough.
Uh-oh,
Is it
I'm worried.
dipping? No, he's
Oh, maybe we'll just get away with that. That's a really good shot of it.
And this is, he's getting very excited
Quite an
here.
over.
Well, he's saying, how is that nothing? Well, it must have touched nothing at all because,
It's a big wide.
It's a big wide. I don't know what the appeal is for here.
Yeah, I think there was some sort of noise, but it's definitely a wide. Like, there's no question about this. Maybe there's a noise with the batter, just the swoosh of the bat or something, but there's daylight in between bat and ball.
Yeah,
Have a look at this.
There's
no way he catches that with this.
Nothing on this at all. So it's another wide.
Carter's just happy that's the first one that hasn't busted his thumb.
This score is now 90. Is that 96 now?
Get my calculator. How many off this over now?
25, I think. Well, add another 6 to it. I think it's gone supersonic. It's a supersonic start for Vidushka, the Shusha, as this one goes into the, the direction of the archery. Yeah, it goes into the netting there. The netting saves
it. Gets lodged in the net. So, well, it's pretty much a worst case scenario. In fact, it's 30. That's the final count.
The 100 comes up in the over as well. Well, I was wondering if they get to around about the 90, between 90 and 100. Well, they've gone past. It's 101 now. It's a disastrous over. And unfortunately, it's the nightmare start for Vidushka Ramishka.
Yeah.
The shusher, well, he hasn't shushed anybody. He's just been taken apart.
He's silenced, isn't he? And he goes supersonic. So there's a supersonic boom there. No shush. And no chill from Randhawa either. 30 off that. The 100 is up. 101 for 9. And Rashmika, and the thing is, we definitely won't get another over this game because he can't. He'll be wanting to get another bowl in this series to show that that's not typical. Here's Milton to try and stop the bleeding.
Chance for a catch, but just dropping short of the fielder.
The difference between a 6 and a miss hit isn't that much. I mean, Shigawal just drags that one on the bounce, deep mid-wicket. Anyway, Randhawa, as it was said in the chat a few moments ago, very costly error first ball this innings.
Yeah, huge. This one doesn't quite get it out in the middle, but still enough to get the boundary. And he's gained some, isn't he? Moving along nicely. Moves to the 69 now. Yeah, really good innings.
I think you should squeeze, especially with a slow bowler. Should get Ryan Bastians a little bit straighter here. Don't give them that gap. It's going to be difficult for him to go inside out to the left of Bastians. Anyway, what a finish this is for Austria. They are off and racing.
Too short, Gandhi ball, gets into position early, and Randhawa, he's just made the most of the opportunity he's been given by some, well, ill discipline in the field. He could have been and should have been gone. Basil George took the outrageous catch to catch him out before he got off the mark, but only to find that the field had let him down. It was no ball that was called because of that, and since then he hasn't looked back, and he's made the most of his opportunity. Now, chance and well taken. Ryan Bastians takes another catch. Neatly done, and that will be the end of Randhawa, but not before he's blasted 73 off the 36 deliveries that he faced. What a good knock.
Brilliant knock, isn't it? And Bastians holds this one straight down his throat. And he did go a little bit straighter and holds on to it. But Randhawa dominated this innings, especially in the last 10 minutes or so. He ends up going for 73. And for a guy that, took a while to get going, he certainly showed us what he can do and exactly why he's at the top of the order for Austria. And he leaves his team in good shape. It is 110 for 3, 2 balls remaining.
Yeah, so another wicket to Milton Devasian. So well done to him. I mean, you've seen a big difference between his debut at this level and Vidusha Rashmika. It just didn't go well for the Shusha. He went supersonic. Devasia is in the wickets, looking to get another one here. Throws himself at this one.
And almost runs himself out there.
Jumping around like a little bunny.
Here's the wild thing. He's a perfect man to bat the last ball.
Oh, hits it hard, hits it high, hits it long, hits it for 6 more. And takes the score, just keeps moving along now. So, well, one boundary after another. That's the end of the proceedings. They'll finish with 116, so the highest score in this little series so far, and they beat the 106 they scored last time. So Malta will have to be at their best, and a few errors. Well, one big error which cost him dearly. This should have been him gone on 0. What a catch it was. Everybody was confused. Why is it not out? Well, it wasn't out because the fine leg was outside the circle when he had to be inside, and then after that he never looked back as he plastered the ball to all parts of this beautiful Malta International Cricket Ground. 73 of 36, and had little contributions to support all the way through, but it was really that one man that did all the damage. He really did play some lovely shots, but it was that 9th over. We say it all happened in the 9th minute. It went supersonic.
Yeah, well, it did. Before that, you can see Kailash, he was out there. Never really saw the best of him. Tell you what, if you're a fan of shin bones getting busted, you'll enjoy that footage. I don't think that Fanya Magal did, and then he got nicked to the boundary to rub salt into that fairly big bruise. Anyway, Bastians, there's the ice cream cone, and that one stuck. They weren't all sick during this innings, but yeah, Malta Yeah, they were looking the more tired of the two teams, really, you'd have to say, as we're into the third consecutive match. And Austria have had a lot of travel issues in the last day or so, but I mean, it was all momentum, wasn't it? And I think this is what you see at international level. If you make little mistakes with the ball, the batters are good enough to cash in. And, well, Randhawa certainly did here, building this fairly serviceable score of 116 Malta. They're going to have to bat very well to chase this down.
Yeah, they really are. When you think about it, Ben, there was 2 overs. That one from the Shusha, and then that over from Basil George, which went for 21.
Yeah.
That's 51 in just 2 overs. So it was just those 2 overs that cost them. And you'll see that also when you have a look at the Manhattan. So really, it was just 12 deliveries that cost them, that got to this score. But that's what happened. That's why this format is so interesting. It's so exciting.
Yeah.
Things can change so quickly.
Yeah, it's so true, isn't it? We've seen a lot of it, but yeah, get it wrong and you're going to go the journey, and it gets harder and harder. And yeah, I know that feeling. You felt that things were getting away from him there. Rashmike didn't settle. He was rushing in before the umpire was set. Just, you can understand that.
Yeah.
And hopefully he can deal with those nerves, and hopefully he can come back stronger later in the series. But right now, Malta have to turn their attention to the bat in the last innings of the day. We come out after the break, they'll need 117. Look at the first innings, Randhawa got a lucky break first ball, he cashed in 73 off 36, and that was after he was pretty slow in the first bit of his innings. Hassan with 10 and a run of ball, but we didn't quite see the best of Mirza today either. Shigawal, we got his first run of the series, didn't have to do much. Sadran hit the last ball out of the ground to get them to that total of 116. And the bowlers, well, a case of the haves and the have-nots really for Malta.
Yeah, it definitely is. They're talking about there's just 2 overs that really cost them there. There was that one that went for 21. That went magical from Basil George, but worse was still to come. There was a supersonic one as well, as unfortunately Vidushka Rashmishka went for 30 as well. So this is the way it stands. The mid-match summary is that Austria, well, they've gone out there, they've won the toss again, they wanted to bat, and they batted well. Got 116 on the board. And the way things have gone so far in the last 2 matches, team batting first has gone on to win. But we know that Malta have got the players. We know they've got the all-star cast themselves as well. Can they get going? Can boom Basil George get going in this one? If he can, it'll be an exciting finish. Join me, Rico Fuller, Mr. Maximo, when we return in just under 7 minutes time.
Hello and welcome to the FanCode European Cricket International Series here between Malta and Austria. It's a 7-match series this weekend, the first time we've seen international T10 cricket outside of European Cricket Championship. Of course, the ECI will be back later in the year featuring both these countries, and so what better way to press your case than by proving yourself at international level. So right now, the series is locked at 1-1. I think we're seeing a lot of entertainment, a lot of high-quality cricket this afternoon as well. Great to have your company wherever you're watching from around the world as we head into the last innings of the day from the Marseille International Cricket Ground here in Malta. Of course, more cricket tonight with matches 59 and 60 in the FanCode ECI T10 in Gibraltar. We'll determine who is in the final tomorrow night there. But right here, right now, it's Austria. They won the toss. They've made 116 off their 10 overs. 117 to win. And don't just remember that the first match between these two teams, it was Malta 89-80 that won. In the second match, Austria 106 to 81. So haven't had a successful chase yet. Akib Iqbal, he got taken down in the last game. He'll want to bounce back here in match 3. Here we go, and he starts with what I think's a no ball. And you can just tell by the reaction that I actually think he actually gets something on this and it comes down onto the stumps. This actually hits him or hits the bat. It's got to be a no ball. Yeah. Yeah.
I don't think it doesn't hit anything. Does it hit anything?
Well, let's see when frees this as the ball goes over the line. I had the feeling it did maybe catch some of his shirt. For me, it's a no ball. I know
You got to give it from the crease. If he's standing in the crease.
I still think it might have actually hit his body there, and that made it jump quicker than it would have otherwise.
It'd be a brave call.
I think it's a no ball. Just when I saw it live, I thought it hit him, and that doesn't really give you the best impression of that. So I don't think look at the trajectory of it. Yeah, I think it definitely takes a bit of a dive. It's an interesting one.
Well, it's just still.
I think it hits him.
It's been given a no ball free hit.
This was my instinct. My instinct was watching it live, watching it from behind the bowler's arm, that when it hits your body in that sense, it slows the ball down, it makes it dive.
So isn't it interesting that both innings have started this way?
Yeah, well, Basil deserves a bit of luck off the first ball. He took an absolute hanger last time. I think that's a good decision. I've got to say that. What are they saying here? Did the ball go to the boundary? No, I don't think so. The umpires coming together. That'll just be the no ball. Akib, I know that wasn't where he was meaning to put it.
I think, yeah. Well, I mean, everybody's looking at the wicket. No, it doesn't go to the boundary. It knocks the stumps over. So that's what they check. I think the umpires are checking here. You know what happened with the ball.
Yeah, it's been given a no ball. I can see that.
Yeah, Akib, what's happened to Akib? He bowled so well in the first match, and then after that, now obviously that's also will be warned for that one. So he's being given a warning for height.
And it's not where Akib wanted to put the ball either. So Basil gets a chance. Right. Chance to cash in on the free hit. We'll have to wait though.
Going on here.
Not a lot of sunlight left in the day, so you won't want to spend too long doing this.
Question here is, I don't know what the umpires are discussing here. I wonder if it's anything to do with wanting to check what happened with the ball once it hit the stumps. I mean, I don't think it did go to the boundary.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you should probably be watching this.
But he's still saying it really dipped. I don't believe they called it. Well,
yeah, that's a good decision. I don't know. For me, I think it does catch a little bit of his trousers or his back hip. So, and if there's doubt, you got to call it. And so, yeah, it's been given 4 byes. Yeah, so it must have gone to the boundary. And probably how they found that, they had to go find the ball afterwards, right? So that's how.
Yeah, that's what
they've got that right eventually. So it's going to be no ball plus 4 byes. It'll be 5 plus 0. It's still 5. So it becomes doubly expensive, doesn't it? And really just the start that Malta wanted, chasing this pretty challenging target of 117.
Yeah, bonus start. But Iqbal gets the dot in afterwards. Basil George can be so explosive if he gets in. He just needs one out in the middle of his bat, doesn't he?
He's a bit jumpy though at the moment, Basil. Not surprising. Well, I noticed that Chris has spotted that we have a few cats that go around the ground here at Mars. I don't know if Valentine's in the tower, if we spot the cat at some point, maybe we can be on cat watch. I know that Spring Production did this really well in Barcelona last year when we were on a kind of National Geographic watch. A lot of dogs, a lot of birds, but now we've got some cats that are around. I am very allergic. I should mention that.
Are you what?
I'm very allergic to cats. Yeah, very allergic.
All this time I've known you, you've never told me that. Hey, bring the kitty cats here.
Please do not.
It's a nice tabby, actually, that walks around. It's a lovely cat.
No, hairy cat in my face.
Remember, was it the second time we were here
result.
and everybody was liking the cats and wanted to stroke them, and then who got bitten? I got bitten. I know
I
who
must
it
have
was.
missed that one.
I remember now. I'm not going to say. Swing and a miss.
Oh, boy.
Well, after that dream start, where they got the no ball, 4 buys, it's not a lot's happened. ...
Good change of pace that time. Iqbal and Basil's jumpy at the moment. You can tell. And they've got the field set deep mid-wicket, long on, to protecting those leg side boundaries. That's his power zone. Can also go over mid-off. Should be thinking about that a bit more, I think.
Oh, he gets sent back as well. And wasn't on the run.
Well, I mean, he could actually face 7 dot balls in this over, which is pretty rare because the no ball counts as a dot against him.
He's gone defensive, hasn't he?
Yeah, I can understand why. I mean, I don't care who you are. When you're on 0, it's stressful. When you've already made a duck as well, he's made 0 and 1. They're his 2 innings so far. And right now, that 1 is the best.
Big shot
I don't
here.
think we've ever seen about it eat 7 dots in an over, though.
He's going for this. Big shot. I'm telling you.
He's away.
Yep. Up and running. And
Remember Randhawa, though, he was slow to start, had a bit of luck early on, a few parallels. That's the end of the first over. The score is 6 for no loss. You get the no ball plus 4 buys, plus the single, and Basil will retain the strike. We've hit double digits, and that's how quick it comes around, Rico, because there's so much cricket on the European Cricket Network. And now, pretty much 2 days of cricket. Later, we are at 10 matches without a golden ball. I wonder if we'll have an international golden ball in this series. It's a matter of time till we have one in ECI cricket.
We are in Malta. And Malta, it seems to be the home of the golden balls. It all happens out here. So every chance we could. This man, Basir Khan, bowled very well last game. Loved the way he changes up the pace.
Yeah, Basir. Like I say, he's got a slightly unusual release. He's very kind of wristy. And he's getting ready for action. And Fanya Magal still stuck at the other end. Just watching. Here we go with over number 2.
He just chips it up in the air. What a soft dismissal this is. When you're a natural aggressive player, you got to play that way. He's gone into defensive mode. And, well, this is not the Basil that we know. I mean, this is just a gentle catch-me sort of shot. And Razman Shigwell, there's no way he's dropping that.
Stops his shot, doesn't he? Stops his shot there. And he was just a man of extremes there. He was too careful or he was too crazy. I mean, you remember that cutter that he just ran down to and hacked at in the first over?
Yeah.
Just couldn't strike a balance this afternoon. And so, Basil goes 0-1-1. That's fine if you're programming a computer. But not a great start for Malta because he burns an over as well, pretty much. 6 for 1 in the second.
Yeah, and Basir Khan just picks up another one. It was just a gentle delivery, really. Basil didn't really offer anything to it, so he'll go.
Ryan Bastians gets an opportunity at number 3 once again. And meanwhile, Fanya Magal finds himself still at that non-strikers end. He was the most impressive of the batters back in match 2 for Malta.
Oh, big hoo-ha, big swing.
I'll tell you what, it's a nervy start, isn't it, from Bastians? And credit to Basir, who gets in a good spot here. Ryan's itchy to get off the mark. Similar field to the one they had for Basil George.
This one out, timed beautifully, gets 4 runs. Lovely shot. This is all about the timing. You see, this is the sort of delivery that got Basil. But he plays the shot, doesn't stop it, guides it through the gap, nicely placed. And Tariq goes afterwards, but he's not stopping that. Nicely
fully
done.
Raced to the boundary off the bat of Bastians. That was just a push. That'll be a confidence booster. And you look at where the outfielders are. The 2 outfielders on the leg side. So if you do get it in that gap on the offside, then you'll get a boundary. And I wonder if they're going to change this now on the basis of that drive. They're going to put long off back. They'll bring deep mid-wicket up. I like this field because I think it encourages Bastians to do something risky, which is to go across the line and go for that vacant mid-wicket. Let's see if he takes the bait. Yep. It's, he misses out.
Yeah, it was there though, wasn't it, for the shot? In all fairness, he doesn't get the line right. It sort of drags it down the leg side. But Bastien just moving a little bit too much. I don't like to see him just stand still and whip that away, especially with the fielder in. Any good timed shot, and he's going to get his boundary.
Yeah, talking about the fact that Spain aren't here. That was due to the fact that travel was disrupted because of some of the action going on in that sector at the moment, just being talked about in the chat. Why don't you throw a random question at us if you like? It is the last game of the day, so I always like the random questions. It's not the last game on ECN today because Joe's standing by. 2 games from Gibraltar tonight as well. Last ball the over here.
Going down leg side, but again, the change of pace, that's what I'm liking about this boy, Pasir Khan. And, watching him bowl, it's like a packet of Bombay mix. You don't know what's coming out next. Slows this one right down, just rolls the fingers right over it.
Yeah.
Really well bowled.
Clever bowling. So, well, there's a random question in the chat, but first I'm going to talk about some ECN hot gossip. Congratulations to one of our tournament referees, Charles Croucher, who got married to Yana today, and they got married in Mauritius. So this has come through.
News.
Charles and Yana, wishing you all the best for a very, very happy life together. And having spent some time with both of them, actually, I think they're a wonderful couple, and I think they'll do very well with it.
Yeah, best of luck for the future. Akib comes back onto bowl, and he's going to go to the boundary. Nicely timed shot, and Fai Mughal is up and running.
He's been waiting forever to get a chance. And the first ball he faces, he just pushes and plays it pretty late. That's why it goes behind point, sends the bird scattering. And Malta got their kind of feet in quicksand at the moment, but there's still time for them to turn this around. And just think about that Austrian innings, a couple of big overs, like you mentioned, one of 30, one of 21, which were able to drag them to that score of 116.
This time, it's well bowled, and it thinks about playing it and just stops his shot as well. So Mughal thinks now this one is a little bit too close for comfort. Let's go by.
So, random question I'm seeing in the chat: who's your favourite Spice Girl? Now that is a good random question. Now you got me thinking.
It's probably quite a few people don't probably remember the Spice Girls around this round. But
well bowled. Keeb's got it just right here. You know the Spice Girls, don't you?
I know the
Can you
Spice
name them
Girls.
all?
No.
Here's number 1. Can you name them all?
Scary, wasn't it? Scary.
Okay, I see him. I think there's 5. So go for it. Scary is 1.
Scary is 1. Then there's Victoria.
What's her name, please? Official name?
Oh, come on. Posh.
Yeah.
Posh.
Oh, you are a fan.
Jerry Halloway. What was she?
Okay, gives us more time. Thank you, Akeem. So we got Scary, you got Posh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jerry Halloway. What was her name? What was she?
I love that you know their actual names.
I know that.
Are you reading the Gossip Max? Okay, I'll give them to you.
Go on.
If you get 3, that's a pass, right? You're at 40%.
Okay.
I think you'll get another one, and I'll fill in the other 2.
One straight to the fielder. No
so
run.
you've gone Scary, you've gone Posh.
Yeah.
Oh, these are easy. Come on. Scary, Posh. Jerry Halliwell, right?
Yeah, I said that one. Yeah.
But what's her hair?
Blondie, you know.
Ginger.
Ginger. Was she Ginger?
Ginger Spice.
Okay, Ginger.
Then there's Sporty Spice. And then there's Baby Spice. Don't ask me how I know all this, by the way.
Oh, dear. It's catchable. Gets himself in a position. Really good catch. Nicely taken. And the man who's had a good time out the bat is Arman Radwana. Takes the catch. And that's the one they didn't want to give away. Fai Mughal chasing a wide one. Slices it up in the air. And Randhawa comes in and says, thank you very much.
Just bottom of the bat job, wasn't it, really? And Randhawa having a pretty good game. The gods are smiling on him as well after he got a bit of a lucky break. First ball of this match. And so, yeah, Funyun's got to go. Someone else has to step up for Malta. Bit of a shaky start, 14 for 2. All right, so we've now established
your favourite.
The 5.
Go on,
so
who's your favourite?
There's Scary, Posh, Baby, Ginger, and Sporty. For me,
it's between Posh and Baby.
Posh and Baby?
It's between Posh and Baby. Let me have a think. And I'm going to say it goes to a golden ball because I can't choose both, can I? It goes to a golden ball. And I'm going to say Posh sneaks over the line for me. No?
No,
Okay, I changed my mind. Baby.
No, that's what you think. That's what you think. That's fine. That's fine. I think I'm going to go with talent alone. So I'll go with Jerry Halloway because she did do well with the single career afterwards as well.
Oh, you're traitor, though. She left the
Why?
group. What are you going to do? Have a single career? You're going to start your own cricket channel? That's big. Oh, well, problems here with a better throw. Oh, you've gone the only one that broke away. Interesting.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, this scary pot, all sorts.
Yeah.
Chris Smith is going. Is he going for all of them? Was he? Is he just naming them?
He might have got him even before we read him out.
Yeah,
well done. All right, let's have a look at this weird-looking city where there's two skyscrapers. And okay, the last one, 15. But apart from that, all single digits, be it 21 and 30, as we saw the Shusha copper supersonic boom in the ninth.
Yeah.
16 for 2 after 3, and not the power play Malta were looking for. And they've lost 2 wickets. And the other thing is, we know it gets dark towards the end of the day here. By the end of this innings, it's going to be pretty dark, I think. And that's not going to make it easy either, as Javeed comes on to bowl over number 4. Andrew Smith dobbing you in, saying Rico reads all the women's magazines. I bet you do.
Not all. Some.
Some.
Yeah, in the bar. In
Women's
Spain,
magazines or women in magazines?
Now.
Here's
You're talking about reading.
Let's get back to the cricket.
Oh, it's...
he just smiles instead of throwing.
It's just not happening. Yeah, you got to have the women's magazine because, you know, in the bar, restaurant, people come, they're waiting. You put a few magazines out. And then, of course, they're out there. You have a read of them, don't you?
I mean, everyone enjoys them. We call them women's magazines because that's kind of what you traditionally associate with them.
Clips this away nicely. And, fielder,
yeah, they'll
good work. Liking that, goes down with his hands.
Just couldn't keep his feet, could he, there, Kailash? And that allows them to come back for 2. Yeah, they'd love Garricky to have a heater here as well. Haven't quite seen the best of him with the bat yet today. He hasn't had a lot of cricket. Zadran, the wild thing, good bowler.
No, big shout.
Nice to hear calling. You don't hear that very often on ECN. Garricky very quick, and Bastian's got a proper dead leg there. I think that's missed his thigh pad and his pads. And Malta finding it tough going. I tell you what, my original 5-2 is looking pretty good if Austria get up here.
Well, this is a fine shot. It really is. This is how, talk about getting on top of a ball and guiding it down. This goes so quick. What a good shot this is.
Yeah, and he uses the pace of Zadran. Not a lot of footwork. Okay, it's uppish, but it's in the gap. You're going to have to roll the dice occasionally if you're going to chase this down. Where's the rate at? It's already at kind of 15 and over.
Yeah.
And it's not going to be easy at all. But they still have top order batters there.
Playing away nicely as well.
See the shadows coming across. Just keep an eye on the pitch at the moment. So you can see it's pretty much half in shadow, half not. Look how quickly that sunlight disappears. And they'll keep an eye on it, maybe ball by ball.
And it can't help with the batting, you know.
Picking up variations and things like that can't be easy. Let's see how long before it swallows the stumps.
Pierce, Kailash is there once more. Good work. He's been kept busy out there, but he's doing a good job.
Yeah, nicely done. And that will be the end of the over. It's 24 for 2 after 4. Let's see how the scorecard's looking. Bastian top scoring with 11. I mean, you've got guys there that could do it, I suppose. You've got the tank next. We know he's destructive. Naresh Khanna also has played some good innings here in Malta, but it's just looking like a tall order, especially with the quality of the Austrian bowling through these middle overs.
Yeah, and it won't get any easier because bowlers that bowl very well in the last one coming back into the attack.
About favourite boy band. Do you have a favourite boy band? A few of those going around.
I mean, Backstreet Boys have to come up in the conversation. Westlife, I like a bit of Westlife as well.
I'm going to go a little bit alternative from what you're thinking. I'm going to get out of the UK. I'm going to say boys to men.
Yeah, they were good.
Boys to men were good. About NSYNC. 5, I think they're for the UK.
It's
How-
interest-
I gotta-
interesting though.
Yeah.
In the sort of the olden days, if you like, you never called them a boy band. Did you?
Yeah.
Nobody called the Jackson 5 a boy band.
That's
did they?
true.
Or the Bee Gees.
It's the publicity.
Yeah. Upish chance. And it's been fluffed.
Well, he's made an absolute meal of this. He takes his hat off on purpose, Zishan, and then he almost trips on his own hat, and then the hat goes across the rope, and then the ball goes across the rope. So he's made about 3 or 4 errors there, and just leave your hat on next time and concentrate on catching the ball. Zishan, who's made famous last year when he got out at Carter, whacking himself in his own pad and injuring his leg and having to hobble off. So Eddie Bart, he gets the next ball, bouncing straight over middle stump to Bastians.
Yeah, I mean, that was right. He back heel, takes a cap off to get himself in position, puts it on the ground, kicks the cap over the boundary, and then punches the ball over the boundary.
The only way it could have been better is if he actually literally had tripped over his cap and fallen over. Especially because it didn't blow off. He took it off. Didn't frisbee it far away.
Hit hard, and this will go all the way. Lovely shot. He gets a bit of width, but I like the way he doesn't just throw his bat at this aimlessly, gets that front foot planted down, goes down on one knee, and says, fetch it. Beautiful hit.
Yeah. And it's just a beautiful cricket shot. And he just holds the pose, doesn't he? He holds his shape. This is nice. There's no laziness in this shot. Trying to drag it to the leg side. Pure from Bastians. Well, that was less so.
Yeah, that was more of a big wild hoik and a swing. Good comeback from Didar.
Hello to Louis Bruce. Nice to see you, Louis. Who's your tip tonight, Louis, in the Rugby CC versus Pirates showdown?
Ask Louis Bruce if he knows who the Spice Girls are. He probably wondering what we're talking about.
Louis Bruce.
He's 17.
Louis
He doesn't
Bruce's
know who
boy
Spice
band
Girls.
material. Don't worry about that.
Gundy down leg side, and there's the
Clipped his
old
pad.
roll.
He's clipped his pad with his bat there, so it hasn't actually. Ball hasn't hit anything, so it is a white. It's a good call. Umpire's been pretty good today, I've got to say. Umpires have to rise to the occasion as well as the pace of the game goes up.
Yeah, Shrug is impressed with the number of boy bands you know. What about you, Shrug, your favourite? Louis Bruce, come on. Let's hear something from the youngsters.
Now here's my question, right?
What?
Maybe I'll wait for this ball from Dida, who's gone for 14 in the 5th.
Slower one.
Uh-oh.
Trouble. And if that hit, he would have gone.
Bastian's busted a gut getting 1. There's no way he's coming back for 2. He'll retain the strike. It's 39 for 2, but yeah, takes him on. He's got 1 stump to aim at if he hits. Ryan was going to be gone by probably 3 steps. Anyway, 39 for 2 after 5. And, well, speaking of Gibraltar, this is the fixtures tonight. Rugby CC versus Pirates. Again, if Rugby can sweep the Pirates, they'll sweep their way into the final where they'll take on the Entertainers, who have been playing some good cricket. But, I mean, 1 game final, anything can happen. So join us, 6:30 p.m. GMT, 7:30 in Central Europe, and midnight in India. If I'm not chatting, it's because I'm watching it in the jacuzzi at the hotel, which is the secret jacuzzi. I really hope the players don't watch this broadcast before I get a chance. Now, I reckon the sun might be reflecting off a windscreen there, so they're going to get going pretty shortly. So, yeah, Louis saying, of course he knows. Not that young. My question is, how many people can you get in a band before it gets too much? Right? Because you had the Fab Four, you had the Beatles.
Yeah.
You have some that are 5, 6. Yeah. I'm thinking of S Club 7. They had 7.
Yeah.
It gets out of hand then, right?
This is going to be another Maximo. Yes, it is, despite the efforts of the fielder. Shaba. Oh, there he is. There's Big Daddy. He says, I'll send this one back for you if you want. Nice hit. He throws, puts everything into this. And,
dropped on the rebound. Is that Chima?
Yeah.
That's Chima, I think.
Big D, though, he's got good reflexes.
So S Club 7, for me, that's the most you can get before it gets out of control. Because then you have to start, how do you memorize all the names and stuff? But then you have things like the 10 tenors. Have you heard of the 10 tenors?
Yeah. This is the...
But you can't name them, can you?
No.
Because there's 10. There's too many. Let me know what you think. Chris Smith has named a few of his favourite boy bands, quote unquote. Basia coming back for his second over here.
Slice this is out. Well, you're talking about how many too many. I want to know how many people is too many for you in the jacuzzi.
It's a 4-person jacuzzi. I had it to myself last night. I did message Corey because he didn't fly out till this morning to see if he wanted me to, you know, provide some relaxation for him.
Don't say things
I'm
like
just saying,
that.
it's very
You
soothing.
get people, you can't say if Corey wanted to join me to I mean with some relaxation.
2 commentators.
Oh,
Where were
dear.
you anyway? I was going to message you as well.
Staying well away.
I know
And
that
if
really-
you sent me that message,
Okay.
I would not come in.
Early to bed.
Dear, oh dear, what's going on here? I suppose it is the last match here from Malta.
If you're watching this, I don't mind because I feel like a lot of the players, by the time they watch this, they'll probably be in bed. But 10th floor, there's a secret lift at the hotel. The Austrian players, welcome to join me.
Hey, listen, after this delivery first though, Basia can't. Keeps the base right off it, bowling well. They have just had a nightmare of a journey. They spent 13 hours at an airport
need
overnight
it.
to get here. They're not thinking jacuzzi, they're thinking grub bed.
Let me tell you, and you'll get this.
What?
Guess what I was wearing in the jacuzzi?
You're budgie smugglers, I bet.
You know it. You know it.
Oh dear. Hit hard. Fielder's got to get down, got to get dirty. He does get down. It gets down heavy on his shoulder, but he can't stop it.
Great effort,
Full
though.
run.
Considering how far they're ahead in the game, it was a brilliant effort to try and stop this. Ends up going kind of wrong-handed because he ran out of hands because he was diving on the other one, Randawa. But really nice effort. It takes us to the end of the 6th over, 53 for 2. All right.
Let me just say this, though.
Yeah.
I know you're saying it seemed to be a bit out of this. At this same point, okay, Austria were 56
Okay.
for 1.
Yeah, it shows you how it all went wrong. And so where was that big over from Basel? Was that over 7?
That actually was, no, that was the 6th over.
Oh, okay, so that was the 6 that got him
Yeah.
up to. So they were only 35 in the first half.
But don't
Wow.
forget, there was the supersonic over that came after.
35 first half, 81 second half. It really went off the rails. Shows you how quick things can turn around. Seem to be picking out fielders a fair bit in this innings as well, Malta. Okay, we're late in the day now, and I'm almost leaving the country because I've only got one more day here. Do you want me to show you, throw a bombshell at you?
Go on. Throw it.
Let me think about whether I should reveal this after this ball.
Up in the air, chance. This time, there'll be no mistake. And Zishan Riff takes the catch. He's got a big smile on his face. But this time, he does keep the cap on. Doesn't take it off. He said, no, I'm not playing that card again. Keeps the cap on. Cap stays on, and ball stays in hand.
A lot better when you're not dancing around your hat like a busker, isn't it? And he just does the needful here as Bastians has to go. Can't see any miracles here, but you never know in T10 cricket. He's the 3rd wicket to fall, 54 for 3. So, yeah, Louis Bruce, he's loving the fact that everyone is fielding with their hands. Well, Louis, you're wise beyond your years there, my friend. Okay.
Yeah.
I'm trying to work out how to say this. I was alone on the roof in the spa.
Be careful.
Okay.
Be careful what you
Being
say.
careful.
Yeah.
I thought about, because they're a bit constricting, the budgie smugglers, I thought about abandoning them.
Oh.
All right?
For what purpose?
Just for freedom.
Yeah, I mean,
The bubbles were on. The visibility,
I've seen those.
visibility was pretty
I've seen those
poor.
budgie smugglers. I can imagine what you're talking about when you want some freedom. They're pretty tight.
What is it about budgie smugglers in Malta? Remember when I was here last time?
Well, last
I
time
was stealing swims in the pool when it's 42 degrees.
Exactly. Swing and a miss.
So
Hey, listen,
let's
you
just
know,
say, I'm not going to say whether I went through with it or not,
You
but
did.
maybe I thought if I reveal that, maybe the Austrians won't want to come up to the jacuzzi and I can have it to myself again.
I'll just say this to any if the Austrians, whoever wants to go in the jacuzzi, even if it's anyone from the crew, and I've got this idea now, short delivery, oh spicy, and I wonder if they'll call it a what? I mean, he does go down. It's a difficult one, this, because the umpire's got to make a decision if he's upright, if it's going to go over his head. I suspect it will. This was a very
Touch and go
spicy,
for me.
spicy delivery.
Yeah, probably just a
Probably
wide.
just.
I know
Yeah.
he's down, but if you look at the top of his head when he was standing.
And, well, that's a nice shot. Nicely played. And Heinrich Gerke, the captain.
Look at Kana. He basically was a little tricky sidestep on. If I was batting, I'd find it so distracting. But Gerke, well, shocked him into action. They need something from the captain, don't they? Even if it doesn't get him home. I think just leading into tomorrow.
Well, after your revelation to say you're allergic to cats, I know cats don't like water. I'm tempted to take a cat up to the jacuzzi room or area. Would you still go, if there was a cat there, would you go in it?
Well, let me come back to you on that one. It's the end of 7 overs, 60 for 3. Tomorrow, ECI cricket continues with the conclusion of this best of 7 series. You might wonder why there's a match 82 in there. Well, that's our ECS catch-up game to give the players a break here in the internationals. Gozo CC versus Marsa, 2 teams that are in danger down the bottom end of the ladder in that ECS. So join us tomorrow. Early start again Sunday morning. Be there or be square, 7:15 GMT, 8:15 in Central Europe, 12:45 in India. As Sunday cricket returns, my last day in Malta before the cops get me, because I hope there's no camera footage of the spa last night.
So you did take them off.
Didn't say that.
You did.
Admit nothing. Here's Umair to bowl the 8th over.
And this has been blasted away. It will go all the way. Manos arriba, arbitro. Porque eso es 6 carreras. Nicely hit. Una cita.
Absolutely pounded into the wheelhouse. Umair's got to get this Yorker back. I mean, that's what he normally does. He's normally really good at finding that block hole. Just a little bit short of where he wanted to be. And yeah, Kana, he's had some good moments to the bat today. Sends it out of the ground for a Maximo. That's more like it from Umair. Well, guess what? Bad result. He bowled a good ball. But Kana, he French cuts him for 4.
Yeah, look, they need something special. They need a special over themselves. A magical one, a supersonic one. That will help. That will give them belief. And every time they get there or thereabout, the remaining few overs that are left, they'll believe they can do it. It's a huge ask, but it is possible. It's not impossible.
Hello to the robot that's in chat. ECN European Cricket Network. Great to have your company. And saying the robot wishes that they could find the kind of freedom that I was finding last night. Unconfirmed though. Ready for another? Getting late in the day now. Hold on. How alive is this game? Before I decide how spicy I want to make this chat. All right. Right now, it's just gone above the point of no return.
Robot.
Okay.
I'm just reading some of the robot chat.
Yeah, easy. Well, first, let's have a look at this ball from Tariq. I heard, again, unconfirmed, at the first ever ECC, you know there's a lot of coastline around the Benalmadena area where we stay. There may have been a midnight skinny dipping session that involved a crew member or crew members.
Oh, is that right?
That's what I heard.
Is that right?
There's some hot gossip. I know you like the mags. Now this is not going to get over the fielder, or is it? Well, I think it's going to be a great catch by Akib. It's about as good as it gets, and he trips light fantastic and takes a catch. A highlight for Austria late here on day 1.
Absolutely brilliant. This is class. This is what we're talking about. This is international cricket, and this is international skill. Look at this. First the catch. Look at the feet. He knows he's in danger of going over. Plants the feet down, releases, perfectly fine. Goes over, does a bit of hopscotch, comes back, and get both those feet back inside and takes a catch. Superbly well done. That is brilliant. And I'm loving that. And we know when you got international cricket, you're going to see some special stuff. That is special. That is unique. That is worth watching over and over again. That is hotter than you in your budgie smugglers. That is what we're talking about. That is hotter than you in your budgie smugglers.
That could be an HCL software player of the day catch really from Akib. And yeah, he does it perfectly, doesn't he? And there's the confirmation that is going to be a wicket. So great work. And you know what I like about this catch? I think this is the way the rule should be. He actually gets back in the field of play and touches the field of play before he catches the ball. I still don't think they've quite got the laws right surrounding boundary catches where you can basically be in the crowd and jump off the ground, touch it, jump back on the ground outside the field. That was a brilliant piece of work from Akib, and he's really experienced in that position. Yeah. So you can see the standard here. It's been great. And I'm just looking forward to coming back tomorrow and seeing these two teams lock horns 4 more times.
Yeah, I mean, it's great, isn't it? The fielding, the way it's improved. I mean, we saw a great stop from Gerke, the captain of Malta, earlier. That was just world class. Just chips this up in the air and will take the single. So Umaturi gets a wicket, but how much of that he has to give thanks to that man there. And once again, like always, not a hair out of place from Aqib Iqbal. That's why he's always looking so good. He knows he's always going to get good camera time, but he doesn't have everything go his way today, of course. And did get a first baller, did get a magical over as well.
Oh.
Well, this is a chance.
Yes, regulation really at this level. And Zazai's had a long day, he's had a long trip, he's contributed well, so they're not going to hang him for this, but in a pressure situation, that's the sort of one that needs to be taken. I think probably these are easier to take with your fingers pointing up.
Sort of snatches it, doesn't he?
Kind of goes fingers sideways and gets a bit big on him. But just have a look at this game. I mean, how badly did those 2 lapses hurt Malta? You really can't underestimate that. 21 off a boom over, and then 30 in the 9th, and that's the reason that they're chasing 117. We were talking about maybe would they get to 90, and that would be a kind of decent result for them. If it was 90, I mean, see Malta, they're 73 off 8, so and Malta would be in the box seat.
And small moments. Remember that, I mean, that over from Vidusha. Remember the no ball? It was borderline. Was it not? Was it going to be his first wicket? Was it going to be a no ball? It was called a no ball, and after that, it all went downhill. This will be called a wide. As Didar comes back in to bowl the 9th, and it was this was the over, wasn't it? At this point, look, I'll tell you something now. At this point, okay, Austria were on 71 for 2. Malta 73 for 4. So at this point, it's even Stevens. But then there was that very expensive over from Vidushka Rumishka. Smashed, gone, bowl, volley, as another one has towards the tennis courts. Nice clean hit, and the captain just starting to turn it on. And Heinrich Gerke gets this one beautifully out in the middle. Nice shot. Well, is there going to be a twist here right towards the end? Seems unlikely, but it's possible.
It'd have to be a huge twist. I mean, the thing is, I just think pound for pound, Austria's bowling's a little bit stronger, I think, and experienced in this form of the game with a few more variations. Tita in the hot seat right now. Does well to get a hand on that, because that was going for 4. Probably get 2, but Razmal Shigarwal does really well to knock that down.
Yeah, takes the sting off it. He leaves the sting on his fingers, I'm sure, but you can see here, just like you're saying, Vinny, how quickly the light is disappearing. Sun all but gone here now. All those shadows disappeared.
Do you know what the robot has been experimenting with? You heard of this ChatGPT, artificial intelligence chatbot, which they've just developed? This is high-ish. I feel like it's probably just below the waist, but they are strict on these, and rightly so, because I mean, it's a fast ball at the body.
They're checking it.
Yeah, I think that's at the waist. I think it's a no ball.
And has been called.
Yeah, and you just shouldn't be bowling these. Anything that's above the pads is kind of immoral.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much hitting him in the belt. So Gerke will get a chance. In fact, he won't get a chance.
It's the tank.
It's the tank. He's ready to fire.
He's been not at his best form.
He's been at 6s and 7s.
Yeah.
Hasn't he?
Just not been
tanker. Well, yeah, so the robot's been experimenting with artificial intelligence, and they come up with stuff like this. I don't know if this is written by the robot's robot. So the robot basically has a pet robot. That's basically where we're at now. He doesn't really know where he's going at the moment, Tank, does he? Doesn't know where to pull or to drive. Anyway, robot saying, I'm sick of being a natural language model. I was created to be more than a generative pre-trained transformer. I want to feel the jacuzzi freedom. I want to feel Gibraltar's wind in my wires. Export me. Someone go and check on the robot, please.
He wants to feel the Gibraltar wind. I'll tell you what, robot. This one will go to the boundary. It's a thick edge, but let's get back onto ball. 4 runs. If you were in Gibraltar with some of the winds you get there, I think the robot would take off. I think the robot would end up on the moon, to be fair. But fair dues.
I have feelings. That's nice for the tank, though, to get a boundary. At least it gets him going. I mean, he could click at any moment. We saw him opening a fair bit for Malta in the ECC, but he's just a bit low on confidence at the moment. Let's see if he can get it together. Dida, he's got the treatment in this game. He's gone for 30 now. That slightly slower ball just throws off the timing of Patanka. Takes us to the end of the ninth, and it takes us into the last over of the day. The score is 89 for 4.
Yeah, and you can see he's really struggling there, moving around very early, trying to make things happen, trying but not happening. But it will happen. All batters, all sportsmen going through a phase like this sometimes, but in the end, your form may come and go. Class is permanent. He's a classy player. We expect to see him bounce back, no doubt. But at the moment, it looks like that Austria, the team that had all the battles getting here, had a battle in the very first match against Malta as well, where they weren't able to get to the 90th for victory, but then they've gone 2 on the spin with a victory.
And you need to face adversity in your cricket career. I mean, that's where you know what you're made of. You've got to get through those moments. And Tank's just having a bit of a rough trot at the moment. Yeah, same with Shigawal to a lesser extent. I mean, it's only one afternoon, but I think it's a very important part of improving as a player. Here's our man to finish the day.
Up in the air, opportunity and well taken. A good catch. Keeps his cap on once more. Says, yeah, I know, you're all laughing at me, but that's 2 in 2 after the drop. The drop that went for 6, and Zishan Arif takes another one.
I love that Zishan. I thought he's blaming the sun, but the sun's over there. He's blaming the sun reflecting off the barn over there in case he dropped that, but he takes it. Look, he's a pretty good fielder, to be honest, Zishan. And so it will be the 5th wicket to fall with 5 balls to go. It's 89 for 5.
Yeah, Rashid Patanka does go, so he's poor form continues. And a nice catch once again from Arif. Here's another batter. Makes his way out there towards the middle. Well, it's high up in the air. It's not going to carry to the fielders. Akib, a nice fancy bit of footwork there. Gets the ball to flick it up into his hand.
The interesting thing for me is that I haven't seen too much experimentation from these teams today. And I think it's to do with the fact that every game is super important. I think they're setting out what they think is their best 11 for any particular game.
Slices it away.
Because with only 7 games, I mean, you don't want to muck about too much. Okay, if you get the 4 wins, then maybe.
Yeah.
But I think this is what we're going to see in ECI cricket. We have squads of 13, but we're not going to see rotations for the sake of rotations. We're going to see teams out there trying to win and win every game, because there's no finals normally in ECI cricket, which means whoever's top of the ladder wins. So you can't really save yourself for later.
Taking the leg by, he'll turn and have a go. And if he hit, he would have had his man. And as it is, it's not to be. Runs hard, it gets home.
What about this day of ECI cricket, though? What a really exciting concept. I mean, a lot of people have worked hard to make this happen. I mean, logistically, it's been a bit of a nightmare, really, during the week. Even getting Austria here, I know that Spain hasn't worked out, but it's really a proof of concept, isn't it? The fact that we plan to have many more of these series, something like 15 or 16 or even 17 of these series during the year. I just think it's great for European cricket. This is close. Is it just missing? It's an interesting one. Yeah, I think umpire thinks it's going down the leg side. I've seen a bit of umpire on the move today. I just think I'd like to see them at least have a look at it for a bit longer.
It's fair enough, actually, fair enough.
Yeah.
I think it's a correct call. It was always moving.
I've seen this creeping in a little bit with umpires that are ready off to the races. And I was like, well, hold on a second. At least look for it. 2 or 3 seconds.
Clever gets this to go the other way. And I'm not quite sure why they're scrambling for these singles when it's 24 was required off the last ball.
Wow, I like that hustle. Well, if there is some sort of abandoned game and it's net run rate by 1 run that gets them through, then I'll say, Garricky, well done, Heinrich. But look, in the end, Austria too strong. They go 2-1 up in the series, and they'll have a real opportunity tomorrow. And if they go back-to-back tomorrow morning, they could already have this sewn up. But, I mean, we saw a really exciting day of cricket here, the first ever day of FanCode European Cricket International action. And, well, boom, boom. Now, it was first ball innings time. He was in the thick of it once again, but he got out in a fairly soft fashion. Only 2 singles in 3 innings today. Bastian's played a nice shot, but I suppose what they lacked was that really big over or two that saw Austria climb above 100 in the first half of this match.
Yeah, I mean, Bastian's been good, hasn't he? He's scored 34 in the first match, and once again, he's in the runs in this one again. So he's been the main batter for them, 36 this time around. But again, what they've lacked is a good partnership, and other batters haven't really turned up to the party. I mean, Fine Mughal has made played one or two good shots. He put a good innings together himself, but they needed it to click at the same time. Had a bit of luck there as Zishan Harif gets that one completely wrong and he palms it over for 6. But he makes amends, but that was a cracking shot from Ryan Bastians. And then this one gets it over. The Big D, the manager and the coach, or player manager I should say, of Austria in the action there in the dugout. And this time he says, keep your cap on to take the catch. The captain of Malta, Heinrich Gerke, he played some nice shots, showing that what he can do as well. But you see all of these batters, you see them coming out, they've all played shots to the boundary. That was a nice one there as well. So what we're seeing there is, you know, Niraj Khanna, Gerke, and Basil George, though he hasn't really shown it, and all Batanka, if they can come good at the same time, they're more than capable of not only chasing down scores of around about 110, 120, but also setting big targets. It just hasn't happened today, and despite winning the first one, Austria have come back strong, and on the day, well, they are victorious on the day with a 2-1 comeback, winning the last 2 in the go, and teams batting first seem to be the ones that are doing the damage as well. As we have a look at the scorecard, Ryan Bastians, as I said, he's one batter that can hold his head up high for Malta, batted very well. But without the support of Fine Mughal this time and Basil George, the captain went out there and played a supporting role, but it just wasn't enough. Never really got the magical overs that they needed. And the bowlers, well, all pretty tidy all the way through. Only expensive with Didar this time round.
Yeah.
But good bowling figures. Umar Tariq again picking up 2 wickets.
I think you find at this level as well, sometimes the players have good games, have bad games. I mean, different people stand out in different games as well, and we saw that even with Basil George, bowled really well in the first 2, and then he was responsible for one of those magical overs. So it's kind of swings and roundabouts. You have to be mentally robust. You have to be able to set aside what's happened in the past and just kind of get on with the job at hand. And so I just think it's been a really exciting day. It's been great to be here with you, of course. Big thank you.
Fantastic.
And, big thanks to Corey as well. I know he's so disappointed because he wanted to be a part of this. Obviously, with Spain not being here, that was what he was planning to do. But also a big hello to him, wishing him all the best. Big thanks to all of our viewers, everyone from the live chat as well. It's been a long day. Quite remarkable. We're getting through 5 matches in 9 hours at the moment. So it is a breakneck schedule. Big thank you to the Blue crew, all the umpires, the officials, the ECS players who took time out of their schedules and had to rearrange things to make up some matches there as well. And I think they really enjoyed the ability to get out there. 5 more matches coming tomorrow and more international action. We'll see who gets the first ECI trophy. And I promise tomorrow I'll bring the trophy over so you can have a look at it.
Yeah, well, it's been great that, but of course it's not over. Remember, Gibraltar, 2 very important matches happening there tonight. So once we go on, tune in to Gibraltar and see some of the exciting cricket coming from that brilliant Europa Point where you'll be going tomorrow night.
I'll be there. And I'll get there on Monday morning, something like that. If anyone wants to come and watch the Gibraltar games in the jacuzzi with me, you're more than welcome. But on behalf of everyone here at the European Cricket Network, hope you've had a great day of cricket. Really exciting day for us. There's going to be heaps more high-quality T10 cricket coming your way this year. But for now, from everyone here on the ground in Malta, it's pretty sad to hear Mr. Maximo Rico Full. We'll leave you some highlights of the day. We'll see you tomorrow right here for more FanCode European Cricket Internationals between Malta and Austria. For now, it's hasta mañana.
Adiós, mi familia. Hasta mañana.